Good morning, everybody. I hope we had a great night last night. I do want to take a moment to thank Craig Montage for the great. Thank you for all that were able to join last night. We had a great time afterwards as well. Today is nice because I get to just sit in the background and turn this all over to Colton for his good work and the work of the wording committee. Today there is some breakfast out there. If you've not gotten breakfast yet, go get it now. And then we'll start here in about a minute. Also, we'll have a break after the first 4 topics for 10 minutes. Then we'll have a lunch break after 4 more topics, and then we'll go to the end of the day. If you have any questions or comments or concerns, let us know, and we'll go from there. At this time, it's my pleasure to turn over to Colton and the wording committee to go through the wording. So we'll start with topic authors in order from yesterday, and Colton, it is your show.
All right, so we'll go ahead and invite whomever wrote the Aging in America paper thank you. Before we get started, while he's coming up, we want to just make sure to tell all the topic authors, we appreciate your hard work because we know it's a lot. But at this moment, try not to take any changes or anything necessarily personally. They always say every year, it's no longer your paper, this is collectively our paper. So welcome to the table, comrade, as we discuss aging in America. So we'll invite each of you to sort of speak. If you had some issues that came up in the Marshall subcommittee about wordings, or they wanted you to look up something, it'd probably be good to discuss that before we start discussing the actual wording. So I will turn it over to you.
All right, I'm having flashbacks to my Russian paper. Before we start, I would say, I know a lot of people don't like the word elderly, so I'm amenable if you want to change elderly to over 65, people's over 65. I don't think it really changes the intent very much. I think elderly keeps it more that people can actually have topicality debates on what elderly is, like that. It actually provides
Any discussion?
Is there any programs that would be eliminated if you went to 65? Like, is there programs for 60-year-olds?
There are a lot of state programs for 60-year-olds. Usually the federal government defines it. Oh, that's not necessarily true. Like Social Security is at 62, but they're about to move that up to 67. There's some of the programs under the Older Americans Act provide things for people 55 and up. Which that's going to probably change in the next 5 years or so.
Ruth, it looked like you were about to put your hand up, were you?
Well, I don't know if it's not on this particular issue, just commenting on another issue.
Okay, so come back to you?
You can go back.
Okay. So are there, I'm sorry, yes, Tommy.
Like 65 and older in the topic, how does the app answer the 64 and over thing, or like the 59-year-old thing with literally any
That's why I tell my kids.
It'd be up to the affirmative to find out that, right?
Okay, it seems like I'm looking for not forcing it for thing.
So it feels like the number is just arbitrary.
Yeah, or like it gives the negative just like, I don't know, it's like a really easy win. Right, whereas elderly, if like the counterpay were to do something like that, you just deal with it. Instead of like forcing that competition, like easily giving the negative competition.
Okay, so I've got Ruth. Okay, I'm gonna call your names in the order I saw them. So Ruth, Darren, Chris, Pam. Still love you, Pam.
Can we, Clint, do you mind projecting louder in your
Okay.
voice?
Thank you.
All right, sure.
Here, I think there's a microphone down there,
Yes,
Clint.
I'm sorry. No, I can be loud enough. I'm
Okay.
Thank you.
very handy. I'm very capable.
But I am in the question rotation.
Yes.
Something else.
Yes. Okay. So Ruth first.
Well, my issue was basically the elderly. I mean, that's not a politically correct term, and it is offensive to many people. I can't understand why would we put that in a topic. Because it is at risk of offending people. Yeah, if there's an age pick, deal with it in the video.
Yeah. Okay.
But we can't, I don't think we should be offending people with our topic.
Agreed. Agreed. Darren.
My issue is actually a little bit different, but I certainly agree with you. I think a term like elderly is probably going to have to change the definition. I don't think that really solves that today. I think it just pushes it up and makes it even more complicated. Because now you're going to, it's going to become somewhat like substantially, where it's like if the numbers one and find off.
To Ruth's point, I understand your concern, but I think the problem with shifting to a number is looking at all of the sections of US code, talk about protections for the elderly, and a lot of US law is written about elder persons as a category. So
There's no clear definition of what an elder person is. The definition that I found just indicated anybody who's aging. A 10-year-old would be considered an elder because they're aging. A 10-year-old would be considered an elder amongst a group of 6-year-olds.
US code says 60 or older. I'm looking at Department of Justice citation of 10 GCA presumably signed 2102. And it's looking at health and safety, adult protective services. Section H says elderly refers to a person aged 60 years or older. So I mean, even if elderly throughout the literature is used differently, US code with a lot of the programs that affirmatives would be addressing are laws titled Protection of the Elderly, Elder Protection, not elder.
That's true of a lot of groups. Just because it's, the government, has that word doesn't mean it's politically correct. And it would just be my preference to put it in H because government, even within the government laws and regulations and statutes and all that, they define it differently depending on the program. Social Security, it's 65. In the Older Americans Act, it might be 60. And so therefore, you don't have a specific group that you're talking about there. If you put an age in there, it is much more specific.
All right, so I don't want the people who I called on to think we forgot about them. So it's Chris, and then Pam, and then I don't know your name, but I'll come over there for sure. So Chris, you have the floor.
Sure. So my question was actually, I wanted to hear from the elderly contingent because I hadn't heard from that before. So thank you, Ruth, for bringing that up.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, I heard that.
Clearly, I meant the use of the word. I have to be honest. The last thing I want to do or ever do is argue with a person that tells me that something is offensive. I did take the time to Google search and I put in simply is elderly, and the first pop-up was offensive, which I thought was a little telling. I've clearly been living under a rock. But it did a few, under that search, there were a few suggestions. One was older adult, and I want to ask Ruth if that is satisfactory or?
I think it doesn't solve the problem of older. I mean, Yes, I'm older than you, but you are older than somebody else. And I think that's less specific.
Pam,
Well, not to shift focus on the elderly. My issue is with the collective healthcare services. According to 42 USC squiggly, or whatever the right term is for squiggly.
No, squiggly thing.
234 little d little 2, the definition means any services provided by a healthcare professional or by any individual working under the supervision of a healthcare professional that relate to A, the diagnosis, prevention, or treatment of any human disease or impairment, or B, the assessment or care of the health of human beings. So Clint, to you, is that what you want to discuss in this resolution? And to the wording committee, is that where you are in the wording of this resolution? Does that get to the heart of where Clint wants to go?
I think it does. I think there's a lot of fertile plan area under healthcare services. You can talk about palliative care, clinical care. You can talk about performing nursing homes, things like that. You can also talk about preventative care. I think it's a nice plan.
all right, so there were some hands up over here. I know Daniel and your name, whom I do not know, so go for it. Go for it.
Oh, I want to go back to elderly.
I'll say that.
Why can we not just like the older person is over the age of 65 plus? Would that then, how do you make that or would that change?
I just think older person, like we stated earlier, it's kind of harder to find them.
Even with the
But if you, why bother with older persons of?
I mean, technically, like looking at what is politically correct, older adults is the accepted terminology, not elderly. And I totally could understand. Sorry, back to your point that could be very exclusive if we're saying elderly. So either seniors or older adults would be more acceptable wording. And also, I think that personally, you need to put an age on it. So like AARP starts at 55 or plus, right? Like, because you're gonna have debate rounds where the sole focus of that round is what is older adult. And I'm sorry, but if I have to judge that, I'm gonna be bored out of my mind. I think it is important that it has an age, we say older adults 65 or older or whatever age is determined. I think it's important that that is in there because honestly, my high school students think I'm in, right?
That's fair.
I mean, and that's just their perspective. And if I'm a 16-year-old, yeah, I thought someone, that was over 30 was, almost near death. And that's the reality of it. And so we're gonna, if they're seeing debating this and you have an older judge, that could be a little muddy.
All right, so I think Daniel, and then I'll move back to the hands over here that were up. So I'm not ignoring y'all, I promise.
My question was similar to Abby's, maybe from the market subcommittee, if someone can explain why this is. Because I agree. Josie, I agree with Josie's point, it's gonna just become a very, very, very heavy quarter of the line on top of what the age is and under, and then it gets 1 year with under what healthcare does apply under that specific language. So it's either extremely broad or extremely narrow.
All right, so hopefully someone on the wording committee can,
I was on the end time.
please. Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully someone on the wording committee can come up with a motion for us.
Different federal programs have different ages, and so if you, for example, wanted to write an act about Medicare, but it's not all of the ages of people people with Medicare were included, it creates difficulty. So because some programs are 60 and up, some are 5, some are 67, by putting a specific age, it would create difficulties in dealing with the totality of the program.
All right, so we got like 12 minutes left and we still haven't resolved the problematic word elderly. But I saw your hand up and then Sarah and then
Like I said,
Nate and Dara.
I'm amenable to 60 and up, 65 and up. I don't. 65 tends to be the way where the federal government is going because it's that kind of middle ground between all of the programs.
What does that cut out at 62?
What does that cut out? It cuts out just some like checkup services, things like that. People age 55.
That wasn't really where you were going on that.
Okay, yes, and then Sarah, your name.
I mean, we're gonna have anytime you have a resolution where you're debating people, you've got an adjectives problem, and however it's gonna be used, however we adjectivize people, it's gonna work. It's gonna be tricky. But that also suggests the debatability of the issue. I mean, we're having this discussion here now, just shooting from the hip, says that this is something that probably should be flushed out a little bit. But would we solve the problem if we did like persons of retirement age? Like that, does that become the issue?
I can retire.
Right.
Some people retire at 30.
I can retire. You could retire at age 50.
Yeah.
Retirement is so, now, is that the definition you want? I don't think it's a specific.
All right, Sam, were you gonna make a motion?
I will move to strike elderly and add.
Second.
Add, 65 or older after.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we get rid of elderly and replace it with 65 or older. I think Kevin's.
As soon as the computer stops spinning.
Okay, so while Kevin's computer catches up, I think Sarah, you're next.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that I think that the way elderly is problematic is different than the way age categories are problematic, and that's a debate about just limits, right? Like, do you want a broader topic that has all of the programs that are targeted to people over 55? Do you want a narrow topic that excludes some of those programs? So I also think that that's a I don't think there's any risk of this like 59-year-old pick or whatever. Like, I don't think there's literature for it, and I think that you can win that T debate. So I think the only question is which category what limit of years do you need in order to get the programs that make the topic programs?
All right, Nate, when you're in up, and then Dara, and I think Jonathan's hand was also up too.
Yeah, I just did a little bit of light research about like opinions on elderly and possible substitutes. And so surveys reported that you have to use the terms to describe. First term is older adults, the second term is seniors, we do well above, and the word retired, like struck from the AARP regular language, really use that. We actually call it the AA legal possibilities. And the University of Hampshire Free Language Guide says that even saying older people, elders, seniors, and senior citizens are problematic / outdated, and the preferred ones are people with advanced age or what types of qualitative terms. I don't know if the other categories give them. For those who want the qualitative, people with advanced age.
Okay.
But I don't know if program definition changes that.
Dara, and then I think Jonathan's after Dara. John.
In 1900, life expectancy was 46 and 48. So I think that the constantly evolving conversation about age based on life expectancy really does change, and it's actually funny.
Are there any hands up? Yes.
Why is it 65 not 45, which is they call pictures for
I think that's a Clint question.
Well, the 65 is starting to become the federal government standard for things like Social Security and other services.
All right, so everyone, we've got about 7 minutes left. Right now, Pam has the floor, and then I'll bounce back to you, Daniel.
So going back to healthcare services, just so everyone is aware that one of the definitions includes 6 categories. So you could be debating about inpatient services, outpatient services, community-based services, voluntary, institutional, governmental, hospice, and comprehensive health maintenance agencies. I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't know if that had been discussed in the Marshall Committee when you were vetting this paper.
That makes the topic larger than it looks on the surface. I don't think that's the problem. There are 6 categories.
Yeah, I don't see that as an issue. So Daniel, and then I think Marley.
So this might change it altogether, but to answer that, the next point, can't you use those categories to quantify those instead of quantifying age? So potentially increases healthcare services for older adults who qualify for one or more programs. And then this federal programs that do on their health.
I think this is just my understanding from reading the paper and hearing Clint talk about it, but different programs have different qualifications. So like, so I think the idea of having it at 65 or older sort of universalizes the AF side a bit.
I understand your suggestion of saying persons who qualify on the listing types of care. The problem that we then run into is what I started lovingly calling the words dissad.
Yeah.
That makes the topic way too long. And now people will look at the wording of the topic and go, "Ugh," and move on. So as much as I love paragraph topics, those resolutions have lost year after year.
And I think with that resolution, the AF could in theory also change the definition of who qualifies. It would be pretty good. Like who qualifies now is who qualifies.
Soft reminder, we've got 4 minutes and some change. I think Marley would.
Yeah, I think for Pam and also of that quantifying age would actually allow more level balanced ground for the 6 subtopics of healthcare services. And it might even be worth exploring, like even bumping that up more, right? With like something changing to 67, like you stated, just to limit that so that it's not based on qualifications. Because like they said, qualifications can be amended and changed through apps, things like that. So I think adding a quantifier gets rid of elderly and the whole conundrum, but I do still worry about the limits available with the whole phrase of healthcare services. I don't know if there's any more specific, like when we're talking about healthcare services, there's 6 subsections. Is there something that you want this topic to be more directional to serve for our students? Does that make sense?
I don't mind the term healthcare services. I think we've debated it before.
Yeah.
Several years back. So I think it allows for some creativity and planning, things like that. So that you won't have to be put down to only having 3 app plans all year.
All right, so we're getting dangerously close. We probably should either prepare for a callback, hopefully not, or move to accept this definition at some point on this table. But the young man from Texas and then Josie.
I think it's a small thing, but there's a difference between healthcare and work. But one part is the system or issue itself. 2 words, those to the work.
One word. Are we agreed on that? Or is the table in agreement? Okay. Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
To accept this.
Second. All right, so it's been moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's preference.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Do we accept the wording as posted on the screen? All those in favor say aye. All opposed? All right. Thank you, Clint. That wasn't bad at all.
Oh, you talk about, oh, it's housing.
Morning. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. So I missed the beginning from getting good. Do you want me to give my like 5-minute spiel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. The agricultural subsidies topic would be debated around the same time as the 2023 Farm Bill, which makes the topic uniquely engaging and exciting. Ag has a diverse body of literature that will help to sustain interesting and engaging debates. This was proven at the college level. Ag has the unique ability to engage in complex critical thinking for students about issues that should be important to all Americans. It's likely an area that many students and coaches do not think a lot about, but it's definitely something that they should consider. In my research, much of the information about this topic was accessible and interesting. While people in farming states have an obvious connection with the topic is accessible and relevant to all students. For instance, this topic relates to questions of food deserts, urban farming, and how subsidies are taken from urban areas and redirected to rural ones. Additionally, ag is a substantive policy question that affects every state and municipality in some form or another. For instance, in 2020, the average American spent $4,942 on groceries, and inflation has only increased the likelihood that Americans will continue to spend on food. The best resolution is, I believe, the United States federal government to substantially decrease its domestic agricultural subsidies, which I can explain a bit more later. On the affirmative, students can pick from a broad variety of advantage areas and a broad variety of crops. Students could read out to substantially decrease agricultural support through subsidies for crops like biofuels, concentrated animal feeding operations, corn, cotton, dairy, fisheries, rice, soybean, sugar, and or wheat. Students can also access advantage ground that includes arguments about the economy, trade, international relations, the environment, climate resilience, global warming, public health, obesity, energy, food insecurity, and poverty, among many others. As I discussed yesterday, students preferring a more critical approach would be arguments about minority farmers and the problematic issues in the immigration system that relate to agricultural subsidies. On the negative, students can choose from a variety of reform-type counterplans, region counterplans, and other types of counterplans that would allow them to solve the affirmative. Negative teams also have access to substantial literature about why subsidies are good and shouldn't be decreased. There are a number of disadvantages that students could read, but the core topic this ad would probably be a food crisis disad, because ending or severely reducing agricultural subsidies would almost certainly massively increase food prices. There's interesting critical literature that relates to questions of race, xenophobia, capitalism, heteronormativity, and others. For novices, I think the key topic affirmative would probably be one about factory farms or concentrated animal feeding operations, and the core topic of that would probably be a high food prices bad argument. CAFOs would be a great topical affirmative that gets at the heart of most of the debates in the literature. It also accesses an exciting array of impacts such as disease, war, or terrorism, which would be relevant and useful for novices to understand. Finally, the gross factor of learning about factory farming will definitely keep student interest and engagement. One other point I wanted to make was that there was some concern that maybe it is too similar to the water topic, but I wanted to sort of preempt that a little bit. First, the vast majority of people did not read ads related to subsidies last year. I can only think of 2 schools that did. At best, subsidies were questionably topical. The core food prices DA is obviously quite different than anything that was debated on water, and the playground is quite different as well. Subsidies wasn't a main point of clash on water, and privatization wasn't a neg argument on water, which it would be on this topic. Additionally, students who debated water their freshman year and then debated ag their junior year would be at vastly different levels of debate, going from novice to varsity debate. In our Marshall Committee, we looked a little bit at some of the sort of modifications of the word. There was some discussion about adding the word direct. My concern is that that would would probably limit out reimbursement type mechanisms in crop insurance, as well as price supports, production quotas, and regulations that set minimum prices by location. Whit had a couple cards for me that also reaffirm that. I think it would be better if it was slightly broader and maybe even included tariffs than over limiting too much. There was also some discussion I had that saying domestic agricultural subsidies might be a more elegant phrasing than agricultural subsidies for domestic agriculture. Thank you for your attention. I hope you give ag serious topic consideration in your vote and discussion this week.
I'll move to make this subjective. Inserting domestic before agricultural, and then putting the period after the word subsidies.
All right, so I saw Ruth's hand go first.
That was actually what I was going to.
Awesome.
Yes.
Any other oh, yes, Rich.
So I think this is a very interesting topic area, but I'd like to have your comment on the term domestic agriculture. When I just searched for definitions of that term, there are a number that I think that we can have, but there are some problematic ones as well. The very first one that comes up in Google search is flawed insider. Domestic agriculture means the growing or rearing of any agricultural product, including horticultural products at a scale that produces a supply for personal use of the resident and of the lot on which the use occurs, or as a home occupation. And I found a definition of it in the State of Washington Code, Chapter 21. Domestic agriculture means all agricultural practices, including animal husbandry, which are limited to personal family use and do not result in commercial sales.
So
Are you worried about the definition?
does this change? You take care of that?
No, because one, I think this change addresses that, but I also think domestic is not modifying agriculture, it's modifying agricultural subsidies, which means that domestic is an adjective that describes how agricultural subsidies should be debated.
And I've done a quick search, and you see domestic agricultural subsidies used as a phrase to limit the types of debates that you are.
One of my biggest concerns with the last couple policy debate topics we've had, and some that have been under consideration that didn't win, is that a lot of the phrasing is not reflected in the literature. I have spent an extensive amount of time consulting agriculture experts, doing a lot of reading, cutting some cards, and I'm confident that every phrasing in that resolution makes sense and is supported by the literature.
All right, I saw Ruth's hand and Brian's hand.
Some of Rich's concerns there. Does the word "its" help narrow that a little bit? Because then it has to be a federal government subsidy. And so that, just agricultural subsidy is more broad, but "its" helps narrow as a federal government subsidy. So that might help. The second thing is, would this include things like the Foreign Agricultural Service, which spends $3 million on marketing activities for U.S. farm products?
If I may, the Foreign Agricultural Service is not a subsidy.
Okay, I have a definition, but it is an agricultural subsidy. But it's hard. Yeah.
I don't think marketing is a subsidy.
Okay.
The definitions that
The basis of the literature you look at,
I mean, the literature seems to suggest to me that a subsidy is basically a payment. There's a bunch of definitions in the paper that talk about this as well. I did not find anything that suggested marketing would constitute a subsidy.
Thank you.
Oh, Brian? Oh, my bad. Sarah, yes.
I appreciate the work that has gone into this topic. You've done a really nice job, and I think that the phrasing is great. The concerns that I heard last night when I talked to some of our coaches about this came back to the question of similar to the water topic. Well, I understand you addressed those in your presentation of the topic. What you addressed is the method, like the mechanism of subsidies is not helpful on water, but the impact area is very similar. So like one of the core file topics is ag runoff, which was like, I heard from 3 different coaches individually just responding, not knowing what other people had said it. And so the concern is that novices would basically be debating the same impact area that we debated last year, like back to back, it would be the same file. And I recognize that there's some sophistication that would happen at the sophomore and junior level and whatnot, that I'm just curious, can you speak to the overlap of impact?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the water impact scenarios were a little more narrow than the ones that could be accessed by app. So for instance, questions of agritourism are really interesting. There's some super interesting debates about and cards that suggest that the next major terrorist attack will be at a caseload, for instance. I think questions of terrorism and international law, as well as food prices, as well, we haven't raised as much, are different than they were on water. Most of the water debates that I judged kind of ended up talking about global warming. And while I think that is a component of this topic, I think ag is a much broader topic that accesses many, many more different impact areas. I mean, the biggest one that first comes to mind is just agritourism as well. Not sure.
Brian, are you good? Okay, Pam and then Court.
Well, looking at past topics, Sarah, I think your argument is obviously a concern. However, it's sort of not unique because the debate community did vote for an ag topic and water topic like back to back, and I want to say it's factoring in.
Doesn't mean it's good though.
Well, good, bad, or indifferent, that's a whole nother debate. But the point is the body is full.
Sure.
One other thing too is questions of like public health and obesity are probably more prevalent on this topic than they were on the water topic.
I raised this issue because it's something we discussed at the Marshall Center. There's a trade-off between the phrasing as it is currently presented with simply agricultural subsidies, domestic agricultural subsidies, and direct. So Lauren mentioned that the word, we rejected the idea of adding direct subsidies. But just so that everybody is aware of the debate that addresses or what this creates. So the reason that was discussed is because there's a lot of literature out there that other countries repeatedly say that a variety of different trade policies in the United States has adopted are subsidies for our agricultural sector. And so if we adopt wording that simply says domestic agricultural subsidies, there will be contextual literature to support an interpretation that reducing tariffs or reducing import barriers of other kinds would be topical. And so that introduces another aspect to this debate. Now, the judgment that Lauren has made, the author, and that we supported as the Marshall Center was that it would be worse to add direct because of the things that excludes, which really should be part of this discussion. But I think it probably makes sense for the entire group to be aware of that trade-off, which is embodied in this group.
Okay. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Or motions somewhere on the table about this? Is there a? All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept the wording as it is posted behind me. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Lauren. All right, so I think that, yes, Dr. Price, Omar.
Good morning, everybody. I do not have my phone on right now because I was drinking a lot of change. I don't. So, elephant in the room, my subcommittee has already heard. There were some foreseen, unforeseen circumstances that created limitations to the paper. It was supposed, neither here nor there. The whole point is the bones or the structure of the paper were intact. So wanted to present to the body, particularly because civil rights reform is one of those topics that you can do this any year. Any year it will garner much attention, much interest from students from all backgrounds, but particularly this year, this coming year, we have laws that have been changed. We have a Supreme Court that has struck down rulings that we have precedent that we take for granted. And so this year kind of separates the topic from all the other years where you could just say, well, we'll do it next year, we'll do it the year after, whatever, because it's always going to be timely. But this year in particular has made this topic very timely. Thank you to my subcommittee, because the wording process was a lot more thorough and strict than I anticipated it would be. So thank you to help us get to here. We settled on the United States federal government should substantially increase civil rights protections, and the word protection should be changed to regulation in one or more of the following: ability, age, gender, race, religion, and sexual identity. Particular how we got to the list, or how I got to the list, is currently protected classes, federally protected classes, and one could not arbitrarily just pick some. The reason why we changed, or I changed from regulation, from protections to regulations, is because protections involve a result, like protect from harm, protect from, and one, we know that there are already laws in the books for civil rights that have been circumvented, but also for a debate perspective, it makes it more difficult to establish solvency from the affirmative side. Regulations are a rule, a law, a rule or law, and therefore you can create a rule or law, and we can debate whether your rule or law will be effective or is any good, but we don't have to challenge kind of what it, how it will manifest necessarily in protection. So it makes it a little bit more streamlined for the affirmative by using regulations of protection. And so that's what we came to a conclusion on.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you're good. I know Court's hand was up in there.
So two things. First of all, on the regulations versus protections issue, problem with using the term regulations is, especially when you are talking about federal law, that has a very specific meaning, which is restricted only to basically rules promulgated by administrative agencies. Civil rights protections, I haven't done a lot of deep research on that, but my understanding from some of the general reading and litigation I've done in that area is that civil rights protections actually encompasses the broader range of federal law, both statutory, regulatory, case law, etc., constitutional guarantees of rights in those areas. So I think that would be a reason why the original wording direction better than regulations. significant arguments that would restrict the mechanisms that are permissible to the affirmative with these regulations. The second issue is, I don't know how big a deal this is, but I think that the correct phrasing in terms of the literature would actually be to increase civil rights protections for one or more of the following protected classes. I just don't think that any writing in the field uses the phraseology of civil rights protections in one or more of the following.
And say, look at it for is a more applicable term, and it is an easy fix. The reason why I stuck with regulation, mainly to shrink what the affirmative can do, and to make it a more palatable topic for negative, because regulation would mean like laws being passed. It'll be the law being passed, and it would take away the kind of unfair expansiveness and it gives negative line.
Well, the problem, I think, is that it doesn't mean law respects. It means rules promulgated by administrative agencies, and there's a very narrow range of those in the civil rights area. So it would be like rules made by EEOC or something, and the argument would be that like adopting a new civil rights act would not be possible. So that's why I think that's just my.
So I took the definition of regulation from Cornell Law Institute, Legal Law Institute, and it says legislative power, like a directive of legislative power, and so that's what I was going with, and so that's what.
Okay, I know Abby was next.
With regulation, putting aside all of the legal and only on it, would an affirmative that would decrease protections because it is a regulation be topical? Regulation itself would go in both directions. One, you could have a regulation that would increase protection of the protected class, and you could also have a regulation that decreases protection of the class, because a regulation can either be putting something in place, limit, or putting something in place to expand.
So if the resolution is to substantially increase the right of regulation, are you, when you say decrease,
Yeah, so like
adding regulation to take something away?
Yeah, a regulation could be like remove the ability, like decrease the age, or sorry, increase the age of voting.
Oh, so
That's a regulation.
Right.
Decreases protections in civil rights.
So yes, and mainly when I talk about this with our subcommittee, the goal is to give everybody on political spectrum something. They can say this is too much, this is not worded correctly, or this is not effective in its wording, or this hinders a different group from their civil rights, right? So it would give an opportunity to add regulation that, in theory, would take something away.
It seems kind of wild that we would like go for a topic that would allow teams to say we should decrease protections of civil rights. I don't know, like maybe I'm crazy, but that's like pretty dangerous and kind of makes me nervous.
Okay, so I know Nate and Dara, and then I think Ruth and then Marley was the order I saw y'all.
Yeah, so when I was asking the next that, like, I know when we were discussing, some things that other words we were talking about rather than this decreasing civil rights protection regulations, decreasing regulation protection of civil rights, object of regulation. Right, so quantity of regulation increasing as a burden for the app is different than having to make sure that protection to the rights object of the app. I was questioning whether about whether or not the regulation
initial purpose, like the initial resolution that I started with, the goal was to provide increased clarity, because what has been challenged recently by reporting other legal bodies is that the Constitution doesn't say this word, or it doesn't like specifically cater to it. And so the idea was to clarify and to increase protection. But what I got in the discussion was, we all know that laws pass with certain intent, and if they are circumvented. And so regulation simplifies it. So here we have a new law. Yes, it might be intended to do certain things, but it's less about its intention and more about, okay, this is what can't happen or can happen under this law. And it takes away the kind of providing a bunch of areas of like how we can just circumvent those protections.
Yeah, I'm kind of, just a really quick feedback. So I'm kind of understanding it as like, what is the substantial increase that the app has to do? Is it the substantial increase in regulations, which sounds like quantity of regulations, and one more substantial, what does it need to be a substantial increase in the regulations? Or what does it need to be a substantial increase in regulation of civil rights, which I think is the clarity question I'm getting at. So I'm just trying to parse out whether or not the order of those words affects what the app does.
So I know, Dustin, were you gonna suggest or make?
Well, I want to chime in on this question. So in the vein of what Court and whoever made this scary, this regulations become spooky bi-directional alignment. If we go with regulations, the app will be super limited, because in looking at civil rights regulations, like it's the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the ADA, the Voting Rights Act, you would limit the app to create brand new massive laws. Whereas protections would be new pieces of legislation connecting the dots for an action or a protected class within the realm of the existing network of civil rights legislation. And I think that is, it solves the spooky bi-directionality issue of being like, no, people can't vote. But I think it makes apps more likely to do the kinds of things that you want them to do under protection. And I think it makes mid-ground way more predictable than finding, any version of a brand new civil rights or a brand new voting rights act. So I think protections, the way that it originally came out last night, is the cleaner way to go to have the debates that you want.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was writing as you were speaking, because I think there is a way to have articulate into both terms. I'm trying to get the word right, but after that,
Yeah, I think Dara was next, though. And then Bruce.
Yeah, I just have like two questions. I think my first question is, particularly this year about this resolution, like, asking other resolutions, right? And we talk about civil rights and other resolutions, like, what is the need about, like, what is the word of this resolution? Like, right, I think the problem with that also that it's like very vague, whereas like other resolutions allow us to, help these like protected classes. Like, it's like, what are the debates that can only happen on this topic that would be better than just like right, we talk about, we have resolutions about that are focusing on gays, or perhaps special religion, or perhaps special about race or religion. Why is this, like, what about this wording makes it, like, make close debate on this resolution better
Trans
like,
people.
ban, like trans people, like say like, oh, like I have to like religious rights, like not those. Like what, how would that act? Like, would that be an act if you were on under this resolution? You know, where you guys like, yeah, I can use my basic religion, just like exclude other people.
Okay, so for the first question, response to the first question, what is different about this is we aren't talking about a program under, we're not talking about a specific program under one of these categories, and also it is a way to talk about, what protections the law provide, the Constitution and laws provide. And that's what makes this resolution and comment unique. And short, can you just say your second part?
Yeah, so like, what stops a team from increasing civil rights protection?
Oh, because the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, would stop them from discriminating against groups. I mean, that would be a constitutional issue. For a public servant, for a public consumption.
Justin, you had a motion or something?
Well, I want to, I'll make a motion at the end of this. In doing a Google search on increased civil rights regulations versus increased civil rights protections in quotation marks, the phrase increased civil rights regulations gives 0 hits as a quoted phrase. And then you get back to just general stuff about civil rights laws. And with civil rights protections, you get at least 500 results more if you get rid of the word increase. So my motion is to stick with the original wording of protections and not change it to.
Is there a second? All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we go back to the original wording that includes protections and not regulations. All those in favor? Say aye. All right, any opposed? All right, that passed. I think we're back on people who had their hands up.
Can I make a second motion then?
Sure.
To add the red that's at the bottom.
The protected classes portion?
Yeah.
Okay, and
So
changing.
instead of in one or more of, or one or more following protected classes.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we change that part as seen on the board in red. All those in favor? Oh, was there a second? Thank you, Sam. All right. I'm sorry, yes. Any discussion? Yeah.
First thing, just a minor thing. I don't think the word civil rights should be capitalized.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if anybody's gone through that. but-
Justin, you want to add that? Yeah.
Okay, so, second thing is, if we're going to, I totally agree with what Abby was saying with us, that's about protection. So I'm glad everybody did that. But if we're going to use the word protected classes, we need to have a little bit more identification because states have protected classes that are not part of the federally protected classes. And so that might be a little confusing there because I'm researching protected classes and there are anywhere from 7 to 12, and it depends on whether you're a federal or state. Now, court might have a better idea.
Correct, but the federal government has more.
The laundry list just choose which one goes.
Hey.
When I did federally protected classes, I came up with different lists between 7 and 12. Now, none of those were official looking lists. They were other people saying these are what they are. So I think we need to maybe find out what they officially are. But also, it buys into the names of the classes. Are those the appropriate names for the classes? Because I don't believe federally protected includes sexual identity. I think it says sex, and then it further defines it as including gender, pregnancy, sexual orientation, and gender identity. So I think we need proper names there and what protected classes.
I disagree with the first part that I think everything after the colon solves protected classes. classes. But I think your argument about making sure the categories in the list mirror the federal government, that is the very real.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And I can't put my finger on the actual terminology, because I see it differently in different websites. And maybe more. Just even my more defined reasons.
Okay, so we're coming up on a time crunch, so we're going to see if we can pass this motion and then maybe have a callback for the classes to figure out which ones. Is that cool with the table? All right, so we're gonna go back to vote on the motion that Justin. Yes, so we've tacked on this friendly amendment to not capitalize civil rights. We are changing that phrase to for one or more of the following protected classes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I just know, like, the Department of Justice is worried is race, color, national origin, disability status, sex, religion, family status, or if that's what the law protects.
Yeah, because we're ahead of schedule.
Okay. Well,
With the answer of the list.
well, James reminded me we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So if he wanted to extend for 5 minutes to resolve the class, but I need a motion for that first. Second. All right, moved and seconded. I know, but Marley did too, and then it was Abby, and then I was gonna bounce back over here. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so 5 more minutes on the clock. Marley, Abby, and then Court. The order I have.
So I too was very concerned about like the language, and I just think that through some research, if we do a callback for somebody now. My question extended off of that because I was confused of why we picked these specifically if we don't have like, X, Y, Z. So getting some more clarity on that. I also was curious to know or more, which is then qualified of the following protected classes. But if you just focus on the or more as a person, right? Like, is there expansions out of, like if we were to say sex, right? The extension of sex is to apply sexual orientation, is to apply pregnancy, is to apply, chromosomes, intersex, all of these different things. So my question is like, how can we make sure that this is like a limited topic with this large list? And then also, is that a downfall to limit from an intersectional theory looking standpoint? Because from an intersectional point of view, you can say ability, age, gender, race, religion, sexual identity, all compound into one singular person's identity. So splitting them apart and getting them back together. So I was curious to know, when thinking about what this would play out, is it better to limit the list and have more government-backed solid identity factors or characteristics or classes? Or do we want that ability to tap into multiple intersections between, religion, sexual orientation, and things like that?
So the or more portion, it allows for the intersection. So if you are a Latina woman, we are talking about race and we are talking about gender. And so, or whatever, it doesn't have to be specific. But the whole point is, it allows for the increased protection of things that are particular to that could be particular to certain groups, but are intersectional in nature, or it could just be gender specific or just sex specific. The reason why the list is structured in the way that it is is like when we talk about sex, there are subcategories, and just to not make the resolution a half page, like it's within this subcategory. If you want to target a specific thing, then you can do that. But just to list it all for the sake of listing it all just makes the resolution.
And I would just like to suggest from a gender, women, and sexuality standpoint of including gender, sex, and sexual identity and or presentation and or orientation as options, because that's like critical literature is available in that, but again, I want that substantiated with like federal protections. But I think that having that free division is really important for the context of identity politics.
Because I feel like sex includes it. Abby was next.
I had kind of like a two-part. I totally agree with the like having both gender and sexual identity may not be like what is federally prescribed, because it seems like both of those might be under the heading of just sex as a protected class, but that's something to kind of look into. But my biggest question was, what is the net? What do I say if I'm negative on this topic?
So, for and this is why we had the whole regulation versus protection, that's because we want the like laws to come out of this, because laws then trigger if it's off case, it triggers counterclaim, it triggers it triggers critiques. You know, whether it's you know, it's about spending or federalism, and it directly triggers those things, and it helps with having that list of ability, age, gender, race, and so you don't have to have 1,000 different off-case arguments on the negative side that specifically pertains to one of those categories. You can cross-apply both of those to almost whatever people come with under them.
Okay, so we've eclipsed our 5 minutes. Is there a resolution, or does this feel like a callback? Okay, Darren.
For 5 more minutes.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think it's Darren and Josie, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, Court. Okay.
Two things. First of all, if we're going to use the phrase protected classes, they're often, regardless of what the federal recognized protected classes should be, they are described in particular ways. For instance, ability is not a federally protected class, and disability is. We may not like that term for valid reasons, but there is no such federally protected class as ability. Similarly, it might make sense for all kinds of very good ideological reasons not to use sex or sexual identity, because that doesn't capture all of these intersectional concerns. But it is literally not the case that those are protected classes. So they get careful about that. The second comment I wanted to make was, in recognition of what I thought was a very good point from Yara, given what this Supreme Court has done in the area of religious rights, I think you should seriously entertain dropping religion from the list. Because otherwise, you give affirmatives the ability to use the religion class as a way of drastically denying other protected groups.
When looking at the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they do expand or offer the subcategories when it comes to sex. Like sex includes pregnancy, sexual orientation, and gender identity. So it's just a way to be inclusive without like laying out every single thing, making it longer. When it comes to religion, our First Amendment rights are limited in certain cases, like your freedom of religion, as long as it doesn't infringe upon other people's civil rights. And I think that is people can do it, but I think it is a relatively easy thing to refute because and for a protected service, like you can, or for our country, it is like we can't discriminate based on our personal thing, like you can do it as an individual, but not in any thing that is under federal regulation.
I think Sam and or Justin had. Huh? Okay.
I got a lot of, well, they run this admin and run this power plant. What I haven't heard yet is, what do I say on case? That doesn't put me in a position where I'm going to get, that it would be running against this.
So we talked about the challenge of law case, right? In our subcommittee, and we and at least my perspective is looking at it from a trade-off. When things are protected, things are added, it changes things, and there are unintended consequences about what it changes. And so when we talk about on case, we have precedent of when things have changed prior to these things happening. So, or things have happened, or just we can do research in states where things have changed. So it gives the negative still ground for on case, and it makes it so the negative doesn't have to be like sound like a terrible person either. They don't have to say, well, we are against protecting people, and it is like we can use on case for actual challenges of like what are the ramifications of this, and how does it actually affect people? What it actually do in real life?
I agree. Yeah, we're in time. All right, so
that we had the same concern with criminal justice, and we ended up not in the doomsday scenario of being like, F all of these classes. So while we may not be able to identify some of them now, like.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to table this for first callback.
all right, so it's been moved and seconded that we entertain this as the first callback. All those in favor? All opposed? Just for clarification, Omar, if you had I think the room would probably appreciate a more concrete answer on like what case debate looks like from the negative, and some concreteness on the protected classes and what we should be calling them. Because I think that'll resolve all of this, us spinning our wheels on it. Right, like what the literature suggests those protected classes should be. Also, just also note to the wording committee, Kevin made a good point. Whenever we do call back, we might need to put federally in front of protected. Okay, thank you, Omar. Go for it.
Okay, so over the last 24 hours or so, there were 3 questions that were asked about this phrasing. I won't repeat kind of the whole spiel I gave yesterday, but I would like to address those questions. The first was asked by Pam last night, just basically asking me to make sure that we are on top of the Build Back Better question, which is now the Inflation Relief Act question. So last night and this morning, I did some research on that. And I think that the resolution is still viable, even given that. So New York Times article from August 4th demonstrates that it will not solve the case, but more importantly, it doesn't do a restriction on greenhouse gas emissions. So this article says the bill will not solve global warming, and And the bill does not require companies to cut their emissions. The requirement part being the key part of that is a largely incentive-based measure. And I'm happy to share this evidence with anybody that wants it. There's all the same article said that the bill falls short of the president's goal and will require additional federal regulations to close the gap between Biden's international commitments and the actual ramifications of the bill itself. A much longer card and kind of the criticism from the environmental left of the Inflation Relief Act is that it ties expanded domestic renewables development to domestic fossil fuels development. So there's actually provisions in the bill that would make it so we could not expand on federal lands wind energy unless lands were also allowed to be open for fossil fuels. So I'll quickly read this. This is from a professor of law from a couple days ago. The proposed act simultaneously stimulates investment in dirty and clean energy. One is contingent on the other, and renewables could be blocked if more areas are not opened up on public lands to expanded oil and gas development. So I think that the bill, which is admittedly not yet passed, would not really hinder affirmative advantage areas or non-unique disadvantages in a way that I think would be problematic. The second question was asked by Sarah yesterday, and harkened back to a paper written by Dustin and Irene about climate change. And the question was, should we place a modifier in front of the word restriction, like either market-based or command and control? And I was not part of that process, but I went back and read the paper last night. It was awesome. I wish I had read it before I wrote this one. It seemed like the goal of that resolutional wording was to guarantee that the act was allowed to use market-based regulations, which would include something like a carbon tax and cap and trade. And that the negative would then get command and control, which is like a firm-based regulation, which would limit the particular amount that a company or a power plant could pollute. I think both of those are included under the word increased restrictions. So I think it is both topical to be a broad economy-wide cap on emissions or a firm restriction, so something that says a particular energy plant can't emit a certain amount, or to be a carbon tax. So I'll just kind of read some of the evidence that I think helps demonstrate that point. So this is from a professor of law. In 2009, it said that both a carbon tax and a cap and trade act as restrictions. A cap and trade system imposes a quantity restriction. A pollution tax imposes a cost restriction. So it's two different types of restriction that still both fall under the term restriction. I also included both in the topic paper and one more part here that just demonstrates the restriction could be something that punishes by increasing cost. So from an international economic lecturer at the University of London, the term should be considered broadly. It's reasonable to suggest that the term restriction should not be limited to measures that totally prohibit, but should also include measures that negatively affect them, such as a requirement that increases the cost, which I think very clearly includes something like carbon tax in the word restriction. The third question was asked by Ruth, which is, should it say on greenhouse gas emissions or of greenhouse gas emissions, both from like a grammatical perspective, which I am more than happy to defer to people that know far more about grammar than I do, but also from a legal perspective, is it possible for the federal government to impose a restriction on greenhouse gas emissions? It's a little bit of a difficult question to answer. I did find one additional professor of law from 2021 that contextually seems to answer this question. Just says the federal government has the ability to impose nationwide restrictions on emissions, which I think at least there's evidence that is qualified to kind of speaks to that point. If there's like a strong belief that it should be on, not on, I'm totally open to it. If this was the resolution, or this was the word that was used on the college greenhouse gas emissions topic, and there was at least the helpful argument that on allowed was that it meant that the restriction had to be directly applied to the emissions as opposed to things that had knock-on effects that reduced emissions. I'm not sure if the word of maybe complicates that or makes effects topical as more topical. So I'm tentatively affirmative on we should keep on, but I'm open to the change.
Yes, Ed.
Can I just have like a brief rundown of what the difference would be between of and on again? On seems right to me, But what does it change if we were to pick up? Or I guess maybe Ruth, since she asked it.
It's just that we don't put, the federal government doesn't put restrictions on the gas itself. They restrict the emissions of the gas and things, and on is, you know, we don't put them physically on, but we regulate I mean, we've done in many other topics. I'm, you know, perfectly happy with Brett's explanation here in terms of on versus of. So Marion might have a different explanation. I've seen we've used of in many other cases.
What is your
So, well, kind of twofold. One is that we do have at least contextual evidence that says that the government can place restrictions on emissions. And admittedly, I'm not sure that that is exactly how it works. The way that I can kind of see this working is that one way that it actually could restrict emissions is to say that there is a national cap on the amount of emissions allowed, which it would restrict other actors than the emissions, but that would be the cap. You think of caps synonymously with restriction on emissions in the United States. So I guess I kind of think that like context plus it means that the restriction has to be directly applied to emissions, which is good because you could say that, you know, if we're thinking about two potential alternatives, one that says we should tax emissions, that seems topical here. One that says we should tax some fossil fuel, some emitting activity. So for example, tax the AT to drive the wind turbines. That would not be on emissions and therefore might be negative ground instead of affirmative, which is why I think maybe on is worth keeping. But again, like that's more tentative than I feel. Like I'm tentative on that.
There's just a couple of government websites that I was just looking at use the term of. But I just looked.
Yes, Rich.
I think on is a better term just because it's more contextual. If you just do a restricted search in Google, restrictions on greenhouse gas emissions, you get half as many hits than restrictions of. But if you do the full phrase, federal restrictions on greenhouse gas emissions, you get 800 hits. If you do federal restrictions of greenhouse gas emissions, you get. I think one is a better choice.
I did dig into some legal definitions of the word on outside of the context of greenhouse gas emissions, and the direct effect of on was something that I was attracted to. So I'm not, I guess I have like some cards that people would like me to read them on.
Yes, Dustin. Before restrictions?
Yeah, I can't remember if that was one of the.
That was one of the things we discussed.
So it's before restrictions.
We really needed this because the, what's your name? If it's a foreign company who's operating in the United States, you still want to restrict greenhouse gases, don't you?
Well, even that.
Yeah, and I think the argument is that they would find some way for the US to cause other countries to increase their restrictions.
It does the federal government have greenhouse gas emissions?
They're buying electric vehicles now.
So does that mean the existing restrictions?
I guess I'm just not that worried about an affirmative that says that the federal government will get another country to apply a restriction on emissions in the United States. Like that seems like a very far-fetched concern. But admittedly, like we have thousands of students trying to make that happen, so they should look at whatever.
Is there a harm?
Which may be US for a lot of this security.
Probably, like, I guess I can envision a scenario I was talking to her about, it's like, if there's German-based manufacturers that have plants in the US, could the US then pressure Germany to put restrictions on those plants? I mean, I think it's money as hell, it probably wouldn't happen, but could it? Like, I guess
I think it's also that, like, even if it is not political, yeah.
I agree,
I can't
but I don't, what are the harms?
Yeah, and in the context of this literature, the more threatening affirmative is probably one that forces the states to restrict greenhouse gas gases, and that would be topical under the previous resolution, but not under this, because I can't think of a farm for including it.
feeling? Do we like it? Do we not? Just in a lull right now.
I will move to add the its.
So it's been moved and seconded that we add its before restrictions. Discussion. Actually, are you cool with that? Like as the author? Okay. Well, all those in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right. Is there any more discussion about the topic? Yes, Abby, sorry.
So if we do its restrictions, should it be plural or not plural for restrictions? Do I have to do multiple restrictions or can I do one restriction as a policy? But also just
In my opinion, you can increase the federal government's restrictions on greenhouse gas emissions by increasing single restriction. The total number of restrictions has been increased, whether you affect multiple regulations.
okay.
Any other points of discussion? Is there a motion on the table to? All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept the wording as it is listed behind me. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Brett. All right, so this is where we take a 10-minute break. It's 9:55 now, so 10:05 we reconvene with Dart.
I can relate, see, listen to me, but I Thank you, and I took the test because I got really good on why did I have this. I know, now you worry about everything. You can't just be an allergy when you live in Austin. Yeah, I know, and you're panic when you I looked at my files for the LD stuff. I had a question, but only
Good. How's your summer?
Pretty good. School starts back next week. I mean, we got like teacher and service starting, so
yeah, we got
it's like coming to an end now.
Yeah, yeah, same. We normally we would start this Monday, but everyone was like, that's too early, and so they convinced them to push it back a week.
I'm taught like half of June. That's all like a summer speech class. And then so I had that. So I had like
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so I had a pretty nice vacation in Europe, and then like we worked in Michigan, and then did some family stuff. Like I went to South Patrick Island before this, did a lot of like celebration with my family, and then that, and then here. So it'll be good next week to just like, just kind of do some self-care, relax, and then start it all up again. I hope, fingers crossed that we're at some sense of normalcy this year. I mean, our school is just
mostly, you know, we are as the year goes on. It's kind of like it's like, I mean, like, I don't watch it every day, like, I don't walk away.
Yeah, I don't
But it started out like as zombies on the threat, but then after a while, it became like, that's just like an environmental thing you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And then everything else, it's like, it's like COVID's just like this thing that's just always.
Yeah, yeah.
They get vaccines, get what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, no, I agree. For me, like head administrative team that just like really mishandled the most as well. I mean, it was like I've never seen street teachers quit, and there's, you know, a school district that pays pretty well. So it's like, you know, it's not just about that. There are these other factors, and you know, they changed the discipline policy.
I'm like, so.
Yeah. Oh, yes. If I was
like,
where I would.
I'm like, we're fine.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have much issues with this at all, but the public schools, like, that whole
Yeah, and we're getting a bit like there's like in our school district, it's like there's very conservative parents, but also very liberal, like woke parents, and you got like battles between those lines on race, identity, and it's like as a teacher, it's very difficult because anything you say really puts you in a tough spot because they go home, tell mom and dad, they're being other, and then you know, so I'm just like I'm put my head down, and it's you know it's hard because like civics. They, I would, yeah. And in my policy like class, like they obviously are pretty liberal, but I'm like, y'all just, just chill with because they might bash Trump, and I'm like, okay, we can't, because there might be a person in there that supports him, and we have to have that environment that doesn't allow that to develop. Yes, you really do. You really do. Yeah. But I mean, we have a new super. So I'm hoping who's from the union, like this building principal has to get changed, has to step up and build the building. Yes, it was like full on so I'm hoping that that changes. Yeah. I'm actually going to be an assistant. Yeah, pretty excited about it. Yeah. School is to take her off. Yeah. I just want to, I just love the fact that I can go in, coach, do my thing, and I don't want to deal with partnership issues. I don't want to deal with administration anymore. I just anything that's I'll help him. The new guy, I think he's doing a great job from Dulles School in Texas. Jennings, I think it'll be great. But navigating a big bureaucratic, a large budget, those schools, those northern Illinois schools can be a pain sometimes. It goes. Yes.
And I was kind of pretty easy for me. If I have anything, I can just like walk across the street.
Right? Yeah.
Somebody,
yeah.
This way.
Yeah.
And they're mostly like, probably.
Right?
But you can't.
No. And there's all this like here. And even though Gleason has a doctorate and he probably knows more about the budget than them, they're like, you aren't at our level. So you have to go through here and then go through here. And it's even more so in my school. But I'm just like, in order for us to get the program where it had to be, I had to just be kind of a little bulldog in that regard. And I was like, I don't care. Like, you're going to do this. You're going to, but debate having a big budget. And then in the Glenbrooks, particularly, there's been a lot of new admin and also some parents who are anti-debate. They saw the Berkeley Forum final round where they talked, God forbid, talked about Marxism. And so there's a group of parents in the Glenbrooks that are super conservative. They have like a pack. And so that can be also very difficult to work on.
You're not that. Trust me, ask anybody that's been we're right?
Yeah.
We're like the people who are
Yeah. And there's just, so it's, I think the politics, you're right, can be hard. So it's always a pleasure seeing you.
You sure you don't want to do this? No, thank you. No, thank you. What's it? That's cool. What's up? Jennifer. No, I was trying to track where the rest of the community was. Oh, there she is. Let's go softly remind them that it's time to start. Yes. All right, everyone, our 10-minute break has elapsed in addition to a slight grace period. So if we can make our way back to our seats as Dara makes her way to the front. Oh, there he is. Huh?
You can go ahead and start.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and try to get started in the with respect to everyone's time because it's so precious and important and our most valuable resource. We will now entertain comprehensive internet reform and Dara.
Good morning, everyone. I think that obviously I have to write the paper, but I also would love for y'all to believe it's a great topic as well. I just think that, right, even when we think about debate and how we do debate, and even all of us in this room, we are all sitting on the internet, all of us being in this room together, researching things, Googling things, is all going to impact how the internet serves us information. And so I think it's really important that we get students engaged in conversations about how this resource that they are actively using is also influencing themselves. right? And I think that when I think about what we actually take from debate, what skills that I, as a former debater, have taken away is my knowledge from the topics. I think that our dependence on this resource, and like literally there are like people who are also sitting in a room right now working for these companies who are figuring out ways to make this resource more addicting, to keep us scrolling, to keep us engaged. And I think it is imperative that we now start to think about the ways that we want this resource to behave and about the information that they're collecting from us. I will say, after some like reflection on the wording of the resolution, I am going to suggest one change. I think I would like to remove child protection from the resolution because I think that I think that's the one thing that the internet and like that the federal government actually does protect when it comes to like internet regulations is you know things that are harmful for children. And I think social media aspect of the thing will really capture that other aspect of child protection, which is, you know, the limits on what is posted on social media, what labels or what restrictions should be added to social media to protect the information that children are seeing. But like when I think about like child protection, I think about laws that already exist about like, you know, protecting child pornography, like those types of things. I think that's already kind of pretty much covered by the federal government. So I think dropping it down to misinformation and social media would be that's appreciated. I still know the wording of it because obviously I think we don't need one or more of the following. So if anyone could assist with wording that to make it an and instead of and or instead of one or more of the following, I think it would be a more concise definition.
Well, yes, Marley, Court, Dustin.
With like Sesta Fosto, which is like a bill that passed to change the Communication Decency Act, and it's kind of on the line to protect child protections. I think something about like, I don't know, pornography, the sex industry might be something worth exploring for that. I also wanted to note for regulation of, to mirror what the climate one that we just left off of, do you want something like regulations on to mirror that, or did you want it to just be a singular regulation as a limit?
Were you going to answer, or are we just chewing on that?
Yeah.
Okay, Court.
To answer Roland's question, I think regulation of the internet is, the government talks about regulation of, I think they say regulation. I don't know what that. If you are going to drop one of these categories, do we need to add something else to make it a sufficiently robust set of ground? And if you are going to consider something else, one of the things that you mentioned in talking about it was like data collection. And would that be an area, data collection or data protection or something like that? Would that be an option to add?
Yeah, so I think in the subcommittee meeting, they didn't want to add data privacy because they thought that it opened it up to more international, if I remember correctly, like considerations for the resolution. But I also think that like under the social media debate, I think that that's where that big data conversation can be a little bit more right. Like, right, if you put big data into the resolution, that would include things like traffic control, which I think kind of like moves away from the direction that I want to be talking about. I guess, yeah. Well, yeah, so we use like big data through the internet to like do things like traffic control, other things that are not considered the focus of resolutions. I think having social media, thinking about how social media companies use big data, I think it's the heart of that debate.
I had Dustin, then Ruth, and then I'll come down the road here.
My concern is about the word misinformation. I think you're wanting to target like fake news, right? So the correct phrase would be disinformation, because misinformation is like, oops, I said something wrong. Disinformation, it's a question of intent. Misinformation is, oops, I said it wrong. Disinformation is knowingly spreading false information. So you could include those. There are people who write about attempting to regulate both of them, but I think the heart of the concerns from the paper and, you know, the internet being the internet is disinformation. I said something that I got thumbs up to Aaron, packing it up for the day. Wake me up like that.
Ruth?
Couple concerns, and I'll just run through it real quick and then you can choose to discuss. I think regulation by direction. You could increase regulations to allow for more of this. And therefore, you may not even necessarily do, but you could. Second thing, the misinformation concerns me. And I think disinformation is better. Could we just say fake news? I mean, that seems to be a term that's used a lot. But the other term that bothers me is social media, because there's not a clear definition of what social media is. It's, when you communicate on the internet. There's a definition I found that says that it's slang for the internet. And so I'm not sure there's a specific definition of what is and isn't social media. Now, in terms of the regulation, I'd like to ponder one other wording. Could you say substantially increase internet protection? And drop the word regulation and just say increase its internet protections in one or more of the following. I don't know. I looked at the word up a little bit and it seems to be what we want.
So would that protect my ability to generate fake news? Right? Could I now become a one-man?
It could, but you can do that under the current one.
I think to answer your question in order, the first part about like regulation, right now, like we don't have regulation, so it's not like get rid of the regulation is that would have the like I don't think the top of that would find our regulation like the only thing we have is the CPA and that's like the biggest like current regulation that we have on the internet. It's really like I don't think that would probably be progress in that way. I don't think that the way I don't think that's necessarily like fake changing this information. I just don't think like the way that like different countries handle these stuff, maybe they don't use things that
Okay, I had Mary Rose and then Sarah, then Nate, and then I'll bounce back over here.
There's something about social media being really, really broad, and then the misinformation fits inside social media. So there's something about those categories that don't necessarily seem in black or whatever with the parallels.
So I guess like this is the answer to that question about social media. I think that's like in my research, like social media are like platforms in which people can communicate with each other. I think that like it seems like very big, but I think in the research and like what we need when what we can see by policies that in the past year, like there is a specific definition to social media companies, and I think generally like right like people are going to be talking about Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. I don't think that there's going to be like a great ad from like some small like platforms that only have like 100 users. So I don't necessarily think that like social media is big enough that it's gonna like mess up for the days. But also I think this information also can cover websites that are posting as news websites. Like Wikipedia, people can post anything to Wikipedia. That's not a social media website that can still have this information. So suggested like social media, you wouldn't be able to capture like news websites that post this information.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah?
A couple of things. I love this topic and I think it's really interesting and timely. I agree with the disinformation versus misinformation comment that Dustin made, and I think that disinformation is also a better phrase than fake news. I think it's more specific, and I think it's pretty well defined in the literature in terms of what it entails, the malicious intent behind it, and fake news gets just kind of like being about by whoever wants to call the other side fake. I think that you're right in including both disinformation and social media as two distinct things, and I would second the idea that court had of adding data protections, because I think that data privacy piece is potentially really important and also very timely and fits into this.
Nate, you were next.
Yeah, there's a third type of information.
Okay, so over here, there were a few hands. Okay, you, and then we'll bounce over back to Marlon.
Well, from an estimate's perspective, as we're is right now, the best information it does feel very limited. So I want to also say that from a high school perspective, I would encourage adding fraud detection because then that expands it to be able to talk about other internet companies like Google and Microsoft because those aren't necessarily going to be social skill or different outlets of this information. But I could be wrong about it. So just from a high school perspective, that's what I would say.
Marley.
I would totally love that for the resolution. I think that I think that our big data is really important. I think it's a big part of the topic when I really think about this topic. Those are things that I'm thinking about. What are people doing with data? How these data influence things like our election, our health data. And that's something that I cover in the paper a lot. So I am in favor of having big data of that.
Yeah. I think that maybe one way to get at a third subtopic, if you will, but maybe not have so much cybersecurity conversations, if you will, right, is to consider users, consider platforms, right? So when we're talking about the internet, it's an interplay of people, it's an interplay of companies, Bitcoin, right? So how can we more conceptualize, because again, with Sesta Costa, one of the biggest concerns is with Tumblr being ended and certain companies being held financially liable for users' actions, right? So there's a clear bright line between companies or platforms and the user, right? And so now users using illegal activity with the company's knowledge, right? All washing, that's a great debate. Could be something that's worth exploring to maybe parse out a third subtopic.
Yes, Josie, and then Ela.
I'm wondering about what substantially increased regulation. I mean, in effect, there isn't really any regulation to speak of. It's so muddy and so murky, and it's open to interpretation on a lot of levels. So I just wonder about that wording. I guess, is it going to capture what you're really looking for in having protections and regulations in general? It's just, when I think about that, I think it's not like there's a clear set of regulations right now. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to ask is that if there a little bit better wording like that?
Was there a problem with the word substantial or the word regulation?
More within, I think increase, because substantial, right, is a certain percentage, so that's fine. But when there's almost nothing at all.
Yeah, any application is
right. And so, I don't know, I guess when I'm thinking about, okay, if I'm the app, I think about the which apps I can run. If I'm the day, I'm obviously, in my mind, that's freedom of speech, right? That's just my instant thought. But I don't know. And I'm throwing that out and just kind of thinking about the wording. Is it going to be what you're I guess.
Yeah, so I think that increase would be I don't know what other word you can use besides increase to get someone to get the after pass regulation. I think yes, I think there are probably a lot of different plan text, but generally the advantage is going to be the same, right, so whether or not you're saying, oh, children at the age of 12 only be on Facebook for 2 hours a day versus an app that's oh, there should be, content warnings on Instagram when there's filters being used, right? Those are two different apps, the advantages of the same. So I think that yes, there will be a plethora of different plan texts that affirmatives can come up with. I think that the ultimate impact, the ultimate advantage is going to be very similar, and a lot of the research that you're doing on the advantage part will be applied to different affirmatives.
All right, soft warning to the room. We've got like 9 minutes left. I think I had Eli, then Rich had his hand up, if I'm not mistaken. Did you? Okay, I made it up. So Eli, Ruth, and then we'll come back to Dustin.
So I did go to the bathroom and the job protection got struck out, so I'm not sure why. So I might be a little off. Given, and so I know there is sometimes overlap between what the college opportunities and the high school opportunities, just because of it being a timely issue. But I'm not sure without like child protection and like the move towards like big data. I'm not sure what the difference is between the apps that were on this topic and this, given that like our non-staff was a business.
Dara, you want
I'm just wondering, in the direction that the conferences have moved in, how are these debates going to be different from the debates that like college novices had last year, given that the students can download all of those files?
I guess my reasoning for removing child protection from the resolution is that I think the type of debates that I'm envisioning people having on child protection can be addressed through either like the social media debate or the big data debate. And I think, yeah, like some teams are gonna download all the files like regardless of what the topic is. And I don't think that's like a reason to not do the topic. And I also think that, especially because this topic I think is really relevant, I think that students are going to take the time to be creative about what they want to see on this topic. Also, I just think that like, it's like from like my general debate, like, or the students that I work with, like college debate is not something that is on their like purview. Like they're coming up with arguments on their own, they're coming up within their own league, with their core files, with their packets. And so I think like, yeah, if anything, it's like helpful that like may like need extra specific research by having at least some type of reference document on the college topic, unnecessarily think like it being a college topic is like topic.
So I don't think it means it's not a right topic. I'm just wondering why not the explicit direction that it was before, if it requires specific and more specific research. So while maybe some students will be interested in more individualized work, I feel like there's a lot of students that are not. And so I'm just wondering why the broader direction that seems to overlap versus the more specific direction that starts it.
I don't get how, I think the debate that I'm having, so I guess on the internet with regulation, there are already a lot of current regulations that are in place for child protection. So I think that the debate that I want students to have about the internet when it comes to like child protection is like having the awareness to know that these companies are tracking your information and potentially influencing how you look at the world and how you engage with the world. And I think that debate should be had under the discussions that under big data and under social media, why child protection doesn't need to be there. I think people will see child protection and focus more on like the child pornography or like sex trafficking things that happen through the internet, and that's not the focus that I want the topic to have. I want them to focus more on how social media companies and internet companies are actively influencing the way they think and engage with the world.
All right, so I have Ruth and then Dustin, and then we'll come back that way if we have time.
Just a cursory look at what big data is defined as. I find several websites that said we don't regulate big data. What we regulate is privacy. Would there be an advantage using the term instead of big data, privacy? Because that would include also, we have the children's online privacy protections, and it would include several of the areas that you talked about, because the ultimate reason why we're regulating big data is because of privacy. And we regulate big data by regulating the privacy and the way that they use or exploit that data. And big data, I'm not sure is as well defined. I don't know if privacy was ever considered, but I just throw it out there as an option.
I think the original way that I had it worded in my paper is FR policy is not big data. So I definitely did that.
Dustin?
All right, I'm gonna address Ruth's suggestion
protection instead of regulation, looking at the way protection of the internet is used contextually, that turns this into a cybersecurity topic, because it's more about protecting the network, so I think regulation is the best phrase. And then I've just been sitting here Googling big data, data protection, data privacy, and I agree that big data is probably not the way that we want to go, that I like the suggestion of either data collection, which can include some of the big data elements, it can be inclusive of privacy, or data privacy, which I think is a bit more limiting, but I don't know enough to go, here's what is in or excluded.
All right, so we have like, I think 3 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 3 and some change. So just kind of keep that in mind. We probably need a motion to clean this stuff up on the board. But I know Daniel was next.
So, that you want to talk to me, also now, in terms of like how broad this topic is, what apps do you propose that? And at least for social media, that don't include this or data privacy, don't need it to set security. Like what apps work? What apps would work under this resolution? You can app that sends up students under like whatever users under a certain age, like you can't use their like data to show them. I obviously this is like big, like I would say like controversial content. So like right, so when we think about the election, right, certain students were shown the same type of content that adults were shown based off their clips. Like if you're seeing all this like radicalizing on either side, like information that's inaccurate, I think that like there should be limitations on like using that data to constantly supervise students for that information. There's a little shout out to like this little like Netflix documentary, but this isn't in my paper, but like it shows how like students or young people were able to be radicalized because they were seeing the same type of like problematic like ads and news sources that they were showing like both love like voting age. In turn, like makes young people like more like angry and kind of like mean towards each other. So I think that like there are a lot of apps that you can, limit. Even like when you think about like social media, the big thing is like how there's a big study that came out like Instagram like really taking like most of the products. Right? You can make an app, you can come up with solutions to make how Instagram displays the media in order to help students like not internalize whatever they're seeing on social media. I think there's a lot of apps that you can run. I guess like what apps are you concerned could be one or not be one?
For the respect of time, I think we just timed out. Not to be rude, because this is good. But is there a motion about what to do with these words behind me?
I'm down to extend. Or do you want a motion first?
We just need
I will
clarity.
move to accept data privacy and disinformation.
Data privacy and disinformation.
Is there a second? All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we use data privacy and disinformation instead of misinformation. Discussion? Oh, and it also includes removal of child protection. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so do we want to try to extend time or do we? All right, so moved and seconded. Do we extend 5 minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? All right, you got 5 more minutes. So I guess y'all can go back to that exchange, and I think then Dustin and Marley.
So that exactly what my question was. They aren't really independent of them. So it's focused on
So the question is, what does social media capture that's not already captured by the
So social media can capture, I think like things like filters and different things that people post on social media that like really change the way that they look. I think that that's something that social media, that's not disinformation. Like me posting a filter that makes my face
in your different skin look like or whatever. I guess technically maybe it is disinformation because that's not really how you look, but I think that's like something different than the disinformation. Also, I think on social media, right, there's like a lot of like people of color who get like shadow banned on social media for the content that they post. And so that's something that's captured by social media that wouldn't be captured by data privacy or disinformation. Yeah.
I have one potential amendment. US code continuously capitalizes internet when referring to things on the internet and uses lowercase internet to refer to like broadband access.
Okay, I think Dustin was next. Oh, did you make a motion? Or were you just suggest? Oh, my bad. Is there a second? So it's been moved and seconded that we capitalize internet. All those in favor? All opposed? All right, now Dustin, you wanted to make your say something.
My last question is, should this be in or on? In, on, or up, like regulation of the internet, like on data privacy, on disinformation, on social media. So would it be up? Would we do up twice? Like, and I'll say I'm bad at the English language. All of you have heard me talk no words. But it sticks out as weird.
Yeah.
Regulation of in the area.
I mean, if you want to talk about statutory language, they normally say something like regarding or pertaining.
Yeah.
Players.
But that's legal.
Forgive me for wanting to.
That's okay, court.
Yeah, Marley.
I think that there needs to be, again, some type of like user or like, are we identifying the company's regulations or are we regulating the consumer? And again, because of the change in law, that's why Tumblr and YouTube have like changed, and like YouTube created an entire kids version of terms and agreement that basically says that if you leave your kid to watch Coco Melon, which just was sued, that's not their fault because you left your child unattended. So when we're regulating social media, is it for protection of users? And so I know that we don't want to use the protecting language, but where does the use, like, are we, because the way things are going in the legal conundrums is that companies are scared to be held liable because of these new things, but they're not being regulated. They're just being preemptive, which leads to the shadow banning like you're talking about, right? So are we encouraging the regulation of those companies for the safety of the users, or do we regulate the users' actual usage of like a child not being able to use the internet, right? And then again, we have the terms and agreement because of a private sector. So
we're regulating the companies that would regulate, that those regulations would be on the companies that would change how users use the platform.
Right.
So it's not like, oh, we're telling people like you can't, post slurs on Instagram. We're making Instagram say that you're not going to allow users to do those things. I guess, like, that makes sense.
It does, but I'm asking, is there a way to clarify that in the wording so that regulation of individual users is not the premise of most topics? It's the regulation, it's the requirement to have regulations for the company. So like, and I don't think that saying internet companies or internet platforms serves the social media, but I think that there's conversation that needs to happen about identifying who is regulating. Because again,
I just like that. So those like ads that are like regulating the users, like not through the company, like plans that like say like, oh, we're gonna stop users from posting like racist things. Like that's not a good ad.
Okay, so not to be rude, but for the sake of time, what are we going to do here? Are we going to move to accept this? Or Well, either way, we're out of time. So any questions that we may have or take, we got to extend time to accept those or accept the resolution. It's been moved and seconded that we accept the wording as it is posted behind me. All those in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. My apologies to Sarah and Pam that we didn't get to you on this topic. Thank you, Dara, though. You're on.
You want me to go over there? Can I talk from here? Is that okay? All right.
Right in front of anybody.
Can I be heard okay?
Sounds great.
Awesome. That's perfect. Okay. I think it would be an excellent year to debate cryptocurrency. The whole three themes that we talked about for this conference was that it had to be relevant and timely. Crypto is an emerging market. There's tons of explosion in new literature. And since the last crypto topic paper, the balance and nuance of the resolution has only increased. The cultural impact makes it more palatable to younger folks. I think in terms of the students' first level, novice debate is both cool and simple due to the nature of the regulations topic and the novel cultural impacts that NFTs and other instruments are having. And I think at the varsity level, you have tons of room for advanced argumentation, given that it's like an economic instrument and have a lot of different counterplay mechanisms with that. And debates won't lose interest over the year because of the manifold applications of NFTs and nuances that cryptocurrencies have and the differences. I think it's balanced. AF teams will have lots of debates as they relate to fraud, scams, transparency, accountability, and environmental damage, and how they relate to illicit financing and economic stability. Regulations balances the problems with cryptocurrency that evidently exist and gives the NEC options to approach the case beyond just we know what's going on now is fine. The NEC will have options such as growth, innovation, and market leadership turns, as well as regulations bad turns on the case and a variety of other ways to approach it. I think in the subcommittees, the main weaknesses we discussed was that it seemed that the paper is quite complex. And I think that we want to parse out that the topic language is clear and that cryptocurrencies and non-fungible tokens allow for more generalist debates among novices and less experienced debaters while still allowing people to dig up more of the technical differences between types of cryptocurrencies. And then the second thing we discussed was whether we were comfortable with the definition of cryptocurrency and non-fungible token. And I think it's something we could establish that.
Yeah, that's in Ruth.
I'm gonna get my first fight with Pam today. I think we should remove the before exchange, because use and exchange are something that work together, right? That it's going to be like, I will buy Ethereum, and then as I use it or send it to somebody, that if you're regulating one, you're regulating both as a process. So I think that needs to be gone. And then the other thing that I'll make a note of really fast in terms of the notes of the complexity of the topic paper, I had a lot of kids in one of my classes at the end of the semester that wanted to learn about cryptocurrency and blockchain. And as Eric knows from conversations last year, I have a preschool understanding of some of this stuff, but the wealth of short, explain it to me like I'm 5 YouTube videos exists to help solve the complexity. That this doesn't have to be debates about the world of blockchain. It's should the government step in and regulate this new currency and exchange of art that I think should not scare you away from this resolution. If you're like, I don't know what crypto is, because the internet, which we may regulate, not make those about. But yeah, I understand the second that is parallel phrasing, but I just don't think it works that way in terms of how we would regulate this problem.
And to very briefly touch on the issue of accessibility of crypto is complex. Like I said, I think that the fact that like when I first entered the research process, like I'm not a crypto trader, like I had to figure out a lot of these definitions myself, and I found it very novel that it's very easy to analogize to other economic instruments because its purpose is just fundamentally like exchange and value, and even younger debaters know those analogies. And so, like I said, the ability to have generalist debates using a variety of YouTube videos and resources, and then just having questions of just regulations rather than asking someone to be a crypto trader themselves or whatever, it moves away from more complex elements and focuses on the controversy that is more balanced.
All right, so in the order that I've seen the hands, I saw Ruth, and then Sam, and then Tommy and Sarah, and then Eli, and then I'll bounce back that way. So, yes.
I think the way this topic is worded, it creates an undue burden on the affirmative, because with the multiple use of and, it means that the affirmative needs to do all of that. There's not an and or, so they have to regulate cryptocurrencies and non-fungible tokens, not one or the other.
Can I directly respond to that? Is that?
And they have to do use and exchange.
So I think that's a really good point, and I appreciate that. But I think that for people who are have experience with cryptocurrencies and NFTs, would probably agree that they're intrinsic to each other. It's impossible to regulate cryptocurrencies without affecting non-fungible tokens, because the ecosystems that the non-fungible tokens are built upon are cryptocurrencies.
Can you do the opposite?
That is one thing. Go ahead, sorry.
Without affecting crypto.
So yeah, so the one blockchain I'm thinking of is Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is a non-NFT based blockchain because Bitcoin is more transactional goal to replace fiat currency in a decentralized manner. I compare Bitcoin to digital gold. It's supposed to hold value. Obviously hasn't held value if you bought in the bull, but it definitely has held value if you bought earlier. Whereas Ethereum and what are called ETH pillars, supposed to replace Ethereum's blockchain, which I don't think will ever happen, that is digital oil. So the Ethereum network powers centralized applications called dApps, which use gas. And every time you transact in that blockchain, you have to pay money in a cryptocurrency to interact, whether that's sending an NFT, whether that's buying things. So I do think there is a situation where if you wanted to regulate Bitcoin, you probably would not regulate NFTs in the current ecosystem that we have.
Yeah, so I think it's the use part of the fact that it's use and exchange is what would make the and or between cryptocurrencies and NFTs more viable. Because when we talk about the use of those, you absolutely can regulate those differentially. Now, obviously, there's some regulations that will spill over and whatnot, but that was my question is going to be similar to what I'm kind of adding in. Is like, what's the downside of doing and or to these besides, well, they're connected?
So I'll say on the first and or use like for and or exchange, there's virtually zero Google hits for use or exchange or use and or exchange. It is, or even use and the exchange. It is all the use and exchange. It's pretty much all of the Google link hits are all related to use and exchange, not the no ors. They're pretty much always linked together. I do agree and or between cryptocurrency and non-fungible.
Yeah, and
Was that going to be your commentary when I was going to come to you? Okay,
and really quick, just to circle back to Tommy, I think that what you're recommending has no impact on our intent at all. Our intent is the opposite, to limit like me and Nate creating a coin and then banning that coin, right? That would be a really horrible affirmative and obviously would not be educational, things like that. So I think it's the opposite of what we're trying to prevent is the infinite amount of coins that could be out there, and obviously substantial checks, but at the same time, like I have no problem with an app that wants to ban Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I feel personally very comfortable with use and exchange making the mechanism large enough to access that balance.
Did you get out what you needed to before I move on?
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. And then Eli.
So I appreciate this topic and the work that went into the topic paper and everything y'all are saying. I know more about crypto now than I did a few years ago when we talked about this. I will say the words that came up in feedback on this topic from Harley included things like elitist, elitist, not accessible, and a very real concern about the lack of diversity in the literature base, that this is a space that is predominantly white and and I have a very hard time overcoming that as the instinct from the people who took the time to respond. So I have a report last night. I think people should consider that when considering this time.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that I was looking at is one of the discussions that motivated this paper the most was that we think there's a significant difference between the previous submission of the crypto paper and the current one. And I think that the literature and the direction of cryptocurrency is shifting so that the question of regulation is a question of access, right? So like there's a lot of scholarship being produced in a ton of different areas, and the fact that crypto applications are being applied to new areas, be it that NFTs have social media impacts now, there's a discussion of like the relationships between the metaverse, there's a discussion of how of the environment, and like all of those pieces of how cryptocurrency is developing are controversy areas where we can discuss questions of access. Now, literature being produced, I haven't known the topic to be exclusively produced. I've seen international research and legal research about crypto and NFTs. So, I mean, I haven't seen exclusively the types of like authorship, and I just don't know about that question, to be honest, but I don't know if Mr. Wood want to comment.
Yeah, and I want to let you run the show, especially as the word you think, but I do think it's important to talk about equity component. I totally agree that those sentiments are out there. I will say though, there are a lot of movements now in NFTs, especially like World of Women and other NFT projects that are becoming pretty popular that do have an equity-based focus, or at least try to remedy some issues.
Eli was next.
I just have two things. One, I would wonder how is the ban Bitcoin app applicable if Bitcoin does not necessarily require NFT. So you can have an exchange Bitcoin, but most Bitcoin is not used on NFT. Whereas I don't know. Said that would be like the big app. I'm not sure if it makes sense to me 100%. But based on without the and or. The other thing is on in terms of is it complicated? Just hashing out the T debate. Y'all said it was. It won't be that complicated to debate, but just hashing out the T debate seems super complicated. And I'm in the literature somewhat. Like I'm interested in this. Like I own some crypto, but I just don't understand how you can have a year of like nuanced debates without getting into the nitty gritty of like all of these ecosystems and all of the different ecosystems. You know, like you could just focus on the regulation, but how do you separate the regulation from the complexity of the system?
So to speak in a couple of examples, there's, for example, you can have broad anti-money laundering regulations, and the focus would be the regulations and the goal of those anti-money laundering regulations and how they relate to what could be different types of cryptocurrencies that might become more complex and nuanced. And the focus of the affirmative would be on that regulatory element. And I think that whether it's money laundering, there are like know your consumer or know your customer regulations that focus on transparency. There's environmental regulations, and I think that that's what really helps convey the most complex aspects of the topic is focusing the regulations on the conduct rather than having to change the conduct or redefine it. Like you can use those types of regulations on the market to be able to make those debates easier and more palatable to like younger people.
But all of your advantages are based on like different parts. So even for it, even not based on that, but this has a point of answer about how this affects all of you. So I'm wondering if it would make more sense to just be like it's a feature, not a bug. Like complexity is good because it still doesn't really pass this as a how you do it.
I see. Yeah. So I mean, in some elements, yes, complexity is great in that it's an area that you're not going to catch, like cryptocurrency and all these economic instruments. It's not an area you're going to catch even like your high school economics class, just because it's just not discussed as part of like generic curriculum. So that element is great, and I think that it has the same benefits of the surveillance topic. I mean, it was complex in that regard, but it introduced a type of policy area arena that is not commonly discussed. So that element of getting out of your comfort zone is really good to me. I think that the main thing that the topic has to grapple with is providing avenues for teams to simplify the debate through that. Right? So like the complexity is inherently good because I think that having those discussions about like people who are interested in crypto or people who are very active on social media and don't know like what these new Twitter profiles that are NFTs mean or what it means to have those different types of transparency regulations. Like I think all of those, like they're complements to each other, and then the complexity and the regulations help balance each other out. That was the main thing that I focused on, and I think some of the evidence that was produced in the topic paper on the topic balance discusses why the issue of regulation is more balanced and involves more of the type of novel, like, policy, like, impact area discussions that a lot of affirmatives have had with respect to, like, illicit financing, and with respect to, like, environmental damage, or just, like, innovation, right? These are common themes that advantages will focus on. And so I think keeping them grounded in that respect makes them very palatable, even if there's complexities at the varsity level.
Maybe I just want to clarify, you're totally right. In its current iteration, that would not be possible. But under and or, I think that banning Bitcoin would be possible, and then the substantial checks in economic. So I just want to clarify, you're totally right in regards to in its current iteration would not be possible, which is probably why the suggestion revised is a very balanced package.
Reminder to the room, we've got like 9 minutes left, give or take a few seconds. I had Dar next, and then I had him next, and then I had Yo all over here. So I think she'll go before you, Devin.
Yeah, I think first thing, I really appreciate this topic. I think the problem is that it's not, obviously cryptocurrency and all stuff is complicated, but I think there's a missing for some debaters who then was like having financial literacy in the first place to be able to take a second step to understand like cryptocurrency. So Sarah's point, I think it's a little bit unfair to a lot of students of like not being into this, or this is like something that they can be interested in. I really have watched like a million music festivals in the past couple weeks. All of Palooza, like literally, promoting cryptocurrencies and NFTs. Like literally, I have 2-3 NFTs that I just got from all Palooza. Awesome. Rolling Loud. Like I think like even the Migos are like selling NFTs, but I think to like maybe push the coaches back on actually talking to their students and making assumptions that like because they're Black and brown kids that they do care about this. Like people are, at least like in the education field that I work with. Chicago, at least kids more know more about NFTs and all this stuff than I do. And I think that their coaches are just like, knee-jerk responding to this and not actually into asking their students if they actually ask the students. I think like it's a way for them to engage the economy that they weren't allowed to do. I think like yes, it's scary, but I think the kids are going to want to do this stuff because they're already doing this stuff.
Well said.
I would say what I see most of the components is art, music, and finding new ways to pay smaller musicians, with music companies. That seems very cool. Also, in a lot of this is in Asia and in Africa for alternatives to the currencies that don't work in so much of the world. Now that's limited out of this by in the United States, unless that's a challenge, but Stello is a stable coin that is huge in the development community as an alternative. So it's a big deal. People are writing about it around the world. But it's true, the United States, I can't refer to, you don't know who's most in it, most interested in it. So that I know about these.
Okay, so for the sake of not upsetting two people who I inadvertently skipped, Sam and then Abby.
I'm going to put on my James hat for a second and note that a lot of this discussion seems to be better suited for caucusing during breaks or tonight.
Yes.
And that unless we're talking about a wording issue that makes it more accessible, I think we should be focusing more on the wording, right? Like whether it's a good resolution or not, is it certainly a great conversation to have, but it's not the conversation to be having right now. We're talking about the wording and what wording makes for a good topic and resolution to put forward.
With that in mind, Abby.
Gotcha, James.
Yeah, mine's not about wording, it's just how we're going to get this case in our plan, but we can move on.
Which I didn't mind.
Yes, and then Devin.
So, going back to use and/or exchange, use and/or exchange because use is combining, so that's where the environmental factor is. That's where a lot of people fall from it. And so use, if it is combining, so we don't have to have minus and exchange and regulations and what's in that. And then second, the last in the United States, is that going to be like both parties have to go because we have to have border walls? And so like remittances or something like is that going to stop, is that going to regulate the international exchange?
I think that there's at least a healthy debate about in the United States the location of the coins. I think that's something I would leave up to debate. I feel like a broad variety of affirmatives that use like super international would struggle to justify the relationship with Bitcoin in the United States and stuff like that. But I do think that if the US has a coin that is broadly defined as the US has very international impacts, I would encourage you to try to challenge negatives, make them on that question. I don't think that there's really, like, I think that the substantial increase in having to be centralized in the United States, the combination of those two things make it very difficult to have an app that is fully international and things like that. And so I would just invite that sort of debate.
Yeah, just really quickly, as someone who transacts in this space, a lot of projects and NFTs will not airdrop tokens if you are from the United States. So sometimes if there's KYC and you say you're from the United States, they'll err on the side of caution from their legal team. They won't airdrop tokens, which if they are in any way of value, because then there's subject to a certain test that would then declare it a security. And so a lot of times they'll just be like, from the US, tough, you're not eligible for this airdrop. I also think that regulations, while the fact that crypto is international, which is why I think it's really cool of a topic for people and students, especially because of how international it is and meet people from all over the world, you wouldn't get a chance to meet. The regulations in and of themselves are subject to the jurisdiction of the country. And so I think it'd be very difficult for an app to be like, we'll work with the European Union to regulate or something.
With 4 minutes left, hopefully quickly, Debno and then Dustin.
Crypto changes fast, regulation of crypto has a good chance of changing in the next year or so. Given that there's some chance that happens, right? What do you envision sort of reliable negative disadvantage look like with this sort of wording of the topic? I can sort of just, if a regulation happens, that's significant thing you can.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think is going to be the innovation and growth style of this, right? Like, even if there's some changes, there will be authors that come up and stand and say, hey, the direction of regulations needs to be net zero or maybe less. The negative might be able to introduce some uniqueness and counter plans that deal with the possibility of future change. But I think that when answering the question of like, is crypto dynamic, the way in which it is dynamic is not being seen on the regulatory front, it's being seen in the creation of cryptocurrency, creation of controversy. So the way that I'm understanding the direction of the changing market is ways that it's good for the topic balance and not ways that monetize. Although the possibility of re-regulation is brought up, mostly that's going to be in terms of writing solvency advocates and functions in the same way as what Lauren talked about with like the farm bill, which is like there's kind of a unique controversy in those like crypto-based crashes that generate an impetus for solvency advocates, and that's really important for the balance. But broad and substantial, or broad and like fundamental change, I haven't seen as likely. Even the nominal changes that were included in the original PDP were just like attacked. So it creates a controversy issue and a popularity issue for current reform.
Dustin?
I like the idea of playing with mining in the topic, but I think mining is probably included in exchange a little bit since they are playing with those transactions to earn those points, and mining is slowly dying. I bought something like 4 days ago and had to pay $20 in gas fees. Ethereum shifted the network. It was like, your gas fee is $1. And I said, well, I have to do that. So to maybe bring us to a point of closure, I would also like to move to make it and or by non-fungible tokens.
Oh, so the second and?
Yeah, by the second and I would like to vote on that.
Okay.
That was gonna be my motion, so.
Sweet. So it's been moved without a second so far. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the wording that is up here behind me. We have about a minute left for discussion before we have to either extend time or vote. Thing is, no one wants to cram this in. All those in favor of accepting the change to the resolution, all say aye. All opposed? Okay, so now we have to vote on the resolution properly. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution as it is behind me. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, Nate.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think Brett's up for now. Economic inequality. Oh, sorry. Well, that's what was on the schedule, I think. Is it out of order? On the. Yeah, he's listed first. No, we're scrolling in. Thank you, Brett.
so I want to start by saying that this paper was written with a high school student, a high school coach, and a college debater. And for those of you that write papers, it was a really, really enjoyable process working with everyone. I thought it helped us grow closer and kind of form community building. So I recommend people do that. When we started this, we wanted the topic to be an economic inequality paper, which basically required the affirmative to take a major tenet of the Sanders Warren economic plans that were their campaign pledges and required that the affirmative do one of those things. So a big federal intervention that was that did something to limit economic inequality. So taken from their websites, those proposals are cancel student debt, increase labor protections, cancel medical debt, single-payer health care, universal child care, basic income, federal jobs guarantee, expanded Social Security, corporate taxes, wealth tax, green new deal. There wasn't really a noun phrase that included all of those. So we wanted to find a phrase that was clearly defined and included as many of those as possible. So we chose the phrase fiscal redistribution, and it's actually a very well-defined term that the paper includes. Quite a bit of evidence on that, but it's important to note that it includes two things. The first is it requires a tax and transfer, which basically requires the affirmative to impose a tax, which probably includes an agential requirement, so it requires Congress, and a transfer of those resources, either in cash or in kind. And second, it requires progressivity, which means that it requires movement of those resources generally from wealth to poor. That can either come in the form of a wealth tax or a corporate tax, or an explicitly means-tested distribution of those resources. So, for example, SNAP benefits and welfare are fiscally redistributed because they go towards poor people and they come out of the general coffers. The things on that list that are included in fiscal redistribution are these three things: a universal basic income, expanded Social Security, and a federal jobs guarantee. I want to start by saying that, or I guess fiscal redistribution is a pretty strict requirement on the affirmative. To be those two things, so tax and transfer plus redistribution, I think that's a good thing, because I think it will encourage affirmatives to be required to write an inequality advantage. Very hard to beat a counterplan that doesn't do a wealth tax or corporate tax, or a counterplan that doesn't redistribute to the poor. If they, if there's not something in the 1AC about explicitly trying to solve economic inequality in the United States. So there were two questions that were brought up. Both of these dealt with the nouns after the colon. So the first question was asked by Ruth, which is, does Social Security need to be capitalized? And the paper was not capitalized, and this resolution is, I think, unambiguously, it does need to be capitalized. So an international definition of Social Security says that it's the protection that a society provides to individuals and households. Very, very broad. So the uncapitalized Social Security is basically like anything that the government does to promote household or economic security. Capitalized is from a federal government website. Social Security capitalized is a program run by the federal government. Program works using taxes paid into a trust, provides benefits to people who are eligible. A subcomponent of that question was, does it include SSI, which is supplemental security income, largely going to disabled people and dependents? And this was a little bit more of a difficult question to answer because a large body of evidence does conflate Social Security and SSI, but there is evidence that says supplemental security income is a separate program from Social Security, and you could be eligible for both Social Security benefits and SSI. So this would likely be the type of Social Security that largely goes to it's age adjusted. It goes to older people, trying to not use the word elderly, not the one that includes disability independence, because that largely comes from SSI based on my research last night. The second question dealt with the words universal basic income. So there are kind of three ways to describe this: a universal basic income, a basic income, or a guaranteed income. So those are the three general phrases that are used to kind of say that a group of people get a set amount of money no matter if they are working or not. And universal is also a pretty strict requirement on an affirmative. And I can see picks out of universal to not give it to someone who is extremely wealthy or not give it to someone who's committed a particular nefarious offense. And that worries me a bit. You could replace that by eliminating the word universal or replacing universal basic income with guaranteed income. So there is, an economist at the Zurich Institute in 2021 who's explicitly advocating for a non-universal basic income adjusted for people's prior income and wealth. So basically, it means testing the basic income that's provided. And I'm open to kind of those suggestions. Universal basic income is certainly defended, but maybe is not the best for some of the incentive structures that exist today. The third question that was asked is what to do about this in the United States. And I just grammatically, again, I'm not a grammarian, my intuition is that it should go after fiscal redistribution. But again, I'm kind of open to any suggestion on that. So that hopefully addresses the questions that were brought up yesterday regarding the wording of this. I'm happy to give the plug on why I think it's a cool debate, but not.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the first few hands I saw were Sam, Court, Eli, Ruth, and Pam.
Kevin's made the change. You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
I've got
Don't. Okay, my bad.
2 amendments to the question. The first was to put in the United States there, because otherwise you're just modifying expanded Social Security. The second is to alphabetize the list. And the question is, should it be expanded or expanded? We had that question. But I don't think we're sure. No delay on that.
Suggestions. So the way that the Warren plan talks about this is their website says, I believe it says, expand Social Security, and it lists the ways in which that can be done. So the things that are included in this are increase the size of Social Security, explicitly apply Social Security for differently able people, and also lower the age requirement, and also require contribution from very rich people beyond, very rich people once they give a certain amount of money, they aren't required to give it. I think expanded probably, I think either of those encompass those things. So
now that I bothered to read it all as one more to follow.
But
Okay, yeah, Court.
Okay, so quick roadmap, which doesn't apply, I'm going to talk about that. Observation, question. Observation is really what it's talking about. Question is, should the phrasing be increase fiscal redistribution in the U.S. via or through or by one or more of the following as opposed to in? The impact discussion, I'm not 100% sure how much difference that makes, but it seems to me that the question is whether you want the topic to say we should increase fiscal redistribution, and we do it by one, or if you want to we increase fiscal redistribution if both we make it Social Security or fiscal redistribution. I'm not sure how much difference that makes, but I can see how it might answer the question of whether it's expand or expanded Social Security, because if it's increased fiscal redistribution by doing one or more of the following, you would say expand. If it is increased fiscal redistribution within Social Security, it might be expanded Social Security. And I'm not sure that, well, I don't know, the Social Security category might be where it makes the most difference. I'm just not 100% sure how much difference it makes. But I think those are conceptual differences, two different concepts that aren't different.
I'll briefly answer that. I don't actually know how to answer, but I want a quick follow-up. So one thing that Bill mentioned yesterday is that you can change each of these things in a non-fiscally redistributed way. You can make Social Security more progressive than it currently is. So I want the topic to make sure that those three categories, if you make changes to them, they must be in a fiscally redistributed way. And whatever phrasing side does that, most closely Then we'll.
Ruth and then Pam. You have your hand up. Oh.
I'm not so sure about the justification for why we need to expand the social security. Are there ways to fiscally redistribute social security without it? Do you really need expand there? Would it just say social security?
Sure you do. It expanded is awkward, I think.
And this is dovetailing since on the next one after like minds think alike. If your focus is increasing fiscal redistribution, then we should have in one or more of the following: Social Security, federal jobs, universal basic income, and load that up alphabetically.
So get rid of.
Skip all that other rhetoric because you don't do that. You've got the direction is fiscal redistribution, and I've got to significantly, change the salary, substantially increase that in one of those three targeted areas where the federal government has control. I don't think you need all that other verbiage.
So your amendment is to get rid of expanded and guaranteed.
We're looking at multiple
Guaranteed,
amendments
and
to resolve the United States first.
Okay, and then move on. Okay.
I agree with
Okay, so
That's necessary.
we're gonna pause all of this so we can resolve the in the United States portion, and then we'll come back to this issue that's raised. So how do we wanna? All right, been moved and seconded that we take in the United States from the end of the resolution to immediately after redistribution. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, sweet. So now that's resolved. So now did y'all's issue get resolved or no?
I totally support getting rid of the words expanded and guaranteed. Guarantee I'm a little bit more hesitant on, but definitely expanded. The problem with excluding the word guarantee to me is that I haven't really thought much about what it would look like to fiscally redistribute like existing federal jobs, like a military job or a postal service job. How do we do that? Or how?
I would move at this point to remove expanded in that sense. You can also move to re-alphabetize the list.
To what? Re-alphabetize the list?
Of course.
I like that.
Is there a second while they're discussing this?
It has to be targeted on one of those years.
I'm gonna move to get rid of expanded and then re-alphabetize the list separate from the guarantee situation so that we can then talk about that, because I think we're all agreed on expanded. So.
We have to vote first. Okay, so, we'll go ahead.
Well, because expanded social security forces the app to change social security in a way that is distinct than just adding on to the programs that currently exist. And so if you Google expand social security versus expanded social security, in quotes, the difference is that expanded gives you a bunch of historical stuff and policy think tank things that are like things that have been done in the past, whereas expand gives you the Bernie stuff and the Warren stuff and all of the things that are like, you have to add on something new to social security and change it. If you get rid of that word, the app can just keep social security exactly as it is and change it in an order of magnitude, like 200 times, 250 times, 350 times. Similarly, removing guarantee from federal jobs means that you're not talking about a federal jobs guarantee in external areas. You could just like double the size of the military. And that doesn't seem to get to the heart of the topic to me. So I think both of those words are important in different ways, and I would recommend expand over expand.
Okay, Abby, is your point about this expand versus expanded? Because this technically counts as discussion before the vote on that issue.
Yes, because it would.
Okay.
Okay, so, a potential wording that might solve some of those issues could be like, the United States federal government should substantially increase fiscal redistribution in the United States by enacting a federal jobs guarantee, expanding Social Security, and or providing a universal basic income. And that changes the order based on, it would put in action words that might solve some of the weird.
Okay, is your comment about okay, go for it, come on.
So I was just wondering about Social Security expansion. So put it at expansion as opposed to expand.
Okay. So how do we want to resolve all this? Yeah, so Sam, do you want to amend your motion?
I want to.
All right, so he withdrew it.
Dovetailing on what you just said, I would prefer if
You need a second.
if we really need to have what Amy is making
Let's just kill it in the vote. Just don't.
I think you can capture the same thing if you, the federal jobs guarantee first. Social Security expansion second, universal basic income.
Yeah. So let's just vote it down.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded, so we have to resolve this before whatever. Sam wanted to withdraw his motion, but he can't since it already been seconded. So if you would like to vote on striking expanded, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Sweet, motion failed. So now we're back entertaining how we're gonna fix this.
Is there, after all this feedback, like anything that direction you?
No, I'm comfortable with this change. Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't, I'm done, like, thinking of this like math question. Is the goal of these programs to expand, like, increase fiscal redistribution, or is the first part of the resolution increase fiscal distribution, meaning tax the wealthy, to then fund the programs listed at the top?
I think almost, yes, I think that some form of a progressive tax would have to be the way that the three programs have done, which is why it doesn't include wealth tax or corporate tax, which were elements of the standards and performance plan.
Then my follow-up question to that is the claim within one or more following again. Should this be 4? Because the plan is fiating a tax for funding one of those programs.
While we all chew on that, Maggie.
Yeah, I was what was the resolution on why in one or more instead of through or via or of course initial question? That's the question I had just back to.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to address, but I think it wouldn't be via, because the first part of the resolution, the app has to have some kind of tax mechanism to fund their other half. So it would be, the federal government will tax the wealthy for funding one of these programs in the list. So I think it should be for one or more of the following, and then the list. And I think that, I was gonna say, I think that solves for the problem, of course, like,
So through seems to be the one that.
It makes sense in this. I mean, it's not a generic put up a different topic.
but if it's through, then I don't have to do a wealth tax. But I have to just stand up and say, we're gonna do a UBI, and then come up with some kind of alternate mechanism. So, like, saying we're increasing fiscal redistribution through means I can do many of the things without the fiscal redistribution piece.
Right, so part of what we think the intent is to have a wealth tax or something of some sort, right? Like if we're just doing fiscal redistribution in the United States in one or more of the following, it could theoretically be cut the defense budget to do one of these things. Whereas if it's 4, in Dustin's world, it is do the financial redistribution. And the reason we're doing that is to do one of these things.
Dara's hand was up and then Pam. So you're saying put it's before fiscal?
Yeah.
No, it would make the like it would be more government. Yeah, its fiscal redistribution would mean the government
already has.
shuffles
Yeah.
finances.
Which makes Sam's like scenario plausible then, or topical,
Yeah.
right? Slashing the DoD budget to fund all these programs will be topical if it's in front of fiscal. Pam and then Court.
That's not that I am choosing to disagree. 4-1 is convenient, and I think we get into some rhetorical problems here. Now, Court, I'm going to ask you on the legalese, how would legally you look at 4-1? Or one is convenient. How, from a legal perspective, has that ever been tested? Because I don't think it has. I mean, I think we're getting into, I don't think.
I'm not 100% sure, Jess, how, has there been a legal test of what the phrase or one,
You know,
like in the sense of for one of these programs?
well, by using 4-1, I think we've got problems. I think it's better in one or more.
Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know that there
Can't do
is.
something for.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
When you're doing the well test for the program.
We have less than 3 minutes left, just
Yeah.
FYI.
And I still don't know what an idiot is.
So I don't know the answer to this question, but my answer to Dustin's suggestion is that I think that any use of federal revenues, which are largely extracted via taxation, for a program that primarily benefits those of lesser economic is fiscal redistribution. Therefore, even if you are cutting the defense budget to fund the GBI, there is an argument that that is fiscal redistribution, and you are increasing it as long as the action that results from it, regardless of funding mechanism, is to adopt a redistributive program, such as. So you would still, I think it would still be most accurate to say USFG should substantially increase fiscal redistribution in the United States by or through, well, not with, but, well, I suppose you could, yeah, with would be an option, but by or through seems to be the best terms, but yeah, something like that. But we're getting to that goal of fiscal redistribution using one of these mechanisms.
So we're approaching time in like a minute and some change. Do we think we'll need a 5-minute extension to resolve this? So it's been moved and seconded to extend 5 minutes. That will put the stop time at 11:33 for all of you keeping track. His hand was up back there, and then Rich, and then Chris.
I think all of this is solved ways through our work follow. Fix all of this.
Sam's observation and really agrees with Court that that's possible. Cut the defense budget or any other unpopular federal program that we want to target. The significance of that, however, is that the affirmative advantage could come from primarily that area. So cutting the defense budget, pulling our forces back, or any other unpopular federal program. As well as, I mean, you'd have to have a second part, but you would have affirmative cases that would be able to topically claim advantages from the first part of the resolution, which are then almost totally separate. Yes, it would have the effect of redistribution, but you could have a topical advantage from just cutting the defense budget. Pick any other unpopular federal spending program, subsidies of oil companies, for example.
And topical advantage on tax as opposed to
I think those are possible under all of our potential wording issues that we talked about. There's a need for other wording.
I don't think, I think that there is a strong T argument that the negative can be able to execute. the topicality evidence in the file, or in the, sorry, not the file, paper, yeah. Does not really seem to apply the conclusion that one can just generally take from federal coffers to fund the program. So fiscal redistribution refers to the process by which the state, lowercase, collects revenue through taxes and spends revenues on, for example, cash transfers, price subsidies, in-kind benefits for specific households. There's a variety of evidence that kind of specifically points to the requirement of a tax. So increased fiscal redistribution to me means a requirement that there is a tax increase associated with that plan. So I think it's more likely that a counter plan would.
But increase taxes on oil companies, for example, rather than subsidize.
Oh, for sure.
And then that then becomes a powerful thing.
I think
that you're helping climate change.
I think corporate taxes and wealth taxes are the two primary mechanisms which one fund this redistribution. Now that corporate tax, according to several of these parts, would have to be progressive. So it would have to, accept a smaller or middle-sized business or tax them at a lower rate than lower.
Chris was next.
Yeah, I was. About 15 minutes ago, I was in love with this. Now I'm not so sure about a second date. Is there a way to get rid of the last three lines, since that seems to be the contention, and why is that necessary? And then secondly, what I was going to say about 15 minutes ago, I think Kim's going to steal my thunder again. Is this maybe a chance to change the actor? Is that a possibility?
I'm open to any and all suggestions. I haven't really thought about this second one until now. The only reason to keep those three at the end is that fiscal redistribution can mean a lot of things.
It seemed like you were pretty clear at the beginning that that definition was clear to mean tax and transfer. So why?
I guess by means a lot of things is that one could create basically any form of progressive program. By progressive, I mean economically progressive, and that would be topical if it weren't limited by elements. And in fact, like my favorite resolution was the one that did not include a list at the end, and the Marshall subcommittee thought that a list was necessary.
We've got like 2 minutes left, and I've got Ruth and I think Lauren, if I'm not mistaken, had a hand up too. Did you? Oh, never mind.
We're trying to work around just keeping word in. First of all, 2 ends. Is there a problem with just keeping 2 ends? But second, if we're not going to keep 2 ends, what about a resolution which takes, redistribution in the United States, and from there on say by expanding Social Security, guaranteed federal jobs, and or providing universal basic income? And that's what Abby, that was what Abby.
Definitely was.
Yeah. I don't see what the problem with that is.
All right, so we are out of time.
May I read that again?
Please.
Right, ready to that? Yeah. Okay, the United States federal government should substantially increase fiscal redistribution in the United States by enacting a federal jobs guarantee, expanding Social Security, and or providing a universal basic income.
Let's extend on 2 minutes to finish this.
All right, so moved and seconded, we extend 2 minutes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so we got 2 minutes to fix this.
I think instead of enacting federal jobs guarantee, guaranteeing federal jobs might be preferable. I think that all require not just kind of like that debate, and I think we're not like just crossing out here.
Abby, did he get it right?
Yeah, but it sounds like discussing, changing, and acting.
Okay.
And or. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And or.
Is it guaranteeing federal jobs or guaranteeing jobs?
Federal jobs guarantee.
Yeah, it's a term of art.
Yeah. creating,
Adopting.
adopting.
So instead of enacting, adopting?
But friendly amendment, just back to something that Dr. Kirk said earlier, getting rid of the word universal in front of basic income, because we debated that as a healthy topic a couple years ago, and the negative won a lot by going for every single tiny variance of excluding different groups. So I think by selecting basic income, you give the act more variety in what they want to offend by not necessarily taking away what you're thinking.
And Social Security needs to be capitalized.
Before we entertain y'all, Brett, are you good with this?
The basic income part, I'm really sure that the US already does basic income. So for example, the last one says get a basic income. So I'm not in love with the ability that you get to really particularize on the affirmative with the basic income. But maybe that's just, it's either the neg has to pick or the app has to small app.
All right, we got. Well, we're out of time, so and we're now bumping up because Darren's supposed to start immediately. So
it's universal back or not?
So
I'll say put universal back if the author is not.
And do we need the second buy here?
do we need that by?
No, it's just being adopted.
You don't need a license.
You don't need to provide.
Okay, so hopefully there is a motion floating around this middle table to do something with these words up here. Wait, what are we accepting?
This?
All of the red would go in after United States.
All right, so the motion in front of us is so that the resolution will read, the United States federal government should substantially increase fiscal redistribution in the United States by adopting a federal jobs guarantee, expanding Social Security, and or providing a universal basic income. All those in favor of said resolution or motion, say aye. Aye. We didn't have discussions, we didn't have time. Opposed? All right, sweet. Now we have to vote on the resolution proper. So hopefully there's another motion out there. Okay, is there a second? All right, so now.
Do we really need the word providing in there? Because if you look at it the way it's set up now, by adopting a federal jobs guarantee, by adopting expanded solutions, by adopting, providing.
Well, we're A, out of time, and B, it seems like the room is probably against that anyway. So we now have to vote on the resolution that's already been moved and seconded. So all those in favor of accepting the resolution as is printed or posted behind me, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Brett.
Answer this thing, and everybody was like, what about it? And he started it, especially there's a better term than we just whatever.
This probably do a callback.
Okay. So would you be cool with the slight callback for that? Thank you, Brett. Darren? There's okay. All those in favor of calling him back to handle that? Thank you. Say aye. Do? Okay. Opposed? So he'll be our second callback.
I don't know what the issue is. What is the issue?
The issue was that he had a possible better term than the one that was posted up there that we kind of just glossed over.
No, it was.
Isn't that what you said, Eli?
What is being referenced to is getting rid of the word universal. That's what Dr. Burton started at the beginning, and then when I made that suggestion, he said, no, I don't like it.
How about this, Brent? Do you think we need a callback?
I'm happy to come back and I'll do some research on that last phrase to see if I can come up with something that solves the big problem.
All right, sweet.
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so without any further ado, we'll now entertain democracy and elections and integrity and all that.
Good morning, everybody. So this, as I said yesterday, was a paper that had been submitted in different forms in 2013, 2019. And with everything that we are looking towards happening, of course, in the next couple of years, it would seem like 2024 debate season will be an optimal time to discuss this, given that that will be the start of the general election campaign season and that a lot of the chicanery that we would expect is likely to begin to ensue around that time. One change we did make in Marshall, big change, we did drop the issue of foreign electoral amendments that the Marshall and subsequent felt that it was addressed under other aspects of the Constitution.
Discussion? Yes, Ruth?
I have a question about the term drawing of legislation. That doesn't seem to be really a term of art or anything. Would redistricting be a better term? Did you think about that? Just seems drawing of legislative districts seems a little bit awkward and not a term of art.
At one point, we actually had gerrymandering in there. But actually drawing the legislative districts refers to a specific process. So there actually is, it does talk about drawing or redrawing legislative districts, even if that is temporary.
And it is a term of art, and if you change the redistricting, then you would include like the formulas that are used on the but it makes the process clear, whereas the biggest part of the controversy is the drawing of the districts themselves.
I think Jennifer had a hand up too.
Motion to reauthorize. Yeah.
All right, so it's been moved to re-alphabetize. Is there a second? Oh, you did. I'm sorry. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we re-alphabetize the list. All those in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right, so it looks like we have re-alphabetized the list. So is there any other discussion about, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see y'all over there. So we'll go to you and then Lauren.
I would argue no, because I would argue that some of the worst abuses actually take place at the state level. For example, as the government text that I use makes clear in one of the more recent Wisconsin elections, Democrats won 53% of the vote, but Republicans actually got about 6% of the seats. And that's, Wisconsin is not unique. You can find countless examples of states that monkey with their districts in ways to generate a partisan advantage. Texas did the same thing with their state legislative districts. And actually did the same thing with congressional districts, so that is federal in that mid-year, mid-decade.
Lauren, and then we'll come back to you, and then we'll come back to you, Mary Rose.
I'm concerned that electoral integrity was not in anything in the literature. I mean, I obviously haven't researched this, but I do teach AP government, and electoral integrity is not a phrase I've really heard before.
Yeah, it's of the ones, it's probably the one that has the least amount of it. Yeah, there's still some basis for that term. And it refers to, I would range it that it is sort of a catch-all term for things that are not otherwise covered. I think if you take out electoral integrity, then I think you almost have to put in something like would be foreign electoral interference. And my issue with that is I think that there's other ways that you can interfere with elections before governments aren't engaged in that process that do speak to questions of electoral integrity.
What about something like electoral systems, perhaps change to different states of election?
My fear with using electoral systems is then you get to, I think that blows up the topic and doesn't really get to specifically what we're aiming at. Obviously, in the case of changing electoral systems, then something like the bingo for their congressional election where a single transferable vote, all those sorts of things come into play. I think at that point in time, the topic just becomes so big that it will become unimportant.
I know you had a hand up, and then Court.
But when we talk about voting rights, wouldn't something like gerrymandering also be infringement on that? So is there some like cross application for these voting rights?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear those.
Oh, no, that's okay, let me, restart.
Sure, the last part.
Oh, the last part? All right, so.
Right after the word, right after the word.
Yeah, so I'm asking more for like, how is that not, this is my only knowledge, how is that not common?
Voting rights?
Yeah.
No, voting rights is a very large encompassing term. I think there's a couple different things to consider there. One is that voting rights also then speaks to the ability to limit things like voter ID legislation, which is just basically, I think, and many of us in here would argue, is a way that states are functionally attempting to circumvent the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Gerrymandering is a little bit more nebulous, and really gerrymandering would still be covered by the drawing legislative districts. Sure.
All right, so Court, Chris, and then Devno.
Are there any potential federal regulations of elections that would not be topical under a resolution that included the phrase electoral integrity or electoral systems? I just wondered if you really include that, why would you not just cut this resolution off after regulation of elections?
I would say I'm not familiar with one of those specifically. Now, one way that you could address that, if the concern was that a resolution stops after board election, because large, could take out electoral integrity, but that could produce some of the.
Chris.
Well, I just wanted to say, just very brief, my recollection from Marshall Ways, the reason that it wasn't just cut off at that point was to avoid debating about the Electoral College. And this was the primary way to avoid it from devolving into just a bunch of electoral colleges. Chris is next.
I got you on cue.
Then,
all right. Chris?
So my question had to do with, are we limiting any, or I'm sorry, are we opening the door to any interference into foreign elections with this topic? Or am I, you mean saying that the U.S. can now start messing around with Russian elections? El Salvador? Or just
yes, it's limited out by its regulations of election. So it's applying itself. So the U.S. interfere in El Salvador's election, unless you have that evidence that El Salvador is part of the United States, would not, it's not, I don't think it's not.
Regulation of elections. I don't think.
Yes.
Specific regulation.
I feel like just how it's like, yes, we have messed an election, but I don't think it's ever been done via regulation. Right? I mean, it's a foreshadowing concept. So I'm not terribly afraid of Congress being like, we need to pass this regulation in the middle of elections. Right? So I think that's kind of check some status quo.
All right, so I inadvertently skipped Mary Rose. We're gonna come to you, and then Devno, then Dustin.
Yep.
My first glance at it, I was thinking you meant like the electors in the electoral college. These American phenomenon, as opposed to this term, our electoral integrity. I don't know if it fits under that. If it, yeah.
Are you talking about something that is specifically check faith electors versus?
Correct, like all this idea that the states could opt a number of sets of electors
think checking fake electors would be topical under electoral integrity, yes.
Even though electoral has like a dual meaning. So they could be people, like an elector could be a person, but it also describes the election.
I think electoral when used in context of integrity was specifically referred to the process. So I think it was throughout fake electors, but I don't.
The electoral, if they should have integrity, the individual should be.
But isn't the goal of the resolution to make sure that they can't just like give an alternate slate of electors?
That would be one thing.
That would, so if you so if an AF outlawed that, in theory, that would still uphold electoral integrity?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's.
Okay, perfect. Debnal, you're next.
Yeah, sort of remedying my first question, somewhat similar. I was just gonna propose, ask if there's reason not to have regulated domestic elections or elections in the United States, just to completely make sure that, you know, people aren't just intervening in Mexico.
Also, we're like 13 minutes left, just FYI.
The only thing that I see, and I'm not really sure that it is that much of a concern, is addressing the issue of voter fraud, which they do have within the primary convention process, both with political parties. Specific number of delegates that are allocated to Democrats fraud or Republican fraud at the national convention.
Like foreign based voters.
Yeah.
That's sort of discussed that, but yeah, I think in the United States, the election is in the United States, even if the person voting is not. But I think someone said this before, but moving to its election instead of its regulation would also solve that same problem.
The problem is that refers to federal election.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So I know Dustin was next and then Preston.
I'm going to go on the record in front of God and the room and that I agree with Cole.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
I think putting the period after elections and then adding domestic makes the topic cleaner. Sure, it adds things like the electoral college, it adds things like methods of voting or electoral systems. But A, I think those are very good things that should add. And B, you know, we talk every year about how kids don't know anything about how politics works outside of politics. I think like those are the only two things that you add in terms of regulation of elections that aren't on this list.
Domestic.
And if you know, you go with a constitutional amendment to eliminate the electoral college, cool, you're gonna have to win with the state sign off on that. But I think this allows them to like change it from winner take all to like the
ranking system.
Proportional. So it maybe you don't abolish the electoral college with a good half that consult the other half convention. But you can say that states shift to X system for counting their votes. And I think like this topic would excite the hell out of me that I get to talk about government things more instead of having to teach U.S. history or economics. That more I can teach government, the happier I am. But I think that makes it a lot cleaner and it doesn't make it a whole heck of a lot bigger.
I actually don't think it makes it much bigger at all, if at all. I think Ford is right in that there are readings of electoral integrity that already include the electoral college. Not all of them, but I think there's enough that it's going to make it fun.
All right, so Preston was next and then Tasia.
I can actually Most of the federal regulations over redistricting in the court case study comes from the Voting Rights Act. Means most federal regulations over unfair redistricting would be challenged on the basis of the Voting Rights Act, starting with the resolution. But most federal courts have always deferred to the states and let the states and the state courts finish their legislative process before they step in to determine that particular district's violate federal law. Which means I think cutting in the period at regulation of domestic elections probably solve that cleans up an area and topic that I could be entirely wrong on this, probably for paper, but at least on basic appears to be an unnecessary and probably
Well, I mean, that's true of any area because the states hold the majority of the power on elections anyway. And I think the core of the debate or of this resolution is whether or not the federal government should step in and smack the states around for the shenanigans that have happened with elections. So I think, you know, the state's counterplan becomes a good question about whether or not the state should self-correct or whether or not a new set of federal regulations need to be enacted to check those things.
So Tasia and then Matt and then Abby, I'm sorry.
I don't think this is a great change to market at elections. And the reason why is it's not that adding electoral college makes the topic that much bigger, but my concern is more about novice and middle school debaters, where that will be the only thing they debate the entire year, and or vast majority of the year if you're talking about ninth grade. And it's not a great, you know, way to engage the debaters, because it leaves out, I think, you know, a lot of the more interesting and relevant and important discussions that we could be having if electoral college was excluded. I also have concerns about domestic. I think in the United States is a cleaner way to resolve that, because, you know, I could say, oh yes, it is a domestic election in Honduras, and you know, but yeah, I mean, you know, obviously that's an edge case and it's unlikely, but I do think in the United States it's cleaner than domestic.
Abby?
Why strengthen its regulation? What does that mean?
So the idea there was that if we didn't have, if we had something like change, then that opens up the world to things like voter rights.
So if we strengthen regulations, does that not open up the world of voter ID? If I strengthen and strengthen means increase in this context, maybe, I don't know. But if I increase regulation, I could require more ID requirements, more regulations.
In this current interpretation of the resolution, yes. In the world where voting rights is still in the resolution, I would argue that. I would argue that voter ID case is actually antithetical on strengthening regulation of voting rights.
Yeah, I just don't know why we need to work fixing if it doesn't necessarily give us a direction for what the regulation.
Because the market committee might be better than the institutes.
Actually, I don't think including voting rights does check that, but I think you could have more voter ID laws for the purpose of electoral integrity and just avoid the voting rights. That's one where the following, you don't have to follow them. Right, have to expand voting rights. You can just expand electoral integrity by having it, right? I don't think the list actually does check.
So we've got like 5 minutes of some change. Marley, and then back to Preston. Okay, well, Marley.
Yeah, it was just like with this, like, I know we talked about protection earlier. I'm curious to know if there's a more intentional direction that we can use to change regulation or something, since we did get rid of voting rights and it doesn't necessarily have the check that we want to like send that way. It's just something like protection, because I think when we're losing, you know, like the subtopics, it makes sense with the subtopics to have regulation and strengthening, but without the subtopics, now I feel like the cat's out of the bag again of allowing regulation to regulate but decrease, right? And I know strengthen is there to try and counteract that, but because it's still regulation, It doesn't necessarily have to be a promotion of voting rights. Is that, I don't know if that makes
Yeah, I mean, I would think that this does make the resolution A, bi-directional, and B, does really open up. Really opens the door to electoral college ask. I can see that being 60% of the days.
So,
That was, I mean, when we were writing this, we specifically wanted to avoid that. Now, if getting rid of the word electoral integrity gets us around that, I think that makes the topic considerably smaller. But I don't know.
We got rid of the list of set legislative elections. We, electoral college.
Yeah. All right, so we're like juggling a lot of things at the moment. So domestic versus in the United States, keep the list or don't, and then strengthen versus increase seem like the three things that we keep dancing around. So we should probably try to resolve most, if not all of these in the next 3 minutes.
I'm fine with domestic elections. What's that?
So you prefer domestic over in the United States?
I don't know that I particularly preference it.
I would think domestic elections makes more sense in the world where the list goes, or in a world where the list stays, in a world where the list goes away, then I think.
I think if you're gonna use domestic, you need to have its domestic elections.
Right.
Okay, so let's resolve the list first.
Yeah, the list sounds like.
I'm an advocate for the list. I think campaign finance is a huge area, and if we devolve into electoral college all year, a lot of kids aren't going to touch that. Nice bridge, around there.
I don't think the list excludes anything anybody wants. I think it's just a perceptions issue. Right, like I think Court and I are in sort of this, looking at electoral integrity can include electoral college. Including it makes some people maybe think it doesn't, but I think the list doesn't actually exclude anything that not has.
So is there a motion on the table somewhere?
I'll move to eliminate the list.
Is there a second? All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we get rid of the list.
Can we hear from the author before we go?
Darren, how do you feel about keeping the list, getting rid of it with less than a minute left?
I think in a world where we don't have to qualify our legal list for the United States, I would be more likely to getting rid of the list. I think in a world where we think electoral integrity is ultimately going to allow teams to run electoral college ads, then I don't know the list. Avoids the issue of the.
Okay, which was, I think, Sam and Dustin's justification for in court, because he gave us the idea. So we're gonna.
Part of my reasoning for this is like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has a section on electoral integrity, and it specifically includes the phrase like making sure that they are genuine elections. I think if we're talking about the electoral college instead of the elections like that, then qualify for elections. Right there.
Okay, so we've timed out, so we need to vote on the removal of the list. All those in favor of removing the list, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so goodbye list. So now we need to resolve the domestic versus the in the United States thing. Am I wrong about this?
I think to more accurately capture what Darren wants, which is potentially affecting like state elections, that it needs to be in the United States. I think if you use domestic one, I think you can include its, and if you include its, you could read that as in being specifically U.S. like U.S. federal government elections.
I would consider that a friendly.
So is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Okay, so we've timed out, so no discussion, I guess. All those in favor? Say aye. Opposed? Okay, so we still have the unresolved thing that Abby brought up about strengthen versus increase. But we would need a motion to extend time to even. All right, so 5 minutes is what we're voting to extend. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, so we're done at 12:09 now. So now we can entertain strengthen versus increase. So Darren, what's your take on it?
My take on it is we originally had increase, and I don't remember everything that was in the discussion for marshals, why we were moving towards strengthen, that maybe something that Justin had for
Yeah, Tasia.
My recollection from subcommittee was that it came out of desire for the topic to not be bi-directional, which is obviated by the removal of the list. So I'm not sure if that's still a relevant concern or if there's a difference between strength and resistance.
Court.
The problem is that I'm not really sure what difference this one verb makes in terms of the directionality of the topic. Because Abby's right, whether it is increase or strengthen, you could impose additional regulations that make it harder for people to vote. That is more regulation, that is a stronger or stricter regulation. So the only way to solve that directionality problem would include some language in here, and I'm not really sure what it would be, that says, here's the purpose of the regulation. It has to expand voting rights or something like that, which, I'm not sure I was advocating for getting rid of the list, as let's get rid of the electoral integrity. I'm also not sure that any of the stuff that was in this actually solves this problem, because we could impose stricter voter ID requirements, and that would be strengthening regulation in the area of voting rights. Right? So you have to, the only way to fix this is to say you have to expand protections or expand access to ballot or something like that. I'm not sure. I have to have a phrase.
I think Marley's hand was up.
You can't put the word integrity instead of regulation. That still puts us in the same boat, right?
Well, it's also solve the calorie issue.
Right, yeah, right.
Yes, Pam.
Mix those brains.
Just a question for, what if you changed our strengthen its regulation to strengthen its protection of elections in the United States?
I think you still have voter ID laws.
Stricter voter ID requirements say that they are protecting the integrity of elections.
Got it, okay. Thank you.
I think that we've had this debate about strengthen or other things over and over, and we sometimes come to a way to figure it out for that particular resolution, but in the end, clearly we have this debate again and again. I think that there's almost no way to phrase this that weeds out the things we want to weed out. I think we just need to run with it and assume that most people probably aren't going to do this.
It gives me the same feel that CJR had when y'all were like, people could double down on it. It's like you roll the dice if you want to. I think that's kind of where we are here.
If you want to argue that you're going to limit voting rights and you want to take a chance on a CRT critique, I think we know the community. I don't think that case went a lot.
So is there a motion to accept this? Is there any hands up? I'm sorry, Abby.
We were just kind of having a side conversation back here about reform doesn't solve any of the problems, but strengthen its regulation might sound a little bit better if it's like should substantially reform its or reform elections in the United States.
Darren, your take?
I feel like strength
I don't think
has eye test that we're trying to make it better.
Yeah, I don't know what reform uniquely does. One could argue, yes, voter ID would be a reform. But I think in this case, this is the case where probably more is more instead of less is more. In terms of saying that the body of regulation wants to make it more robust, it's going to be theoretically reformed by taking something away.
Okay, so our 5 minutes just expired.
I think at this point, I don't know that there is a better way to get to, in light of what, the honorable last one said. I don't think there's a way to get rid of some of the things that we want to get rid of. I think we just have to accept that we're going to have electoral college and actually probably look out there. People are, states will adopt it. Have that as a thing.
Okay, so.
Motion to accept as is?
All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we accept the wording as you see on the screen. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Darren. James.
Break time?
All right, everybody, great work this morning. A lot of intense discussion. Hold on, Derek. Couple things before we break for lunch. Lunch is ready in the hallway. Just go through the fade line, come back here and eat. Before we do that though, Craig, let's try to get a group photo because we're all wearing white shirts and I want to do this before we eat lunch. So I'm gonna give I'm gonna give Kevin a image to pop up on the screen. Notice all kind of gathered right here. So. Yes. Well, I won't get like this year.
All right.
How about now?
Mhm.
Okay, fine. I just want to say that this paper is my effort to myself and multiple students on my teams. And I want to recognize them for all the hard work that they put in. You know, it's all recognizing links to stuff and going over it. So not only was it Israeli-Palestinian conflict never been the subject of a national policy debate season, despite the fact that it sounds through the 20th and the 21st century, and the Middle East as a whole has never been explicitly in the text of a resolution. I think that this topic is perfect because it is so different from anything being presented here or that has been debated before. And it's also insulated from any major change over the next several years. Biden isn't going to make any changes concerning Israel and Palestine. And even as recently as yesterday, August 5th, Israel conducted airstrikes in Gaza. There were multiple skirmishes and resulting from that. And so this conflict, unfortunately, does not show that it's going to go anywhere anytime soon. It also shows that more now than ever, we do need a peaceful resolution to the issue so that more lives are not lost. The topic also involves a lot of key aspects such as human rights, history, religion, international interests, global conflict, women's rights, child endangerment, environmental impacts, cultural evolution, political upheaval, and so much more, all of which allow for educational debate rounds. Some may say the topic is bidirectional, but I do believe that this allows for multiple debate angles similar to our current topic that we're debating this year. In addition, the app provides so many opportunities for students to debate at any level. There are ample TAs, critiques, T arguments that students can run. The list is endless. In the subcommittee, there was a suggestion to change the wording from diplomatic to confidence-building measures. After doing some research on that, I just felt like we would be limiting the app and the name on the debatability of the topic. So instead, going with what's on the board right now substantially increases diplomatic and or economic engagement. And we also did change, they felt like saying the Israeli-Palestinian conflict would be a little controversial, even though the literature does support saying that. They felt like changing it to the state of Israel and the state of Palestine, which is what both refer to themselves as. I am open to either one that does not change, the top as far as the debatability of the topic. And then just to give a little bit of justification about adding the economic measures, currently the US government gives over $3.8 billion to Israel and somewhere around 4.7 million to Palestine in aid. And so, that opens up a whole door, huge door for debate on how much is too much, who decides what they get, and so on. And so I feel like this is definitely timely, and it's not going to go anywhere. And it's, an original topic. This was not.
Okay, so I know Sam had something first.
So one discussion we had, where you think about this morning was, do we need to change state of Palestine? Because that is not how the U.S. government refers to it. And so it's going to be that we're engaging with the government, it's like Palestinian Authority, right?
National Authority.
So I suppose is that your interpretation?
Yes. Part of the reasoning of the subcommittee was just making sure that there was no offense on either side as far as the reference of how that would be recognized, and I think it's a valid concern that I think it's changing.
I think there might be issues with the U.S. engaged with, the government doesn't recognize the state of Palestine Authority, they recognize the Palestinian territories, they recognize the Palestinian. Try to have the U.S. government engage with something that doesn't recognize it.
I know Ruth had a hand up.
It was similar to that, should it be Palestinian National Authority or PLO? Because what I was reading is that we engage with PLO and not the state of Palestine. And I haven't researched Palestinian National Authority as PLO.
It came out of the
But did
Oslo
anybody
Accords.
consider PLO?
I have not considered that, but
Yeah, the stuff that I read that said that we don't recognize the state of Palestine, but what we do have relations with PLO. Now, I don't know where Palestinian National Authority is. That's a new phrase I did not.
It comes from the Oslo Accords, and that we discussed that this morning. There is, depending on the time you're looking at in the literature, it either refers to PLO or DNA. Yeah, so that would be something that we can hash out.
The other concern I have not around this is, how do we make sure your intent is to have full students engage, plan to engage with both equally?
Yes, how does, for a peaceful resolution?
Yeah, but how does this get there? Because I could say I'm giving $99 to one, $1 to the other. I substantially lose.
Right, but that is not creating a peaceful resolution to the problem. That actually is going to perpetuate. That's what the United States has done in the past, is to fund Israel more than Palestine. We took away money from Palestine, and now Biden has added some back. But historically, Obama and Clinton have given enough money to Palestine to make them feel supported, but has traditionally thrown a lot more. I mean, there's a big difference between 3.8 billion and and then you're 4.7 million. So there's a big difference in that amount. And so if we're actually wanting to increase the efforts to have a resolution, it has to be equally, benefit both sides.
The resolution doesn't necessarily call for that, right? It calls for diplomatically or economically engaged with both, but not necessarily. Like if your solution wanted to be to just fully support Israel, like that given to Palestine, in an effort to have Israel solve this, not solve it, that is possible. Or it's funding just Palestine.
The idea is to keep students from taking a side. Because
I acknowledge that, and I think that's the proper way to go. I was saying this resolution is maintained.
Previously, one of the resolutions I had to do with peacekeeping, but when we were going through the subcommittee, they felt like that did not necessarily fit itself with the wording. The intention of the paper, the intention of the topic is to have work towards a peaceful resolution. So if that is something that needs to be added into it, I am open to that as well, to make the wording more towards that direction.
I like this topic. I can just see, depending on the president or administrations you get, it's going to be 99. Right, and we're doing it. Right. And I can see schools doing it.
Yes, Dustin.
I can resolve the red. So PLO, the Palestinian Authority still exists, but the PLO, under the Oslo Accords, established the Palestinian Authority as the legislative entity for the occupied territory of Palestine. So I think the correct phrase would be, and the Palestinian Authority.
After looking that up, I would be, I just refer to more of the Palestinian Authority as opposed to national.
Yeah. And that's what the Palestinian people refer to as.
That's what this department is saying. They get to refer to Palestinian. And it says, all funding that we get, it goes to Palestine.
Was that why your hand was up, Brian? Okay, cool. So was that a motion or a suggestion? Okay. It's been moved and seconded to do what he called the red stuff behind me. All those in, discussion? Seems to be none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, sweet. So moved. Yes, Brian.
Just from our state, a lot of stuff that says Palestinian Authority, but official documents, based on that, maybe so on there. Underneath the offer, it's the same entity
think it might matter a lot if you were Palestinian and I was more Palestinian. So I feel like it really matters a lot to have this.
So we want to make a motion to fix our area.
I say we motion to make it the most official.
So encyclopedia Britannica indicates that the national has been dropped. I'll keep going down this rabbit hole.
Okay, so while Dustin resolves that, we should probably give, Sam, you still feel like it doesn't force apps to tackle both or address both?
I think it allows for like mainly supporting one, give the token to the other.
So would you then, originally we would really
You saying
like
that?
peacekeeping somewhere in there. So
So I remember like when we were talking about this Friday morning before we did motion confused. I brought this up. Peacekeeping isn't the thing the US has. We don't have peacekeeping operations.
Right.
That is, the UN does. That was mine.
All right, Maggie and then Marley.
I talked about how much, and I don't know if it's possible to work around this, but I do know that now, like, people in Florida to advocate for a single state solution, that have, and criticizing Israel is like, and so I don't know if there's a way, like, in the question of whether you have to advocate for both, I certainly would want to create a situation where an entire state of kids would not possibly advocate. Yeah. Under the state legislation, it would be illegal to speak out in public institutions against Israel's human rights violations, this means that someone advocating for a single democratic state in which Israelis, Palestinians, and all others have full equal rights to run power of the law.
I thought Arkansas was the bottom of the barrel. Marley and then Jonathan.
I think that's valid, and at this point is not helpful. I was wondering if we put both after Florida, but I'm not sure if that is ethical now with the Florida. Yeah. I was wondering if there's a way to add like something to move toward both, but.
I mean, we are saying and or, and you can still to Florida's case, because I did see that, it was an unfortunate turn of events. You can still argue for a peaceful resolution and not go down that trail of speaking against any of the parties. Because you can,
So Florida, kids in Florida would have to argue for non-equal rights?
no,
Like they kind of. If advocating for equal rights runs afoul of the law, it feels like then we're saying that will say to students you have to advocate for a solution that only benefits the people that didn't offer equal rights. That seems like a bad spot.
they can, I mean, there are so many different angles that they can take. It's not just, if they could go with international interests, right? It's not just, or environmental impacts. There's so many different things that they could take on this, that they don't have to go down that road that would cause them to A, not be able to debate, or B, be debating against Israel, in the round. So there are a lot of other angles that they could take as far as that's.
Okay, so I just want to remind us that we probably should focus on the wording.
Yeah, I just want to.
Like, no disrespect, because that's a very valid point.
And or fix that, then you could argue just one side.
But then if
I
it's,
don't want, I just want to make
Sure.
sure we think about the implications that might have on.
Yes.
Jonathan was next, and then Nate, and then I'll bounce back to Mark.
That's fine, right? Like there is for the day on both sides, on most times, right? Like we're not gonna be able to like ideologically control both sides. They're going how they're interpreting that, but it still gives a lot of space on both sides. So the second thing I was gonna say is I caution against prioritizing
off because critical race, we can't talk about race.
No, I,
Right, like, so I would absolutely throw that back, and I would say that is a state problem. I would be very emphatic.
Yeah, I just had a small thing. A specific study example. Well, it's legalizing it by now. Or focusing on, that's the other one, I don't think this will require behavior not expected in. Or focusing peace or human rights investigations only on Israel, which seems to mean that necessarily anyone I see that has written only on Israel be presentation that is solely presented on Israel. That's one of the that we're
I do agree that it goes back to the states. There are issues, there are a lot of things that some states won't let you argue, but, you know, that like topics that, you know, because of that. But that doesn't change like the wording as far as just the resolution getting more towards, you know, kind of what we're looking for.
Marley?
Yeah, so in subcommittee, we talked about, we had played with like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the reason we opted for the two representatives, if you will, is we wanted the, you know, both, right? You wanted the and. But I'm curious to know if we brought back that wording of resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because the reason that we opted out of that is it expands it to allow places like an affirmative to say Saudi Arabia is going to do X, Y, or Z to resolve the conflict, right? And so we wanted to limit it geographically, if you will, and politically. But I was wondering if that might, entertaining that language again, might resolve some of the issues of this side or that side. But again, we're getting away from an actual intention of peaceful collaboration.
Right, but I think if you isolate it as Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that triggers a lot of things, that then puts NFHS, I think, in a bad spot in terms of exposure and like who may try to use that as their like lightning rod to prove why we should tackle NFHS. Yes, Dustin?
I'm going to move that we put the word national, Palestinian Authority.
All right, so after his research, and you have now upset Kevin.
No, I just think it's funny.
Okay, so was that a motion or a suggestion? Okay, was there?
And then the sub-motion would be to alphabetize.
To alphabetize, you said?
Yep.
Let's hope we don't get in trouble for putting Palestine first.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
I can't go for the Oxford comment anymore, because that's allowed. So I gotta find my new.
All right, so it has been moved and seconded that the topic be edited as you see in front of you. Is there any discussion? Also, we have like 7 minutes left. John?
Looking at the State Department and how like press releases from the government, they will refer to like when they met with the boss, like the president of the council. So it seems that, because I started with that Britannica article and then ended up with like a Palestinian, or colloquially, the people will refer to it as just the Palestinian Authority, but from a state capacity, we.
The State Department?
Yes.
No.
Well, I was gonna say, because one of my main articles says Palestinian Authority, and that's from March 26th.
That's the link.
So on March 26th, the United States will continue to work with the Palestinian Authority.
We talked about that same yesterday, about the occupied territory of Palestine, but that's the territory not the government entity of the United States. Yeah.
I know Will had his hand up, and then we'll come to Rich, and we'll go over here to Preston. Well, Oh, Bill, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at that Palestinian territory.
So move on. Okay, Rich.
I think national is right, and I don't understand the conflict. But I'm looking at it, it doesn't say formally, it says formal. Palestinian Authority formally, Palestinian National.
That's.
Okay. Not former. Preston.
I read it as formal, it's not formal.
Preston.
This form might, yeah, like a.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hold on.
Now let's get to that.
All right, Preston.
Yeah, this is maybe like a slight perspective, or things, where it's of Texas that Texas. I'm sure Florida, Texas, all have to use grass, law, things for their interpretation of it. But when DeSantis signed this, the bottom of the kind of signatory page, the transmittal letter says that the legislation would, however, codify in areas such as lawful demonstrations and public forms of speech that fall within the free speech protection amendment. Is may still create an issue with teachers teaching it. Depending on how those teachers teaching, it does say aims to combat around government institutions such as wording in here, such as institutions, hiring or admissions policies, instructors' indulgence, bizarre theories or pedagogical coercions, and student behavior that is harmful to yourself. But it does seem to indicate that it's a public forum that this would likely be.
Okay. Is there any other discussion about putting national in so we can vote on it? All right, sweet. It's been moved and seconded. We've discussed it. All those in favor of adding national between Palestinian and authority, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, perfect. Is there any more discussion on the topic proper? Reminding you, we have like 2 minutes and some change. All right. All right, it's been properly moved and accepted that we, or probably moved and seconded that we adopt this. Any last minute discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you, Josie.
All right, so.
No, you're good.
So we've got a Latin American topic. I'm not going to go the spiel on my kids. I do that enough and also screen. I don't want them to know I actually like them. But ultimately what we wanted to do was create a topic that facilitated debate. And we wanted to create a topic that made the affirmative do something unpopular, okay, and difficult. And so we came up with the wording that's listed up there. There was a discussion about using the phrase Northern Triangle or Northern Triangle of Central America. And I went and did a litany of work. So kind of re-clarifying this, so the GAO, Government Accountability Office in the USA, used Northern Triangle as a term of art. It's in a lot of other areas, but these were just the easiest ones. The GAO does use the phrase, the Northern Triangle of Central America, but whenever they do that, when they specify the Northern Triangle of Central America, Northern Triangle is in quotation marks, and of Central America is not. And then there's a litany of other government documents that use Northern Triangle, and the ones that also use Northern Triangle of Central America use it interchangeably between the two. Specifically, though, the government in a few different areas has defined clearly that the Northern Triangle refers to these three particular sets of countries. Because then there was somewhat of a question of like Northern Triangle, as instead of listing out the countries, I tried so hard to find other things called the Northern Triangle. The only thing that I was able to find was a set of temperate forces in the extreme northern area of the Golden Triangle of Myanmar, that I was unable to ever find them exclusively related to the Northern Triangle. Yes, sure. Overall, though, I don't see a content problem with specifying the countries on the Northern Triangle. I don't think it affects the content at all that much. But there is a litany of not only government sources, but policy work in the literature, and also policy work, policy related directly to the Northern Triangle instead of just those individual countries. The only downside I see to not placing on those countries is it makes the resolution a little scary. The big words are scary to you. That would only concern.
All right, I know I saw Ruth's hand.
The question I have is, if we're trying to do rapid, correct? Yeah. So therefore, if we're trying to do democracy promotion or working with governments of countries, we can't work with. There's no government to work with in Northern Triangle. It would have to be the governments of those countries. So the literature says otherwise, though, because there's a litany of cooperative agreements that the government has done that explicitly, there's policies that the United States has done that have relationships with these countries that are defined and characterized using the phrase of the Northern Triangle. So I think there is an entity that we have a relationship with that is considered the Northern Triangle, not just the individual. No, like policy documents that say, foreign assistance to the Northern Triangle, that policy engages with those particular governments. Yeah, so should it be like the countries of the Northern Triangle? That's what I'm saying is content. It doesn't, I don't think it matters, but, and this is why I don't think the phrase Northern Triangle would undermine that, because there is this empirical policy work that it sounds grammatically weird because they're not just. I just find it logistically, is it possible for us to promote democracy with a geographic area? Yes. Rather than the countries? Well, it isn't. I mean, the Northern Triangle is a geographic area, but it's also a term of art that the government uses to refer to those. To refer to the geographic area. Well,
but it also says military operations.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you could do your military operations in the north.
Yes, in the north, yes.
So like if you could say with, then I agree. I think that would be a problem. The same thing we're gonna have on South Asia, right? In South Asia, with South Asia.
Again, our government documents are bills that do like foreign assistance that require a government relationship. Those bills will say to the Northern Triangle.
All right, so Lauren, and then Dustin, and then Bill.
Excuse me, you were gonna read an act that's just named, say, Guatemala, would that be possible? Or does it have to be all of the Northern?
I'm not sure.
I think
it might. So here's I'm not sure, but maybe it is. If it is stoppable, it probably doesn't solve. One of the reasons why the Northern Triangle is modernized a lot is that the borders are very porous, so it's real hard to find an app that just for one of those countries, because the evidence, it's just really good that the problem will just go to the other countries and not actually be solved. But I'm not sure. I think that maybe that's open to debate. Maybe it's not open to debate.
the way I read this, it seems like you would have to engage the entire Northern Triangle.
I think that's true if it is with, but if it's if you're doing something in the Northern Triangle, it can be any part of inside the Northern Triangle.
Maybe that's a reason to spell out the countries.
I think that it would come down to the T definition of like, does the require all three countries?
Yeah.
So I don't mind there being a T debate.
I don't know, it's like, I'm certain looking at this.
And whenever I think about the two, one of the things I have in the back of my mind in that scenario is, would that take away core dead ground for this topic? And I don't think that does, so I'm not super concerned about that.
Okay.
I think Dustin was next, and then Bill, but also, I don't think those are the official names of Bolivia and Colombia, just throwing that out there.
Well, we don't want the official country names. We just want the geographic.
Right, I'm saying for Bolivia and Colombia, though, you just Like, aren't those countries?
Yes, but we don't want to refer like the official governments.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Yes, my bad. So Justin, then Bill.
That's what I was gonna say. I really feel like if we decided that we needed to use the official names of Bolivia and Colombia, then we would have to put out the country names of the Northern Triangle. But if we're cool just saying Bolivia, Colombia, and the Northern Triangle, then I don't think we need to worry about that. And I think we've got precedents from topics going both ways, both coming from the wording committee to the ballot and at the national topic level, where like the last Latin American topic is old Sambo just told me, was Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela.
Yeah.
And then the other thing to kind of the discussion about how do we engage or interact with the Northern Triangle if we are doing something with, like, I'm looking at a summary of the Northern Triangle Enhanced Engagement Act. And that piece of legislation gave foreign assistance to the individual countries of the region and then focused on everything else about making the entirety of the Northern Triangle safe. So I think you could arguably be able to do just a country, right? Or because it says the region, you can take actions towards the entirety of the region without running into any like state to state.
And I'll also say that it sounds like it might make the topic super large, but not really, because that's what a huge amount of the literature is about, is the regional problem.
Bill and then Ruth.
So, yeah, I can look into that. I mean, the fact that the Northern Triangle is a term art the government uses. Yeah, that's like.
Were you done, Bill? I don't want to cut you off if you were. Okay. Ruth.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go back to this because I'm looking at the actual act, the Northern Triangle Enhanced Engagement Act, and that's just the short title. The act actually says, we're addressing root causes of migration from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras. Every time the Northern Triangle.
I forgot to start my timer. Are you watching? I'm watching it.
Every time I've read the Northern Triangle is referred to, especially in the act, it says Northern Triangle countries or countries of Northern Triangle. And that's what I was finding when I was doing just a quick Google search, is Northern Triangle is the geographic area, but everything that we have that has, engagement with is always the countries of.
But again, this is engagement with doing things in the geographic region. Right? It's said a couple times in this, he wants them as the geographic region. We're not trying to engage with the government. We're trying to engage in those geographic regions.
I'm sorry. Yes, Jonathan.
You were about to say something and you got certain concerns.
Well, yeah, I just have concerns that we want box. We don't.
I'd say the U.S. has a long history of trying to promote
Even if you do it with governments, if you do it with a government that is in the geographic area of the Northern Triangle of Central America, you have fulfilled the right.
I mean, well, the democracy approach is a very specific term of art that does refer to government action. And so, but again, I think the in resolves that concern, and I also think the interchangeability of Northern Triangle and other areas of policy. But again, I also don't think that there's that big of concern. Like I said, the only concern I think that I would have of listing out those countries is just like it looks long and people will be like, But I don't think that's even like as a big deal. Like, I mean, especially when we have the, when Mr. Babbitt, concerned about the work thing. I think that is a bit more concerning.
All right, Brian and.
Yeah, I think most of these problems are solved because not that many more words. Less words.
Yeah, I think our only concern is the word. Yeah, I think our only concern is the list. Yeah, I think we're okay with that.
Eli, Jonathan, and I saw another hand back there.
I was just saying, I don't know that I'm not like strongly in where it is, but I don't know that the worst or the Bible, but the reason is that the topic says one of the Bible get away from the word that's a great thing. The major list of countries, if we're listening to diplomatic names, not listening to diplomatic names, and add for all the government names of the countries, but you don't necessarily need to use the word for the right.
And just clarification, the biggest distinction was the affirmative won't necessarily have to deal with the government.
So you said
if you do certain things underlying governments to support level movements, like democracy promotion has the work against government portion.
not, that would be the, at least in the T word, the democracy promotion one wouldn't necessarily use that, but the military operations one might do that. Democracy promotion has a very specific word, it's very well defined, and it's a limit of insurance to incite a certain governmental reaction. I think democracy assistance is a word that may encompass, that may not require that government connection. But military operations does not require necessarily that government connection. Some parts of it, some things that what military operations are would fall.
I thought I saw him. Okay, yeah, Daniel. I'll just make that up. All right, so how are we going to resolve this name issue?
I would move to strike Northern Triangle Central America and add El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras.
Is there a second? Okay, my bad. Discussion? Well, seems like there's, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
If you want those three countries to be treated collectively, how do we put an and in there? If there's the three countries of the Northern Triangle.
I don't think we need to do that in the resolution.
Okay.
Because I think the literature will naturally kind of force that. And again, with all of these discussions about the phrasing, the thing that I keep in the back of my mind is how does that affect what I'm viewing as the coordinate ground? And again, even in a world where a team was able to find some squirrely app with just Guatemala or something, I still don't think that will necessarily take out what the coordinate ground is. And so I'm not not a big concern necessarily.
Yeah, Eli.
I just have one question. So, just from like policy topics, it seems like big, hegemonic world powers get their proper diplomatic things, and the ground countries in the Middle East and all that. So I'm just trying to figure out when do we use the diplomatic things.
So for these at least, we don't want to use the government diplomatic names because we want to allow the affirmative. We don't want to force the affirmative to have to do a direct government to government relationship there, i.e. The military, so for example, some of the military operations mechanisms. If we were to require the government interaction.
But your point of view, it doesn't say with. So I don't have to.
So I would
I
say.
guess that's fair.
On the Latin American continent, towards those three countries, China was with the people of Northern China was supposed to be with the government. Going back further in 2010, 2011, when it was about military and or police presence, it was in and then you not with the government. That was South Korea, Japan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Turkey. So I think I think a big part of it is because we work with China with the people. And most of the other times that I've seen, we haven't done that in the last 20 years.
I mean,
like a lot of people we put forward, I don't have those.
I understand the kind of diplomatic part, but I don't fully understand why that would not require that same kind of diplomatic.
Right. Well, so like in this instance, I want to speak to that in this moment, but in this instance, we talk about the geographic.
Geographically within that country.
Sure.
Well, it's just that, so China got its full name, right? Israel gets its full name, right? And so my question is this, we can talk about sensitivity, right, all weekend, and wondering why, but not how
Part of it is also the words dissent, right? When we're listing out that many countries with that many titles, it does start to become ominous. Part of it is the scalability of the topic, call it. When we're listing out that many, the topic becomes pretty big looking, right, on paper. I'm not opposed to it. Yeah. What we do talk about trying to sell this right.
Seems like
Yeah, Eric, but we've got about like 6 minutes left to resolve this. Wow.
I'm not on either side. I'm just wondering why we are not on it.
I think the point with China's the bigger outlier. China's the outlier. Right.
Well, I don't know much about the 60 around.
Right, but like
in recent times and in all the topics since like sensitivity has become an issue. Yeah. We're sensitive to state, we're sensitive to children, we're sensitive to things. We're sensitive to the triangle, we're sensitive to these. I'm just asking if we're sensitive. Why are we, even if this doesn't get picked, it seems like we're selective.
So I think that it doesn't undermine the intent of the author. It seems like logical. If it came down to sensitivity or scalability, I would go to sensitivity. And I think that Eli's comments are pretty valid. So I don't know. I would prefer. I think we always try to defer back to the topic author and your students, but I think that if it's a question of scalability and sensitivity, I think it's logical to go towards sensitivity.
I don't know. I also think like what is the mechanism of sorts or the sort of topic intent? Is it government to government or is the intent more geographic based? And so I think in a world where for example, the issue of this topic is more so about the geography of the location and not the governments themselves, which is why I could understand, or I guess maybe why I'm defending the use of the regions and not the formal names of the countries. And I think, comparing this to like the Israeli-Palestine conflict, one of the reasons why we were discussing the state, the government names is that we were thinking through ways to limit the resolution and/or it was in the context of the confidence building measures. And you only do confidence building measures really between two countries, right? So it appears to me it's more of like what are we? It's more of like what is the topical intent or direction as opposed to A or B. I don't know if that makes sense.
Ruth had a hand up.
I mean, I understand that the distinction here between the governments versus geographic areas, but those listed below, like Republic of Guatemala, Republic of El Salvador, those refer to countries. And it's the name of a country, it's the official name of a. And we should probably be using the official names of the countries. Now, in some countries, their government has a different name than the country, and that's understandable, but in this case, I think we should be using the official names of the countries and not the abbreviated.
The only concern that I would have is that it might also create some confusion because an act may operate against a particular country, right? Like, yes, it might grammatically make sense that they be, like, even though it's operating against the government, it's still in the government, like, it's still in the area. Well, I guess it also is then, like, there's also the question then, just because it's a government, does that, like, are we assuming oh God. Yeah, sorry, the last thing. Are we prioritizing sovereignty as this governmental entity? Do we just naturally assume that land is, it has control over that, right?
All right, we got about 3 minutes left. Yes, Brian.
Yes. A lot of these, but not the Libya is a different thing. But if you should write it out, don't ask each other. And right, because if it is a modifier, it'll be a house where you did military operation. Right? Just write it out. And other than naming it all, what's the problem?
Yeah, but it's written out right there.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's just.
Other than naming it, oh, okay.
It's written out.
All right, so we've got about 2 minutes left. So I feel like at this point, we're kind of spinning our wheels on legal name, geographic name. Is there any other commentary on this? All right, well.
I would prefer the geographic name, but I'm not so attached to it that everyone's like, wow, Tommy. Like, all right.
All right, well, is there, so Sam, you had already moved and seconded, it had been moved and seconded. That was all of our discussion. So now it's time to vote. It seems like there are no more hands. All those in favor of approving this change that does not include their legal names and just the geographical names, please say aye. All opposed? Okay, now we got to raise our hands. This feels like division. So if you would like, okay.
So I think let's vote to make the first change, that is, we get rid of Northern Trump.
Okay, sweet.
The second conversation becomes, do we go with option A of the list of names or option B? The form?
Okay, so we're voting to remove the term or phrase Northern Triangle, correct?
To replace it.
To replace it with some names to be determined. All,
Okay.
The original motion was to strike Northern Triangle and put in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras. That's what's on the table.
original motion. We have to vote on that one technically since it was discussed. So back to the original motion. If you are voting for removing Northern Triangle and only using their geographic names, please raise your hand so I can see. 1, 2, opposed? All right, so that definitely failed. So I guess we will entertain a motion to replace Northern or.
Motion to remove Northern Triangle, Central America, right?
No, I think since the motion of the geographical names failed, it seems like our only option now is to use the actual legal names, which is down here as Resolution 1B. Am I wrong?
Well, yeah, that would be the second motion, is to replace, the motion would be to replace the Northern Triangle with well, it would not just be.
It's not just that, yeah.
It would be the whole rest, all of the countries.
Yeah. All right, so I need an actual.
Motion to replace the current country list with the country list in the blue.
Second, anywhere? Okay, so we're technically out of time for discussion, so we're just gonna have to pull the trigger here. All those in favor of voting for the motion that does not use the geographical names and uses their legal names, please raise your hand. All opposed? So we split. Did we just split?
Somebody stayed.
Oh, I'm the tiebreaker. This is fun.
It was 3-2 with 1 abstention.
Oh, do you abstain? Cool. I don't have to be the bad person. All right. So motion passes. This is now the wording of the resolution. Now we have to vote on the resolution proper. All those in favor of approving the resolution as it is posted in front of us, please say aye. Opposed? Sweet. Thank you, Tommy. I think we're ready.
Okay, just wanted to check. So as I said yesterday, this area for discussion is something I'm really excited about. The kind of debates I imagine happening on the affirmative would be questions of resource extraction on federal lands. In the news in the last 6 or 8 months, there have been things about drilling, about mining, about pipelines crossing federal lands. Also, how one should best take care of those lands. When the federal government was shut down, huge damage was done at Joshua Tree National Park. Can the federal government manage all of the lands it has? There's a whole lot of them. Also, things like grazing and recreation. Should we knock down a bunch of trees to produce a lot so people can stay closer to the Grand Canyon? Those are all kinds of questions about how the federal government manages and takes care of its land. During the Marshall Subcommittee yesterday, the word existing was added to the resolution because there was some concern that perhaps affirmatives might actually start creating new sets of federal lands, which is honestly not something I thought about since they have so much already. But that made a lot of sense that we shouldn't do that. In terms of the negative, I just wanted to say one quick thing there, which is that my vision for the negative would be things like the federal government shouldn't have that much land. The federal government should in fact sell some of it to private interests, so the private interests can extract the resources and make money and produce jobs and help the US economy. There's a TV commercial playing in the online market back home, which talks about how a particular senator has done a terrible thing to America by opposing pipelines and opposing oil drilling on federal lands, because that means that, we've now got high gas prices, and I don't think those two things are correlated, but it's an argument. And also that commercial interests, especially in states with a lot of federal land, commercial interests are really stymied in terms of their expansion. So I think there's rich debate to be had on both sides. However, since the Marshall Committee, and in fact, even during the Marshall Subcommittee yesterday, there was some discussion about the word protection being perhaps overbroad. And so while listening intently during this morning's sessions, and also last night when I was not listening intently, I come up with some alternate words I'd like to suggest that might be more efficient in terms of our use of time here this afternoon. So I would ask that the wording committee consider replacing the word protection with the words, and really there are 4 of them, conservation and/or preservation. And I think conservation and/or preservation gets at many of the debates I just described as being things that I would want our students to be talking about. People might think that conservation and preservation mean the same thing, but I've got some definitions which suggest that's not true. Conservation is more about protecting the environment through responsible use of the resources. So if an affirmative were increasing protection in the area of conservation, they would be dealing with things like proper recreational uses. We know that national parks and forests were great places to go during the start of the pandemic. People get outside, fresh air, exercise, all that great stuff. So proper uses of federal land for conservation. Also proper uses of federal land, honestly, for resource extraction, because there are minerals in particular that are in greater quantities on federal lands than a lot of other lands and that sort of thing. On the other hand, preservation means leave it all alone. And I think and/or is necessary, but I would certainly love to hear questions on that subject, because to have the affirmative doing only, or being restricted to doing only one of those would unbalance the resolution, in my opinion, and give the negatives too much in the way of arguments, because it couldn't be preservation, because there's no way that an affirmative is going to be able to stand against many counterpoints, Muslim things, I would guess, that say, let's preserve all of it but X thing. And so I think that would be really time enhancing the affirmative too much. But on large parcels of land like Grand Staircase, Escalante, for example, over 1 million acres of land, there are places for both better conservation and preservation in that same parcel.
All right, so I know Sam and then Sarah.
Do you think we need less of this from existing? Like, is it theoretically possible we could just certify this?
You're probably right about that.
So we'd have two its.
I think maybe the first is could then go. No, maybe not. Probably.
All right, so I guess we can mull that over while Sarah makes her point.
So I have a question about conservation and preservation here. And admittedly, my information on this is a little bit dated, but as one of the people who lived in Utah back when the Escalante National Monument was declared, and like my dad was part of the mine that got locked out of not being able to mine coal there. My recollection is that there are certain federal land designations that are already maximally conservationist or protected. And what happened in Escalante is one of them. So they're like a wilderness area designation. You really can't protect it anymore. It is a wilderness area, and it means you can't build roads there. You can't like move timber out of it. Like you can't do all sorts of things. One of the big complaints that ranchers have in the West is that there are certain areas that are so protected, you literally can't do anything on them. And my concern is, and admittedly, I don't know the answer to this. I don't know how much of this land is quite literally maxed out in terms of how much it could be conserved or protected. Like there's no more protection you could do on it. So like, yes, there's 30% of the country is federal lands, but some proportion of that is already maximally protected, and I don't know what percentage that is, and it seems like, and so there seems to be a grammatical issue there. Like I don't know how you would protect it.
I mean, I don't think there would be, if it is a land that is maximally protected already, I don't think there would be affirmative evidence saying we should protect it more. But I also don't think most of it has reached the level of, complete wilderness protection. Because there wouldn't be so many mines and so many pipelines and so many recreational facilities and so much grazing and so much oil drilling on the federal lands as there is, if in fact it was mostly at that level. And I mean, when Grand Staircase, Escalante, and Sears were unmonumented by Donald Trump during that brief period before Biden restored their monument status, a number of oil and mining leases were in fact sold to private businesses. So the national monument status protected them from that particular act use. But when it was not a national monument, it was not protected from that use, which means I think the easy answer is if it's a national park or if it's a national monument, that is possibly protected as far as it could go, but I'm not 100% certain that's even true because recreational uses are allowed in those facilities, except in certain very limited way. I mean, like there are businesses in Yellowstone, so it's not like even there is protected to its absolute maximum must be wilderness.
With fire protection, did that fall under this?
I think firefighting is potentially a part of the topic. I think there's not a clear answer as to what needs to be best done to protect but certainly, the idea of controlled burns is something which, because I mean, the Forest Service is the federal agency that's kind of responsible for developing the plans for how to implement both the prevention of fires and then they're addressing them. I don't think they've got very good answers on that, but it's a possible topic.
I'm sorry, President.
Joe, you said these terms last night. Do you think that they offer the possibility of something that is more restrictive and distinct from protection? I think my biggest concern with this topic is that it seems like a water topic part two. Like we talked about pipelines, drilling, mining, which are all basically can affirm in the water topic. Do you think that having things like conservation or preservation mean that the affirmatives have to take a much more substantial step in the mechanism is different from water?
Well, I think so, because while there are certainly water issues on federal lands, there are also a lot of other issues on federal lands, and they're not all directly water related. I mean, for preservation, for example, of cultural heritage sites, rock walls of petroglyphs and stuff like that, which have been pretty seriously damaged because of inadequate governmental oversight of those spaces. The damage to the trees at Joshua Tree National Park where the government was shut down. There is, even within the existing structures to protect in the federal government, they're not very well implemented. So there needs to be a greater commitment, I think, the affirmative is saying, to the actual preservation of this land that's set aside. And it also involves whole ecosystems as opposed to just the water. So I think that it's bigger than the water topic in a lot of ways. And the other thing I think is important to point out, and I know Lauren mentioned this in her ag paper as well, the kids who debated the water topic will be graduated or juniors or seniors by the time this topic were debated, at which point the things they did as novices or second years are probably not going to be the things they would do in the military anyway, even if it were as much of an overlap as this.
Any other discussion? Oh, got the itis. Oh, yes, that's.
Increased potential federal land, then we'll claim bonus national park. But in a world where conservation will put this, then the ability to designate something as federal land is not possible for other purposes.
Could the designation itself be an act of conservation?
I wouldn't think so.
So in theory, that might not resolve your issue then.
I mean, I know existing was added as a limiting factor,
Right.
And I think the replacement of the word protection and conservation or preservation does a far more comprehensive job of limiting the topics. When you were talking about like putting, RVs around, missile silos and federal land is a possible topic, and I think this fixes that. But I don't think existing hurts anything, and any door that I can close to a squirrely case is probably better than that. As long as it doesn't have too many words. I'd be fine with it being on as well, I'm not sure.
I don't think there's any harm.
I will move to do the red stuff.
Killing me, Smalls. Okay, so Dustin has moved to strike protection and insert conservation and/or preservation and add its in front of existing. Correct? Was there a second?
Second.
My bad. Okay. Is there any other discussion? Yes, Fresh.
I do also have a question on the federal lands, because it seems like if we touch this, it says any land owned by the United States, this includes military bases, airports, etc. Is that what we want, or do we want to add the word federal public lands if we make this more restricted to kind of national parks, field land, etc.?
Military bases on U.S. soil would be included in federal lands, but I did some research this morning in reference to someone suggesting that yesterday. And military bases on foreign soil are not federal lands. And I think I'd rather leave it at federal lands on the grounds that some of those military bases on U.S. soil might in fact be areas where conservation might be wisely implemented. I mean, we're hearing a lot about the burn pits, which are mostly international, but they're not all international. And so I think there are some potential real issues with the way the military areas which have been shooting ranges on U.S. soil, and they're now like just sitting there as empty federal land. Problems.
No problem. I was just curious about that part.
I did the research.
Any other hands up somewhere? Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I would posit there potentially might be one too many gates as it exists up there. We strike the gates for protection. We need that more of the second, probably doesn't need it. That's just a question.
So my argument for having the hits in front of existing was to prevent us from placing restrictions on companies that want to go and like drill on other countries' otherwise or something. Right, like that would be a helpful case.
Then do we need the person?
I mean, I don't know how much conservation and preservation.
I think my question is the person.
But could the federal government, like, without its have plans to like incentivize states protecting things?
Yeah, I don't want that.
Or even like municipalities?
The states couldn't extend protection on federal lands as federal lands for the That's why I think the two of them exist.
I know Lauren had a hand up.
Oh, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I think if you get rid of the first hit, you would allow the USSD to say, hire another company to help protect the existing federal, right? Rather than the USSD directly doing the action, you would allow it to, I don't know, maybe even like, yeah, I mean, hire another company that seems like that. It seems like USSD should be directly engaging in the action itself. I may be wrong, that's how I read it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how it's on that process. Where when there's an administrative action, the law passes, you contract.
What would stop, if you get rid of the persons, or even like, what would stop the USFG from like hiring grants to work on its federal?
I don't think Keith just necessarily France that. Like, I think if the US hires France to do that, it's still its own constitution.
I think that opens the door to hire private groups that are maybe not.
Right, but I think the hiring itself would still be its own constitution.
Because they would be federal contract.
It would just be a contract.
Also, like it's which one? Any other?
First and second.
Yeah, exactly. Any other commentary? We have about 8 minutes, a little less, give or take. Yes. Devnal?
I think this is more of a negative counterpoint issue then, like number of houses, like for example, the private sector counterpoint, is way it out to happen, is counterpoint, the way it out to happen, nonprofit, the way it out to happen, right? Then a lot of good in that counterpoint, one. Good, you know, like, we can talk about it. Yeah.
All right, so it seems as if there is no more discussion, so now it's time to vote on the motion that moved and seconded. So all those in favor of, all those in favor of getting rid of protection, adding conservation and or preservation, and putting its before existing, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. So that passed. Is there any other discussion that needs to happen before we vote on the, yes? I think that did resolve it.
We also have a formal motion about it.
Yes.
We concluded we needed vote. I don't think, and I will speak to this half the table. Down here, I don't think we see a problem with having to vote. I don't see a harm in having to.
I'm neutral unless there's a deadline. So any objections to us voting on the resolution proper?
The inclusion of benefits in that it's only federal government applications or that just whenever they go.
Because I think if the US were to contract with somebody else or bring this contract to a nonprofit, that is still US conservation. Like, I don't think it's necessarily additive to tracks like this, and I'm much more worried about what the other companies.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Abby.
It's okay, I'm sure it's you didn't miss me. What if instead the first is we say increase the conservation and or preservation of its existing federal lands? Because we don't solve the like private actor implementation component either way. So if we're concerned about a double edge.
Functional. I mean, these grids are.
Well, sometimes sounding better makes it easier to vote for it. Yes, Phil.
That's the count.
So for now, it's the like delegate or federal
Yes.
But even if we keep the first day, the federal government could still mandate an increase in collection and then tell the states to like, keep it, whatever, yeah,
the
sorry.
act of delegating control of federal land. States, not.
But having the states do it, as long as it remains federal land.
Yeah.
Right. But I just don't think we should allow the act to use state money.
What do you think, Bill, why it's limit the state?
Which is based on precedent, you're talking about these are on water topic, privatization, social. It's not unfair, but it is negative option. Sure. And it's not, it doesn't feel actually, you have to just try that. Now, take that out, it almost signals to me, I was judging by others, there was an intentional choice on who gets. Only anything that's more broad, so what aspect.
Then we're taking out second is.
The second is relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, so flip it around, that's just to make sure.
Yes.
That there's not federal lands. Second is, I don't understand. The first is, I think.
Yeah,
It's execution, we.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back to my original proposal of why I think the second is needs to be there. Because I think if we have a US oil drilling company that wants to go into Canada and drill on their federal lands, if Canada says okay, then it's okay, but this would allow an act to say, no, US company, you cannot do that. And so now we're protecting Canadian federal lands.
What about United States, existing United States federal land?
Or existing federal lands.
In the United States.
I think it does that the most elegantly.
It does, people don't like
Which
to
ones?
fit within 7 words of each other, and I think that's not my favorite.
We've got about 2 minutes, give or take. So. Yes. He's like, I'm good. Okay, so is there a motion to like get rid of the second it's and put in the United States or accept this as? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution as it is with the 2 it's. Any last discussion in the last like minute and 30 seconds about this issue? Clearly, we've said our piece. So all those in favor of voting for the resolution as it is posted behind me, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Okay.
Cool. So thank you for everyone's time and consideration of this outdated topic. At the top, I want to emphasize 3 big benefits. First, I think this topic is really new. It's centered around, at most, 8 countries, rarely if ever discussed in high school debates or classes. A quarter of the world's population lives in South Asia. It's an enormous minority population today. I think this topic is a great access point. It's really good for recruitment. It's long overdue. Second, it tackles 3 vertically rich areas with deep points of clash: Indo-Pak conflict, Afghanistan, and America's pivot to Asia. I think centering the app on the military preserves great counterplans, disadvantages, and critiques. Talk about more of that below. Third, I think the rich and diverse literature can appeal to any and all debaters, novices, lay, critical, national social policy debaters can all dig into this resolution. I'll now move on to the wording discussions from committee. Conversations were about 3 things: South Asia, defense cooperation, and within. Most conversation was about within, except for the last. First, South Asia wasn't really a big committee issue. I'll just touch on it here. I think there are 3 reasons to prefer South Asia as a region to a single country or a list. It future-proofs against American policy changes that could happen in a single country. It centers the topic on the 3 core regional controversies rather than incentivizing the app to run to the margins. And it gives us a pretty good size of solvency advocates. We'll get into below. Defense cooperation was a larger conversation, but at the committee and in the evening with a lot of people. I think that as a term in the context of literature, which is a really good topic. First, solvency advocates are the biggest check against the apps. I think there just aren't enough authors writing random small military policies in the area. There's a lot of in-depth research. I'll spend the same random Googling or some reading right now. The topic should be a diversity of India apps across possible sectors like Navy, cyber, space, nuclear, a few Pakistan and Afghanistan apps, and likely 1 major app for each country if that. In terms of the number of apps, I think it should be smaller than the 2010 to 11 military presence topic, like orders of magnitude smaller than the arms sales topic. Not sure about NATO, but see how that plays out. But the important part is that there's unified ground, which I'll get to in a second. And I think even if you find a single article that suggests some new weapon system, the overall app story will be pretty incoherent, and it won't come close enough to be a lot of good negative options. I'll get to that. So if the Department of Defense is the primary actor in defense cooperation, then there's counterplans about courts or in Congress or disadvantages about trade-off in the defense industry. Good starting point for the neg. I also think there are obviously a lot of possible defense-related activities, but defense cooperation can be reasonably classified as high-level military talks or exercises, collaboration in the industrial base, or transfer of defense equipment. I think the negative can also make arguments that defense cooperation requires formal defense cooperation agreements, or DCAs. So it's like a pretty small number of mechanisms with a predictable region. And I also think a well-balanced topicality debate can be academically really good for students. Like there's multiple sources qualified think tanks like RAND and the Brookings Institute, there's legal sources like the US Code. I think it's cool to have real semantic disagreements that people can be having on the topic. Then I think there are also just strong generics for defense cooperation. Like regards to the app neg, the neg's in a good place. There's always a China disadvantage, always a regional relations disadvantage. And importantly, the strength of those disadvantages grows as like apps try to claim the assault war because they're based on the effects and perception of the plan. And the neg will also always get non-military counterplan, missions counterplans, counterplans out of cooperation, any sort of critique about IR that you want. So I think it really limits small purpose out of it. So finally, within, the primary change in resolution wording at the subcommittee meeting was within. I don't think this expresses what we want. It allows the U.S. to cooperate with non-state actors in South Asia. The U.S. can also cooperate with like a random international actor like NATO in South Asia. I think those are as negative counterplans, clearly should not be apps. So I think to resolve them, like the first amendment proposed was changing within South Asia to within 1 or more nations in South Asia. I think that preserves the best topic controversy. That's my piece.
I know Court had a hand up. Do you have a hand up as well back there? Okay.
So what we found is recognizing I thought we should question in a couple of parts. Do you think the leadership really includes or excludes that as part of South Asia, or is that highly debatable, something that go both ways up its TV? And is it a good thing or a bad thing if it does or it doesn't?
I'll start with the second because I think it's really interesting, right? Like I know some kids are going to want to read the cooperate with the Taliban app. You know, it's something that people are proposing for a qualified credible. I think that there's a lot of evidence saying either, but the evidence in favor of yes, Afghanistan is much better. Like a lot more of the government sources say yes, a lot of like nonprofits are like no, kind of classic precision field, right? So I think that the affirmative is just a better response to yes, Afghanistan is ultimately, I think most of the Afghanistan apps are going to be Pakistan or Indian apps. They're not really going to be called the Taliban. I think there are lots of better ways to get it.
When I'm looking, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing Afghanistan included in this much stuff. I feel like it's not clear. So how would, as a coach, would I go to my students? I include it if you want. You have to do the research.
If you look at some of the department's case stuff, it's definitely there. But I think the bigger thing is, especially given Taliban takeover, I'm not really about one way or another about including Afghanistan. Like I think you get to that debate for India and Pakistan, like with what people are actually writing now. So it's not really my biggest concern as long as you prefer language. Like I just don't think the cooperative with the Taliban, like the Taliban clearly exists. Yeah.
Eric, do you have something to say?
Oh, it's definitely along the lines of Jennifer, obviously one job in this. But yeah, I mean, I guess it would just beg the question of, are those two debates in your, like, do you want it to be not as clear of a bright line of what is topical ground and what's not topical ground? Is that the intent?
Yeah, I went back and forth on this for sure. I think keeping it a little regional is better to make sure that it like centers on the major controversies that are in the literature, which are kind of like Indo-Pak, Afghanistan, China campaign, etc. I think the risk of like individual countries, I think there's a good chance there will be some defense package that happens to some country in the region over the next year and change. And I don't want it to be like Latin America in 2013-14, where just one country is gone. Yeah. So I think staying in the region means that, the literature will evolve. There won't suddenly be people being like, no, we should not do more things with South Asia. But the countries could be influenced.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tasia then Ruth. Yeah, his huge head's in the way. Tasia then Ruth.
Is there a reason to use the term nation? There is a difference in the two phrases. A nation is not a sovereign state as a country is. So is there a reason to use nation versus nation?
I mean, country is
Yeah,
that's always be nation state.
Well, some of the things that I'm reading, it says country is defined as a state that applies to self-governing identities and politics. All nations are not sovereign, all countries are sovereign. A nation is defined in a geographical aspect. So I'm not sure, but we should probably look into country versus nation.
I'm happy to hammer that out. My impression from some searching was somewhat the opposite. The biggest thing is like, I don't want to arm rebel. Like that's the primary reason to include like the change in wording, because I think that is
I'd like to change, I think we should discuss.
Yeah.
Look into what nation versus.
All right, so Tasia and then Omar.
Sure. Comment question. I think personally, I want to thank Deborah for this paper. I want to express the South Asian population is really huge in debate. I think we all know that, and it's not a whole lot of representation in this particular room or in places where these kind of things are discussed. I think that's worth kind of reflecting on, and I do agree that this is a topic that would really bolster a lot of improvement for novices, and it's an interesting controversy area. I also think that this is a particular region of the country that is kind of a gap in our curriculum in general too. And the width within got resolved. And I guess my question, what do you expect the novice debates to look like in a perfect world?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you can construct a pretty good novice packet. It's like a Indo-Pak app with either India or Pakistan, like an Afghanistan app with country of choice, and like a big China thing. Just like from the early days, these are the three big controversies. Let's learn to talk about them. I think that there's a lot of literature talking about all of those things.
Any other hands up, comments, questions, prayer requests? Oh, Eli. Oh, I'm sorry, Omar then Eli.
I just want to say about nation. So, the geography and nations versus people, collective people, and state reversus government body, like the government of governed territory. So, if you're a nation, like we can all be part of, cowboy nation or whatever, and it doesn't matter where we live.
Yep.
But if we are part of United States, United States is technically a state, country is a state.
it looks like from some Googling that that's also the take I've seen. So I'm happy to amend my amendment to from nations to countries.
Yes.
Is there a point of group I So I thought about this, and I think especially in Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, that literature-based probably expand for the next generation. I think it would be better to preserve those as like counter plans than ask it, because I think it's just like we'll probably get out of a lot of the standard processing. Otherwise, you're doing what the government to government transfer. I think it might not do with defense properties come apart, and the sorts of things that process has to go through. So I think that like we're definitely moving fast, but I think that they can be working on counter plans because of the
Eli.
So just about the communication thing, I thought, I couldn't be this remembering, but I thought you said that defense cooperation required an act. So if it does require that, you need to shoot.
So I think this is a debate that can happen because there are defense cooperation agreements that exist like DCAs. I think the negative can reasonably say that an increase in defense cooperation requires a DCA, or they might not. Like I think that's a good team debate that can happen. If that evolves and that becomes the meta around it, if it doesn't. So I think it is like a core part of this literature that people.
Ruth, your hand's still up?
No.
Okay. Was your hand up?
Just briefly, I want the amendment had already been proposed, but I had an issue within for specifically that reason of the, like arming rebels or what have you. But I agree that, both with and this, defense cooperation probably resolve that.
Any other comment? Is your hand up? Yeah.
Our regional kind of there's not cooperation.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's like something that we're not really sure about, especially like the probably last.
Josie?
And, the U.S. has worked with Kurds, if that is not a country, right? They are a nation, they have their own state. So to me, nations would be more encompassing of people in South Asia. I think if we just say countries, it would be a little more limited on both sides. So I personally would be more in favor of state nations.
Your hand up, Bill?
Yeah, this is annoying, and I think that I don't think that that's the intention is clearly not to allow because that's cooperation. Okay, but why is that? That's cooperation.
Good point.
Yep.
That's not even that's a good point. Okay.
South Asian.
Or South Asian countries, one or more South Asian.
Yeah.
One or more.
Yeah.
Any one of those amendments makes sense. I'll let you all decide. But thank you for that.
Marley, did you have a hand up or was that? Okay, sweet. Justin?
I disagree with going to nation because nation is a group of, like an ethnic group of people. So we work with the nation of the Kurds because they do not have a formal government with recognized boundaries. Right? They've got what they think is the Kurd state. We work with the Kurdish nation people that share it. So I would say it should either be countries or nation states. But I think nation states is the more precise political science term. But if we don't care about that, countries also.
Resolves. Yes, Daniel?
Yeah, I don't.
You look like your wheels are turning.
I'm just trying to think what the difference actually looks like in terms of what has happened with one versus the on, like another year or two.
Yeah, Josie?
I mean, if you look at them first, they are a stateless nation, but they do have government. They're not recognized statewide, but they are. And they're not the only group. So therefore, I think if we say, nation state, we limit, and I think if we say country, we limit. I think that's why I would think it would be here excluding groups of peoples in this region. And the U.S. historically had cooperation with nations and stateless nations. We do have government, and it does function. That is what's required.
But I think the intent of the author is to not collaborate with non-state actors, right? So if the goal is defense cooperation, that has to be government to government, because a lot of the defense cooperation will have the question of whether or not your boundaries are correct. And if you do not have recognized territories, then those defense agreements become meaningless, because it's impossible to identify a formalized infraction on your territorial claim, because the international community doesn't recognize it.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards countries, like South Asian countries is fine. I think the nation state stuff is important. But as I think about it, right, this comes back to the question that asked, it's just like, what are the things like in Afghanistan or Sri Lanka that happen? I think those make sense as like neg arguments, because I think the disadvantage of arming a rebel, like a lot of the process level stuff you normally make sure you have, doesn't really exist if you're just going to a random group in a random state, and then as a result, right? It's also just possible that I think if it's countries or South Asian countries, I can tell you what those are. There are random nation states that could arise that I don't. That could be a completely different topic. So I think that's my take. Much less likely to something in the country.
All right, so we've got about 8 minutes, give or take a few seconds, just reminding you. Yes.
It seems like what I'm reading, and this is obviously just a cursory of nation states are more political and evolve more from political actions within a country and are more homogeneous that way. And I think countries would be better term than that. I don't know if anybody else is going to.
All right. Any other comments? Maybe a motion floating around this general area? With okay, so the motion is to strike within in South Asia and replace it with one or more South Asian countries. Okay. Is there a second? Was there a second? Okay. So we still have to have some discussion. I know Omar's hand was up.
I was just saying, it depends on what you want to do with it. Countries / states, and so you're talking about the formal government of a place. Nation state actually would give you more flexibility to include the country and government, and when she's talking about how the Kurds and a place have an organized government. So it doesn't allow for Kurds who live somewhere else to be, they're not included. It's that under that umbrella. So if you want to have both the options, nation states, and if you want it just to be formal government, it will be state or country.
I want to keep with formal governments. I think there's lots of things you can do with the country. Like India has a lot of different apps.
There was a hand up over here.
Whatever person call this is so much easier to follow as a high schooler, at least for the right level that I have to call this about working with national governments than it is allowing from the location. So whatever we work out that law, I would that would be better. Whatever you said, something to the publisher is to explore international relations knowledge and they can pass because with the work that comes to college, example or position like that, it's very difficult and really unnecessary.
Any other commentary? Seeing as how there is none, seems like we should move into a natural vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, which gets rid of within and also South Asia and replaces them with one or more South Asian countries? All in favor of said motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the motion passes. Is there any discussion that should be had on the resolution proper? We have about 5 minutes. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we accept it as is. Is there any last minute discussion? All right, seeing as how there is none, all those in favor of accepting the South Asia topic as it is posted behind me, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Up, Harry.
What's up? So, the resolution presented is drastically changed from what I originally had in mind. So just a little bit of information there. The original intent of this resolution was to challenge the accepted norms of having the United States federal government as the actor. I wanted to change that to the Supreme Court because I think the Supreme Court is a multifaceted actor that is apparent in a lot of different topics presented here today and also in topics in the past. But we did run into a couple of challenges, and I'm just very grateful for the Marshall Committee to have that conversation with me, to sort of open that dialogue up. So I'm very grateful for that. With that said, I am willing to defend this topic where it is the United States federal government as the actor. Substantially increased regulation on drug pricing and or medical patents. So instead of like trying to rock the boat by changing actor, I decided to pivot towards something that's a little that's more interesting to me, which is the future. So those are fans like Gattaca or other sci-fi movies. That's kind of where the inspiration for this comes from. But also this like idea that big pharma is kind of like a villain that we don't really talk about very often. And so with this topic, there are a couple of things that allows the wording of this to the wording of this resolution allows for a lot of different grounds. For example, the idea of medical patents, while the idea of these patents is relatively boring, there's been a lot of recent developments in patents and how they've changed the way we approach medical information. Probably the most well known would be Theranos with Elizabeth Holmes, who created this medical startup that was like, we could test for all these different diseases with just a single drop of blood, and she swindled millions upon millions of dollars. And she had this patent. You've seen the pharma bros, Martin Scully, who owned the only copy of the Wu-Tang album, but also we increased the drug prices to astronomical points where people that needed that drug didn't have access to. These are just examples of like how we've seen this happen in pop culture, but there are very real implications to drug pricing and medical patents. For example, in the case of ibuprofen was a drug that was created particularly for cancer cells. And so this is a little bit more personal for me because I just lost someone close to cancer. But the way that this case worked, ibuprofen was a drug created with the pure incentive to promote a higher dosage because of patents. So when the FDA approved this drug, there was the FDA approval for a faster approval rate that included a higher dosage that was more toxic. Because like any cancer drugs, they are poison. So wherever you have to treat leukemia, but because patents existed, there was an incentive to sell more of it at higher dosage, because at lower dosage, there's no incentive to make money. And so that's an example of just one cancer drug where, because of medical patents, it causes people to take a dosage of cancer drugs that is actually more toxic than these. Another example of this would be insulin. We've seen this happen as well, with the prices of that having all of this.
There's also far-reaching formulations implications as well. Patents is what prevents countries that are less developed or have less resources to access things like vaccines. COVID was a great example of that. We also seen the expansion of monkeypox, polio currently. In fact, in July 21st, 2022, we have our first case of polio in the United States, particularly in the state of New York City or in the state of New York. It's the first polio case in the history of the United States in the past 15 years. So again, drugs for polio, very, very expensive because people don't make polio vaccines or make polio vaccines, particularly for those that need to be treated. So there's also this whole anti-vax angle we can go down with that. But my main focus is that drug pricing and medical patents prevents a lot of this. Medical technology. Currently, we've seen a huge implication on medical technology. Just this month, we had a doctor who was able to separate conjoined twins that share a single brain using VR headsets and VR technology through that. We've seen robot arms for some more combat. That's really cool. But we've seen medical technology being more and more advanced, but it also means that as we have more advancement, access to it becomes a lot more restricted. With the new passing or overturn of Roe versus Wade, we've also seen implications of people stockpiling emergency contraceptives or abortion pills. Again, that's driving because of drug prices and medical patents. So lots of grounds. This sort of kicks out the generic cap case because we're anti-cap in this regard by going up. I think that covers a lot of, no cap. And one last thing. I think that if we do go with this topic, it also allows for students to learn about the history of Henrietta Lacks. For those that don't know about Henrietta Lacks, the HeLa cells, she was an African-American woman who went to Johns Hopkins. Her cells are really, really special because they're able to reproduce infinite amounts of times, which allows us to be able to do tests on drugs and patents without having to try them all on humans. The HeLa cells, they were instrumental in producing the COVID vaccine that we have, hopefully. And so it also just allows for education beyond this debate, but just medical education that I think is very important.
Comments, questions?
Maybe. Finding that it's on in front of regulations. It's regulations.
Yes.
I think the idea of medical pricing goes into medical or health insurance a lot, and that's sort of a whole. It's a really big topic, and so I didn't want that to explode it too much. Drug pricing in particular, I was very interested in the formulation aspect. That you have factors in these in Venezuela and India that have the capacity to make them, but they don't have access to patents to reproduce a COVID vaccine, which is why you see them being a lot slower in managing the spread. So we have a lot of access to a lot of neocolonials, critiques, just access to what we have.
Tommy, did you have a hand up? I thought I saw it go up.
Yeah, what does the drug pricing report look like in a world after where this was and these are a lot of negotiating and essentially government price setting for some, I guess part of the negotiation. So, and I know that that's I don't know if the entirety of the literature is, but drug pricing is a huge component there. So what does that accurate enough of possible act, but also what is the kind of negative ground there that would be unique in a world where it's.
Right, so I think drug pricing, regardless of what policies that are in the pipelines currently, drug pricing is going to be relatively contentious. Mostly because for drug pricing, the net ground is innovation, research and development. Without patents, drug incentives to protect what you're making, without any sort of monetary incentive, drug pricing will always be finding that balance. Like there's no like singular price for insulin where everyone's happy. And so regardless of whatever policy, that's where it came from.
So then what would they sort of act ground that look like?
I was gonna say, an hour ago, the Senate parliamentarian struck everything out with the exception of being able to negotiate.
Boom, roasted.
Yeah.
All right. I know Tasia was next, and then.
Having worked in the healthcare industry for a number of years, I really do enjoy this topic, and I want to say, I don't think it's a great idea to try to make it like medical pricing for precisely that reason. That once you get the insurance and such things involved, it's a much very different sector of the healthcare industry than the kind of the drug and medical patents industry. That's like a very different field of innovation that doesn't have directly to do with treatment of individual patients. But I also think to address this question of negative ground is that the United States functionally is kind of one of the only countries in the world that like makes new medical like drugs or medical patents. I mean, maybe that's not necessarily true, but we make the vast majority of them, and that's partially, I guess, the reason that maybe we do is because you can charge like $850 for a shot of insulin. And so it creates that incentive to innovate. In addition, the negative ground is like for every drug that this company is making, there's like thousands of research, possibilities that they have to foreclose on. And so the innovation disadvantage is very real. And I think that that's going to be a really salient point of discussion.
Greg and Sarah.
So economists generally point to the cost of testing in group of $2.6 billion per drug. And so, but that's mostly, much of that is unnecessary. And so critics of it say there's better ways to test and show the safety of drugs other than spending all this money. But we don't have a way to get to that with this word.
Harry?
I agree. I was sort of looking at how a lot of the pharmaceutical companies spend a lot of money, not particularly on on testing, but I saw like an astronomical amount on advertising. And so the idea of regulations was the idea that you have these companies that spend a lot of money on advertising their drugs, which means that other drugs that can do similar things do not get to market, and that also hurts accessibility and supply of drugs. Also patents. And so I think I'm definitely open to any suggestions, but my main concern was that regulations was a little bit more aligned with the idea that they are spending a lot of money that are not particularly medically driven, but just like economic. Does that answer the question?
Greg, why would you think that increasing regulations on drug pricing not allowing companies to go back to like advertising, whatever else?
I think that has to do with the fact that the FDA approval process is something that it comes prior to the pricing process. And so I think what I understood from what Greg was saying, the economic case is the reason the drug prices are so high is because the FDA approval and regulations are so strong. And this resolution doesn't necessarily mention the FDA as part of the drug pricing thing. And I think that's what I expect.
So you say lower regulations.
I think that, not that I suggest adding FDA regulation or anything to it, maybe that's a good idea, maybe it isn't, but I think it is meant to express is that the reason that the drug pricing, the AFTA wouldn't be able to solve certain aspects of drug pricing in the currently written things because they don't have the ability to topically address FDA approval gates or regulations related to that.
So that's related to where I was going, which is slightly different, which is to say that medical patents, I don't think get what they're talking about in terms of innovation and research for devices, like it's a FDA process, like the patent process, totally. And way you prosecute and test and make sure that like things are innovative and how long the patents last and the federal and the foreign agreements along how long they can last. And so I wonder if there needs to be an FDA regulatory component of this topic to get at some of those issues, or if that makes sense.
But I mean, doesn't the word federal government in consultation cover that? Like, isn't that case all within the federal government?
No, because you've limited the topic to the pricing component, like the federal government's ability to negotiate prices through Medicaid or Medicare or however they negotiate prices, and to the patent process, which is distinct to the Patent and Trademark Office and is regulated by an entirely different set of regulations and restrictions and concerns and processes that are only about whether or not you have an innovative idea that somebody else doesn't have, not whether or not your device is safe.
Okay.
Justin.
I mean, could we add a third area and add drug approval? So it'd be its regulations on drug approval, drug pricing, control, and tests.
I think you might need to add drug and device approval to make that do what you're trying to do, but yes. Because there's the device question and there's also the actual.
Tommy, was your hand up? Or did I make that up?
I was thinking of things.
Oh.
But I was just gonna say that the FDA, I do know the FDA, that there's a growing literature about reforming the FDA and the approval process, so I know that that literature is there. I don't have the research that I've done it. Now, obviously, I don't know if this will get us all the way into that, but there is a fairly robust literature base there that is fairly recent.
I'll agree with what Sarah said. I think using the phrase drug and medical device approval gets at the heart of both of those things. And it will allow you to reform some of the bad FDA processes.
Yep, court.
Drug and medical device approval is a term of art that is used in a conjoint use. Yes, so first it was Canada, thank you, and Normanton, but second is the FDA.
All right, court.
So I'm going to go back to the question of regulation. We definitely have regulations. The Code of Federal Regulations includes agency rules on drug pricing, like Medicare, things like that, and on approval, like FDA's approval process. Are there any federal regulations that deal with medical patents?
So yeah, this kind of is just sort of like a shadow of my original topic with the courts. The courts have ruled on what is allowed in patents. So in
But that's not a regulation. That's a court decision by the agency.
Right. So in 2016, the court ruled that in order for you to get a patent, you had to have these requirements, and these requirements became relatively restrictive. And there was a couple of court cases about it because part of the requirements that you had to explain exactly how you created it, which meant that you had to expose all your trade secrets for them, and that allowed for a lot of things to be created. So there's a lot of cases about what constitutes as protected patents, because they're different from IP patents. So they function a little bit.
I'm still caught up on the idea that those aren't regulations, right?
Yeah, right.
The idea is regulation is in the CFR. Right. It has to be an agency approval that is not through that order.
So everything like that.
Yeah.
Would the medical device approval portion, if it gets added, have roads that process?
I think mostly the patent process has to go through. I think that's the.
She had a hand up, and then you said.
Wi-Fi the rules trade and the rules trade organization requires that all member countries provide for medical companies for so with that,
I just know that you might be right. I'm not entirely sure what the World Trade or the World Health Organization's stipulations are. I just know that during COVID, we had countries that did have a slowdown in recovery because they had compulsory waivers, but they weren't given that for patents. And so there's a distinction there. There's literature that explains why compulsory waivers, that is what the World Health Organization forces you to do, is significantly not as applicable or not as good as actual like patents or like taxes. This was sort of a topic in September, October.
Yep. Sarah, I think is next.
Yeah, I was just gonna go back to what Court was saying, because despite the fact that I can find lots of references on the PTO's website about like that says the word regulation, finding the actual like regulatory language as it applies to the patent process is proving much more difficult. And admittedly, I've only been looking for like 5 minutes, but I think that there's a potential problem there that it's not a regulatory process. Like the patent process is distinct in and of itself. And I used to work at a patent law firm a long time ago in college, but it's been a hot minute. And I still think but anything that was that long ago for this conversation. But I think there's a distinction there that could be problematic for this topic, like the entire topic, that part of the topic might.
I'm 15 pages deep in full search results for regulations and medical patents. You do not find those words side by side. Every single hit is talking about medical patents up here and then regulations of a different item somewhere else.
We got about 4 minutes left, just reminding you all.
I do think though that might just be solved by saying regulations for medical devices, which would then kick you back away from the patent question and back towards the FDA approval process as opposed to the question of like actually getting the patent.
Right. I agree. I think that the process I don't understand. So I think, like I said, it was sort of like a shadow from when it was this chapter. I'm okay with it. I think medical devices does access what my intent is, which is talking about do people of all creeds get access to things they need to do. And I think that drug and medical device approval is a fear. And so the grounds that I want to cover is covering what's correct.
Without what's called in it.
Maybe drug pricing, just because I think that the drug pricing has a lot of different in it. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of FDA changing. The trial there is interesting as well. I'm okay with saying medical.
Okay, so if we get rid of medical patents, then Dustin can't say anything about an Oxford comment. Just throwing this out there.
There are actual regulations that deal with restoration of patent terms for medical and drug products and medical devices. So there are regulations out there.
Our 2-minute warning.
I guess I think what's mentioned in drug and medical device approval covers medical patents. I'm okay with just getting rid of medical patents.
Yes.
That's fine. I think that's
Can you say that louder?
I think getting rid of the patent argument probably makes sense. I just you talked a lot about the COVID vaccines.
So I think a lot of those need training, doing 180 on the topic. You're right. I think getting rid of medical patents, getting rid of medical patents does affect the international scope, but I think that's okay. I think that there's still a lot of grounds in just access. who gets access, what kind of things are accessible. I think that the international school was kind of like a this, but I don't care if it's being strictly done testing.
Yes, Dustin.
And playing with, looking at things, good idea, and I raised my hand before you did. We could say drug and medical device approval and or pricing. And now that allows you to look at the pricing of not just the drugs, but also medical devices.
Say that again.
So drug and medical device approval and or price. Since we're getting rid of that, so it's doing things intellectual property.
All right, so we've timed out. So unless you're making this as a motion.
Move to do the red stuff.
Okay, so the motion before us is to insert it's before regulations and insert drug and medical device approval and or before pricing and striking and or medical patents. All those in favor of the aforementioned motion, please say aye. Any opposed? Cool. So the motion passes. And we definitely don't need the comma after approval. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution as it is posted behind me. All those in favor say aye. All opposed? Thank you, Harry. All right, so it's 3:02 now. We have a 10-minute break schedule, and then we have 2 callbacks. It's 2. The first one is civil rights reform, and the second one was econ inequality. So, well, now it's 3:03, so we'll see y'all at 3:13.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I just trust you fully.
I totally read that. I think, yeah. Good thing you said chair.
He's like, what do you think? He's like, I know.
Yeah, I thought that was good. Yeah, because, you know, the regulatory process is not only hugely expensive, it's ineffective. So there's huge misfires out of the process.
So that's like,
Check with.
He's gonna take a nap. I think I'm gonna
Check with James.
How are you hanging out? So you're welcome to join us.
I mean, every time I venture to answer that question, I'm always wrong.
I'll just put in a bunch of trophies.
Did your watch tell you to stay in and watch?
Yes, it has been. Also, saw the 24 this.
Yeah. So that's a good card she had, but I think that we have evidence. But yeah, just want to show them.
No, I read. I was gonna try to say that I read through it, and the similarities between mine and her evidence were similar in that they identified that states have total control to regulate the medium of exchange for intrastate commerce. So like Florida, Wyoming, and New York are allowed to authorize like licensing for and saying what it can be used to pay for within the state's domain. But that's because the state's the one receiving those funds, so they get to determine what they have dibs on. But the question of like a security or the question of like chasing down illicit financing, like there's no resources other than federal agencies that can do that.
Oh yeah.
So like the very basic transparency and consumer protection apps might struggle more against states, but luckily those debates are decentralized in one process. In which case, you usually go for
yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
I just figured I.
Oh no, I
dug a little
appreciate
more.
it. Yeah. No, just to show,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a valid concern.
No, I mean absolutely.
Yeah, I think it helps. Honestly, I think we've done the best we can.
I just wanted to tell you what I found in my research.
Yeah, of course.
Which is that largely securities regs and the enforcement capacity.
Yeah, well, and that also, if they do establish a regulatory framework, that clearly changes. If it fits the Howey test, then it's SEC jurisdiction. That's SEC jurisdiction.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I was going to say, like, to the extent that they kind of put fiat's the object, it would fiat an object into federal domain and preempt is what I was more. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. Because I had looked at that. There's some pretty explicit dormant commerce clause cases in 2020.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be like I would just reply all just like it doesn't.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I don't want you to go like too.
I'm just reading about it.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean,
no, I would. Yeah. I understand that. I'll send the citations that I help best to address that.
Yeah, or maybe if you find a card.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Sweet man.
case arguments, clear case arguments, and
The protected classes?
protected classes. So I went through the protected classes, and I think having a list is helpful because it really, what is a protected class depends on how you, or what sector you are talking about. Because in public accommodations, there is the fewest. Most things we will look up is going to talk about employment discrimination. So protected classes is going to come to employment. And then housing is kind of a middle ground. However, for the sake of this topic, the only two overlaps that, and it's only two things that do not overlap with all three would be age and sexual identity. However, that's because of public accommodations, and we can get around that by if the nature of the resolution is to increase civil rights protection. What I would change instead of sexual identity, just sex. Because if you look at the definition and the definitions in whether it's employment, whether it's housing, whether it's public accommodation, when we talk about sex, it's I know personally, well, to individuals, things don't necessarily overlap, but those terms are used in that way legally, and they become very inclusive. Gender and how we feel about gender identity, orientation, and employment, pregnancy, and is included. So to say sexual identity, even gender, because gender is included under sex. So I don't think having gender separately is necessary. People can argue differently. I'm not in favor one way or the other, but I'm just telling you, if people look it up, it's going to be under sex when they look it up. Probably the one thing that is not up there that does go in all three is national origin. And the last thing is, I know I was speaking with I think I was speaking, he was talking about not having a list, and I think having a list contains the topic in a way that allows people to go in a lot of directions that aren't necessarily direct or helpful. But when we talk about ability, I think we talked about this already, but ability is disability. It's always disability. And I know that we can get into a conversation like elderly, the same conversation we got with the elderly, how it might be offensive to some, but it is always listed in the government as disability. We have the Americans with Disability Act that will be used by many. And so just legally, using legal terms, it would be misleading and potentially complicated to word it different.
Okay, so I saw Pam, then Sam, not intentional, Dustin, and then you over there. So Pam, you're up first, and then you talk.
We have the protected classes, along with the federal law that establishes that status. Race, religion, national origin, age, sex, pregnancy, citizenship, familial status, disability status, veteran status, genetic information.
Yes, and but that sounds like employment, like employment law. Because if you go to public accommodation or housing, it will prevent fiscal financing.
Was that it for you, Pam?
What?
Are you?
I'm saying, I don't know if sex fits any of those. You've got to, well, sex does fit that, it's the Equal Pay Act, I'm sorry, 63, and Civil Rights Act, 64. What about citizenship?
That is, I don't know what that article is referencing. But
it's immigration reform and control. Because you're focusing on civil rights and employment rights.
no, I'm civil rights, and I'm trying to justifiably narrow the list as we have a on the Department of Justice, employment discrimination, race / color, national origin, sex discrimination, religious discrimination, military status discrimination, and retaliation are what they list.
Sam?
Yeah, I just want to, I agree with like every reference I can find is disability. And then, yeah, sex based on at least the Bostock versus Lincoln County decision. That is how they got sexual identity included, was to say that the difference between a man being in a relationship with man or woman is the initial man, right? Is their sex. So like who they are in a relationship with is not the issue, it is what their identity is. That is how Gorsuch wrote the opinion, the majority opinion. So that sex included sexual identity, sexual orientation. So I think just having sex there is in line with the decision.
Dustin?
So I'm on team no list and just say federally protected classes. Because in the same way that we've been concerned about like specific words in the resolution being something that the CAF automatically would be criticized for, right? Disability, even though it is the government term, you run into problems using that and offending people in the same way we did with elderly. The same thing would be true in conflating sex, gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity all together. So if we said, civil rights protections for one or more federally protected classes, that only adds a few more things. Because I think the other thing we want to worry about is if we're talking about increasing protections for folks at the margins, for folks who are excluded, blah, 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 there will be questions about, well, why did we not include this group, right? Why did we not include familial status? Why did we not include nationality or immigration status? So increasing the list past this only adds like 4 categories. And I think it solves you force the app to say disability, you force the app to say sex, meaning that they have to conflate the entirety of the gender identity spectrum and the sexual orientation spectrum. But I think the list, or avoiding the list avoids those problems.
There was a hand over here, and then we'll come to Rich and then Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to riff on that because I think it's great. Whenever we as an organization as a allowed person listen to government choose by include gender and sex together, for many students and very individuals, they do those exactly. And that is they are free to ask that. So I believe in order for us to be able to all schools, and we should just go with the federal definition because that allows for students to alter their affirmative or alter like words in or choose the word that they want to use. And then use words like they can use words like gender on their own accord. Whenever we try to limit that with the list, you are preventing
And then,
I basically agree with Dustin and Hattie in that it's bad to have a list for all the reasons. My concern is in the list, just say federally protected classes with national origin. I know that the intent, the way that's listed as federally protected class, is not reform immigration, but it would be perfect so much. So that would broaden the scope of immigration, as well as many other problems. Pretty broad topic.
Jonathan and Cheryl and Eli.
A lot of comments that if you just said increase civil rights protections, period, would that be substantially different than saying protected classes? And there's a lot of debate that goes into that anyway, right? Like, I think that in trying to say protected classes is trying to narrow the debate. I don't know if that narrows the debate at all. I think that it becomes an overall, what are civil rights and what are civil rights protections and what is needed based on what the status quo is. I think that you probably could do that. And I'm just throwing this out with a period of civil rights protection.
Cheryl was next, and then
I would also support getting rid of the first number of hits on the word sex, despite the fact that I accept it's the officially appropriate term, relate to various parts of the human anatomy and to sex acts. And I'm pretty sure that our, junior high and Catholic school children their teachers are not going to want them to see that as their first.
Eli, Marley, and Sarah. Oh, enjoy.
The issue earlier was about that a lot is behind how we socially talk about these things. Because I'm not pro this, but how, other than including, how do you get out of the I have to use these words when you actually get into the debate, even if you don't have to listen. So like, if get your decision on the basis of sex, you still have to have a debate about the basis of sex. But kids are still going to have to talk about sex. Like, I'm not sure how, because it's not the topic wording, is that when you get to plan into the actual legal debate, how you get around.
But I think in that instance, right, sex has a particular meaning in that context. But when you look at sex as a protected class, it equates sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, and does all of those things. So I think someone like said sex bad. I think you can win that in this context, sex is the appropriate lens to
I don't know how you, if it's in the resolution to affirm it, you're not supporting it. Whereas if it's in your case, you can use other language.
Well, what, if your evidence is against sex, so I'm not against this being progressive. I'm just not fully understanding how you get around it, right? You have to say this is this topic doesn't seem to expand the classes, and so if sexual identity, different things are not necessarily in the protected classes that currently exist, and they are conflated in the law, because the law is antiquated. It seems like you're still going to have this conversation.
So it might be one of those things where the plain text could specify, for example, sensuality, and then they don't have to deal with, they don't have to utilize the plain text that would only come up in a comicality debate where it's technically, legally, you are have to stop the proposal to this, because they're not forced to incorporate that language into the plain text of the one you see. And that would only really you engage at that level. There's a comicality. Well, I can imagine an affirmative that deals with, for example, sexual identity, and most of the literature in the context of sexual identity, but the way that it technically legally plays out, at least in, for example, the Supreme Court decision, that it fell under gender, or maybe I'm backwards, but the way it plays out in a very technocratic legal sense is under one word, that the plain interpretation. Talk about that word is the plain interpretation still falls under the class.
I think the original issue was the idea that NFHS was endorsing what most of us will agree would be somewhat problematic language. So this takes that endorsement off and puts it in the hands of the kids, I felt like. Marley?
Yeah, so with like getting rid of the list, I think that does what Colton just said. Also, like Gender 101 tells us that gender, sex, and sexuality are separate, and then Gender, Women's Sexuality Studies 500 tells you that there's assemblages and they're interworking to present. So I think getting rid of a list would do that. I think what would be interesting is talking about the protected clauses of research in the context of public housing, in the context of like public accommodations or something. Like, so you have, because I think that there's an opportunity to have a robust topicality debate of like, sex is like the federally recognized one in housing, but that we know that that's outdated, so we want to do this. So having increased civil rights protections means that you could potentially advocate for new protections, but then limiting it in the area of housing or things that already has the precedent of some identifiable clauses, right? So that then you still have, I don't know.
All right, so I think Dara was next and then Dustin.
I think that there is to be it for like employment or housing, those things that we I think if you get rid of the list, then including like religion, and still allow for the acts that are homophobic or transphobic. And I think that any resolution that would allow citizens of transphobic or homophobic backgrounds, should never be allowed. So I think that like if you don't do the list, religion is included, and that pushes a lot of people. So I think that like we like push the whole like right protection to like they like, oh, if they can put it law or housing law, things like that, because we now is going to be very dangerous for a lot of years, a lot of judges.
But I also think conversely, allowing religion to be included would allow students who are in minority religious groups to be able to speak about how there are no protections for their beliefs or how they are targeted, right? We can talk about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and those kinds of things that I think would empower students from those groups.
Was that your comment that you had your hand up for? It wasn't? Okay.
I'm Chief Jonathan now. I like the idea of putting a period after protections as long as we add in the United States.
My proposal is going to be to add 4 persons.
Sarah.
So I just wanted to go back to Jonathan's suggestion because I believe something similar came up in our Marshall subcommittee when we were talking about this, and there was a concern that if you just increase civil rights protections, that there are some interpretations of things that could be considered civil rights or should be considered civil rights by fringe groups or marginal groups, or like your right not to get vaccinated or whatever, that could conflate the topic in ways that are not intended, which is why the limiter of the current protected classes was conceived of in the first place, but I recognize what you're saying in terms of that limiter potential. So I don't know that I have a good solution, but I just want to speak to that potential.
The response? No. Okay, so I think if we eliminate lists, we run the risk of allowing an explosion of feelings, like explosion of like what might be a civil right or what should be a civil right that could be anything. And I think having a list does shrink that. Now, how we use the term, I 100% understand, I empathize with the legal term might not be in line with public sentiment or public expression. But however, because we will use law and we use precedent and we use court cases and like all these things, and they're going to use these terms how they are applied by the United States government, tax laws applied by the United States government. When it comes to religion, one thing, because I did look that up, is particularly to answer the concern of religious restriction, where now, because our laws can be ambiguous sometimes, it says reasonable accommodation and does not create undue harm. So it can be argued that if somebody does have a case that becomes more restrictive based on a religious ideology, the negative, would argue the undue harm that law creates. Sex, similarly, listen, I know I have a lot of students and family members who identify differently, and they would not use these terms. They would not use sex like to be this all-encompassing term. But legally, this is where the protection comes from. So, if we want to expand protections, like this is the language of the law. Now, we can argue whether it should be or shouldn't be, but that's not necessarily the topic at hand. The topic at hand is the expansion of the law as it from where it is currently. The last thing I say is on our list, disability, race, religion, sex, and national origin work in all three categories where they list age does not, age only works in employment. Now, just like we did with sex, which does not is not included in public accommodations, we can keep it to and expand to give students more options, more flexibility, but as it states now, there's only an employment play.
All right, so I saw your hand over here, and then Daniel, and also Dara. I just want to say though, let's try to add some either nuance or something novel to the conversation, not just like rehash other things. This is no shade to anybody, just yes.
But you look at what the negative figures say in the funded plan, what the people with disability. What can the negative say that is not going to make us sound ableist, it's not going to make us sound racist? Where is the on this route that's not continuously another truth in the
there is inherency and or non-inherency and non-solvency argument or non-uniqueness arguments because there's a lot of laws under the books that in theory should do certain things that we know is not, but like the law says, it kind of should. So, and we have non-solvency because things have passed and I've left like unintended consequences of like you're doing this to help, but it really creates the problem or exacerbates the problem.
That means that you're just going to have to face the positives as the negative, then it's going to be a ton of research.
Exactly.
So basically, like, we're just going to have to see the apps as they are, and then like mid-round. Like, I understand this is part of the process, they got to your point, we're just going to have to take a loss to the positive, we're just not able to stop that down. In order for us to understand it in the next round, next time we fix it.
I don't understand why you have to sound negative.
Oh.
Okay, I'll add something. Like, I agree with you. I think this is a classic example. This is a great example of something to do with society at large. It may not be the best debate resolution worded, but I don't know how we can possibly word it to avoid that. And in theory, that's what we're doing is trying to figure out how to word the resolution, right? Like if there are ways to word it to avoid that, I'd love to hear it. I don't know how we do it. So like, as far as it not to be a topic to move forward, that is certainly something for the vote and like caucus with people and breaks and stuff like that. That's my 2 cents.
Daniel, Dara, Lauren, and Eli.
The example we gave in the subcommittee was like, whereas some of the climate change we have in the last month, so climate change really feel on this class, they don't care that they're not as real. They can't really say that with any of these other classes. So that would be. Exactly. Okay, so we conversation. Okay, and then second, to jump back to this, to close this out, I mean, it's, I think like baseline consensus is if we have a list, it's going to be somewhere there, and let's like those and start conversation. So it has to put out either put all the classes or anything with for one or more classes per person to be next.
Right, but the problem is that the federally taking classes are protected in certain instances. So it doesn't mean that this class is across the board protected. And so that is the reason why we have a list, and that's the reason why I have a list of like the ones that are cross applied and all created with from all 3 major states that only was obviously branches of public dominations, employment, and housing. Now, I mean, we can include things like if we think that it's, you know, that we want to expand that, but they don't exist as currently stated. Also, this inherently problematic responses on the next round, I think that is, we are copying out to like what students will let our students sound terrible in a round. There's plenty of ways you can talk about how something doesn't solve, how something is not neat. There are plenty of ways that there are cases where, or articles, let's say, where we can see how things were applied already or not applied, and you don't have to make this personal. That's the reason for the Civil Rights Reform resolution. You don't have to make it so like I'm attacking you or a group of people. I am looking at the law as it is stated. This works or doesn't work as, you know, your plan, whatever you propose. This does or does not work. And here are reasons it does or does not work. Not if these people are terrible, we shouldn't protect them.
Okay, for the sake of time, since we've all like kind of drawn lines in the sand and picked our sides, I'm going to entertain Dustin's motion so we can have a working resolution and think we can then decide, is this the perfect or ideal wording? Because at this point, I think we're just rehashing points against, sounds like a Congress round almost. Yes, people laugh. It's true. No, what? I have Congress kids at school. I tell them all the time. Yeah. Oh my gosh. At least I got y'all to laugh, so.
Make the topic, so after protection, for persons in the United States. I think that allows, you know, the notion of students get to pick which language they use instead of pigeonholing them into certain. I think you're right that, you know, the topic becomes large by adding some of these classes, but the topic also becomes smaller by the overlap areas that people are going to research anyway in terms of housing, employment, and things like that. I also think doing this might solve some of the you're an a-hole negative ground arguments by looking at an alternative remedy than a civil rights protection. to give a little bit more ground to the negative. So I think this solves for the spirit of the resolution. It solves for James not getting phone calls because we conflated, sex, gender identities and, use the word disability. And I think it allows for the spirit of those debates in a way that becomes palatable. And right, we have the same concerns about the negative ground questions on criminal justice reform. And I think when we kind of acted the wording down to a few things, it solved a lot of those problems. So is this the perfect version of the resolution? In the ideal world, yes. In the debate world, let's pray that children are good and mature people who won't say problematic things, but thinking about the kids on my squad.
Okay, with that being said, we've had a motion and it's been seconded. Does anybody have a discussion about the wording of the resolution and how it should or should not be changed? Dara?
I would go back to like why can't the resolution be changed for the government to protect the rights protection for housing?
Okay.
Like why can't the resolution be resolved in that case federal government to steadily increase the civil rights protection for housing? Because I feel like that is the debate that can be had that can avoid a lot of things like other complex debates, but also this is such a big, like literally in the world right now. They are fascinating. Very like don't say days with scholarships. I feel like you can't ignore that like literally the religious space right now is promoting a lot of really dangerous policies that our students can use as predators. And I think that if we actually focus less on the specific class, but on the feedback on the outcome, like how they were employment. I think back to the point that limit down the debate to avoid having students run like don't say gay or like trans students can't be in like physical account. Like why can't we just do that?
I would argue that the resolution as it is up on the screen now, is more, encompassing of the spirit of like the purpose of the topic. We are trying to expand in civil rights for, now I included the group because it was to me, it was a way to narrow the focus. Now, if we think the words are problematic, or if we think it can be narrowed like this without a list, then that's fine. I found that. But to say housing and employment specifically, you end up with, you can still end up with some of the policies that you were talking about, like whether it's through accommodations, whether because you can say, hey, we protect these employees, but we still say the students can say, yeah, it'll kind of it's not exactly that, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I think those things still happen, but I think now with the current literacy debates that are food pointed evidence, I think that there's a lot of literacy debates right now that would allow for like transphobic, homophobic behavior, limited in this way, and we could like feel like this is, but I think that the way it's playing out, there is going to be a very
You need to try to focus the talk.
right, like I know like you're becoming like a spirit of the movement, or like literally like debate like people like
I'm sorry, what do you say?
I'm saying that like right the life expectancy rate for trans people in this country is like 30. And so like these are real impacts, and I think forcing students to sit with those rounds, forcing judges to sit with those rounds is like very, very dangerous. And I think there's any way that we can be flexible in order to live out some of the horrible conversations that are currently happening within our government. I think that that should outweigh like the initial intent of the revolution. And I also think
Okay, I'm gonna interject here because I'm not sure the back and forth is constructive at this point. So if you have not to say that it's not a good conversation, but it feels like it's getting a little bit heated here. So if you have a comment about the wording that as up here, not a suggestion of what should be added, but if something is wrong that we need to discuss about this wording, sure. Because we need to like isolate and get a wording down so we can like give our brains a break. Austin was next, and then Maggie, and then Eli. That was the order I saw y'all.
More just a question. Is there a substantial difference between that and saying like education, employment, and housing? Or would they functionally be the same thing? That's just the question to be answered. I don't know what the difference would be in terms of scope. It might be, right? But that would be the only thing. I think the wording may be the same. I don't know.
I'm having the same idea, like education, voting, like if you have a list topic, I think you have all the same debates, but you can't use the Christian nationalism. So I think unless there is a reason why it's substantially changed the paper, if we're again talking about accessibility, I'm not really understanding why not.
Next.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, am I right that the version we have up here now, the Richard's question about immigration, like voting, like giving people the right to vote, non-citizens the right to vote, that's not, yeah, giving housing to people who are currently on the vote, just any person right now to take down the list. So that feels like a lot. And so I guess I was just wondering, am I right that civil rights protections are like right to vote, right to fair trial, government services, education, housing, like is there a communal list? Like, are we confirm what that list is?
Where the way nationality is defined is not a question of like whether or not you are an immigrant. It is a question of whether or not I can go back to the old school, no Irish, need apply. So I think it's along those kinds of lines.
Yeah, I
And
guess I just got what is the list of civil rights protections? And it does foresee with giving non-citizens the right to vote is expanding voting rights. Changing the trial procedures would be expanding voting rights. I'm just looking at like what are civil rights and each just about a lot.
You're, understand me correctly, is everything that's question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we know what civil rights
Yeah.
protections mean before we take out a list that's limited in a different one.
Yeah.
I guess.
What list are you talking about taking out though? 'Cause
All right, so I'll take Rich, and then technically we have timed out after he makes his comment.
I totally agree with Maggie. This wording, you're debating all of criminal justice, debating all of immigration, and all of what was originally in the paper. Protected classes.
So my comment would be, I think it's a potentially great topic. And I understand like things came up as a difficult paper. I think, I'm not saying we should flat out remove it, but I think this is definitely right for spend more time researching what specific areas could be affected, like we wanted to make the list that way, rather than trying to exclude certain federal protected classes. I think this is a great chance to bring it back next year with more research, time put behind it, figure out how to narrow it down to not exclude the way the process.
And I feel like, so there are limitations to the paper. I feel like adding more research and more content that wouldn't change what we have here. With this particular problem does not go away with more research. It's one of those things. We can have a list. We can have a list of protected classes that encompasses very specific governmental things. Or we can not have a list, or we can arbitrarily pick other things as well. So it's one of the three.
Right, so I guess what other people are talking about potentially having a list of areas like housing and education. I guess I don't know enough from the paper what would be included in each one of those areas. Like if you were to pick it on areas based on that, I don't know how to pick those areas based on what I have.
And so I would be opposed to usually to doing it about housing or education specifically, because that is not now, it could be a great paper, it could be a great topic, but that's not what this is.
Okay, so kind of reclaiming my time, we've timed out. We need to vote up or down on this resolution, and if it's down, we either take what Sam said under advisement or quickly give us another one that might include the 3 areas so that we can move on to Brett and everyone can kind of have their evening. So the resolution in front of us is resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase civil rights protections for persons in the United States. If you would like to approve that resolution, please raise your hand. No, all nays? Okay, so that passed. So this is now the wording of our resolution. We have to approve the resolution proper or timed out. So, all right. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That's our topic. Thank you, Omar. Ready when you are, Chief.
Okay, I believe I was tasked with finding an answer to 2 questions. The first is, should it say universal or universal basic income? The short answer is no. I think it should say basic income. Thank you, Justin. A kind of like longer justification for that is that I think in practice, a universal basic income is non-universal because of all of the ones that are designed to either exclude non-citizens, or prisoners, or children, or felons. There are some kind of exclusions in them. But for the purposes of debate, including a word like universal in a resolution proposes the problem of PICs, which I guess were kind of a problem, so let's get rid of it. The second question that I thought was proposed, or that I kind of wanted to come up with an answer to, was should there be a modifier or a different word in fiscal redistribution to answer the question of, you just take money from anywhere and spend it anywhere. So I have 3 cards that I hope help answer this question. I generally talk kind of fast, so we'll go kind of slow. Fiscal redistribution refers to the process by which the state collects revenues through taxes and spends these revenues on benefits. It's intended for specific individuals and households. In doing so, the state changes the post-fiscal income distribution and poverty rates. The purpose of that card is that it's taxes and revenues. The second card, the concept of fiscal redistribution captures direct interventions that governments make through taxes and transfers. And a third definition that is a little bit better on kind of it has to go from wealthy to poor. Definition of redistributive is government action that offsets private sector inequalities. Fiscal redistribution defined is simply absolute transfers from more to less affluent groups and at times special benefits. So 2 questions that were kind of proposed are, can the app read a plan that says draw down troops and save money from that? I think the negative can win a topicality argument that says that that is not a form of taxation and therefore is not fiscal redistribution. The second question was a little bit more nuanced, I think, which was, can the app's funding come from the general budget, because our general taxation system is progressive? I think this is a little bit more complicated. I think there are basically like 3 answers to it. One is, there is at least a dispute about whether or not our tax system is progressive or regressive. There's like an academic economic debate about that. It seems like, at least based on the research that I did for the past couple of hours, the people that say it's regressive are in the minority. So it's possible that an affirmative could make the argument that they get to take money from general coffers and not actually do a particular tax. I think that the second thing is that the negative would have a T argument that says that some of the money that is in general coffers was collected regressively. So we have regressive taxes as well: payroll tax, sales tax, excise taxes, etc. So the negative could have a T argument that says that some of that money, even if it was a general coffer, was collected regressively and then therefore would not constitute fiscal redistribution. So it's complicated, but I think that the negative has a strong T argument that the app itself has to be a tax and a transfer to the poor, or a transfer that in some ways reduces or eliminates inequality. So I thought that it was unnecessary to modify the phrase increase fiscal redistribution for that reason.
Yes.
I want to touch base, because I don't know, we're not going to berkeley guarantee income, what you do about. I think that's not something.
So replacing basic income with guaranteed income?
Yes.
I'm open to it. Yeah, I mean, I think that they're pretty much all synonyms. At least they are used synonymously in literature. I'm not sure if they're like your definition. Are you hoping to include means tested income?
Yeah, that's what I briefly mentioned that as,
I think that basic income includes that, like an app topic like that, because the word universal is in it. So what?
You say that basic income is means tested.
I think that, so a basic income is usually not means tested. It's usually just like they figure out what like someone needs to survive in a country and they give them that amount of money. But I'm not sure that basic income cannot be means tested. Like it would be excluded under this.
If you
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I was interrupting you. I was just gonna say if you put means tested basic income in like Google, it hits back almost like 4,900 results. So there are some people that speak about that term specifically.
I'm seeing the phrase basic income more often than not.
Right, but you could force means tested in the resolution would get you out of the universal stuff. That's what I was saying. So if we put means tested in there, that actually is a term of art people write and talk about.
Getting rid of the term universal carries a bit of a cost, and that cost is that you could potentially, so means testing is like the most reasonable way to go about it. The less reasonable way, similar to the way that Alaska provides a basic income to incentivize residents to move to Alaska, someone could provide a basic income to people to do other things like give a basic income to nurses to work in rural hospitals in Western Kansas. Like that would be a form of basic income. So the risk in getting rid of universal is that you include those things. I think that's a little bit of a red herring. Like I'm not totally sure that app would have like a strong defense of progressive tax, for example. But I just wanted to note that that is like a risk associated with that change.
Any other comments? Oh, yes, Jonathan and then Marlon.
I thought that the federal government had excise taxes on cigarettes, alcohol, gasoline, etc.
Marley?
To be sure the and or means that if an app only did one of those, like adopting a federal jobs guarantee, that's cool, and or that they can do multiple, that's also cool. But like we don't need one or more of the following because the and or does all that work.
That's my impression as well.
Sweet.
Any other comments or motion about this resolution floating around here? Sure.
Well, I understand that losing the word universal pulls you out of some of the literature base of what a UBI is. I think that it's a good exchange for debate reasons. So there's probably some small risk of the like rural versus app or whatever, but if that app is good, it's good. Like people can run it and they can make an argument as to why they should do a wealth transfer in order to have more rural. So I feel like if that evidence exists and it's enough to sustain an affirmative.
Okay, so was there a second? Sweet. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to strike universal from the resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Thank you for playing. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Awesome. So we now have the topic here. Are there any other comments about the topic proper? Wording? All right, it's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution behind me as is. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you again, Brett.
Take it out. Take it out, Black universal.
Yeah, we took it out.
No,
We voted it out, but
it just got.
It just needs to be deleted.
Oh, I thought I did something.
No. It's called the end of the day.
I had a moment where I was like, maybe I misunderstood this whole conversation we just had.
Yeah.
Great, all right, I'm gonna take back over.
Mhm.
Okay,
Please.
all right. First thing I want to do is, we can give a round of applause to our wording committee. But don't be surprised that we're gonna have several of you to sit on this table. So be ready for that moving forward. Before we do our straw poll vote, a couple things we want to remember is make sure you know who your state's voting delegate is for tomorrow. That voting delegate is listed on the website that has us on there. And then make sure you know who they are so you know who you're talking to about who the official vote is. Going tomorrow, we take one vote per state and per national organization. That's it. What we're going to do now is the straw poll vote to see which topics are all going on the balloting process tomorrow. This is one where everyone in the room can vote. We're going to do it by hands up vote. Has to have a 33% threshold to meet that level. So we have to have a third of the people here. There is 60 people who are voting here in the room. So we need to have a minimum of 20 people to vote. Rough math. I know it's not an exact. All right. So Colton, do you want to count like Pam in that way?
Yes. So
Great.
Pam in that way.
And I'll do Craig in this one. All right. All right, so Kevin, you ready to scroll like a madman? Here we go. Aging in America. Oh wait, I have to read the resolution. Sorry. Hold on, don't get excited. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its healthcare services for persons 65 years of age or older in the United States. Moving on to yesterday, tomorrow. Sorry, it's been a day. All right, we passed. Next, here we go. That's rough. That's the first one, too. Agricultural subsidies. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially decrease its domestic agricultural subsidies. Moving on to tomorrow. Okay. Civil rights reform. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase civil rights protections for persons in the United States. Moving on tomorrow. Okay, let's count this one. Raise your hand high if it's moving on tomorrow. 1, 2. Okay, so with that, move on to tomorrow.
That was a not.
Not. Climate change. Resolved, the United States.
Sorry.
That's okay. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its restrictions on greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. Please raise your hand high for tomorrow. Okay. Comprehensive internet reform. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its regulation of the internet in one or more of the following. Can be following areas. No, one or more of the following: data privacy, disinformation, social media. Raise your hand if we're moving on to tomorrow. Please raise some highs from the seat. Thank you. Cryptocurrency regulations. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase regulations on the use and exchange of cryptocurrencies and/or non-fungible tokens in the United States. Raise your hand if this is moving on to tomorrow. Okay. Economic inequality. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase fiscal redistribution in the United States by adopting a federal jobs guarantee, expanding Social Security, and/or providing a basic income. Raise your hand if it moves tomorrow. Okay. Elections democracy reform. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially strengthen its regulation of elections in the United States. Raise your hand if it moves to tomorrow. Okay. I know we're getting a big list, but when you raise your hand, make sure you raise it high so we can see them. Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its diplomatic and/or economic engagement toward the Palestinian National Authority and the State of Israel. Raise your hand if it moves to tomorrow.
Latin America, resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its democracy promotion and/or military operations if one or more of the following. Thank you, Justin. Plurinational state of Bolivia, Republic of Colombia, Republic of Guatemala, Republic of El Salvador, Republic of Honduras. Raise your hand if we're moving into tomorrow. Okay. Managing and protecting federal lands, resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its conservation and/or preservation of existing federal lands. Raise your hand if it's moving on to tomorrow. Okay. South Asia, resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its defense cooperation with one or more South Asian countries. Raise your hand if it moves on to tomorrow. Okay. And the last one. Medical industry, resolved, the United States federal government should substantially increase its regulations on drug and medical device approval and/or pricing. Raise your hand if it moves on to tomorrow. Keep them up. Okay, thank you. All right, so these are the 11 topics that I move on to tomorrow. I want to thank all topic authors for an incredible difficult day today. Thank you for all the work you put into it. Before we break for the night, there's a couple of things. If you have dinner plans as a group and you have space for more, feel free to volunteer that information either now or on your way out the door. We want to make sure that nobody's going out on their own, that somebody has someone to hang out with tonight. Also, it's going to be hot outside, so please make sure that you've taken those precautions. The current heat index is 109 degrees. Wow. I want to make sure that everyone comes back tomorrow. So if you are going to go run a marathon, make sure you drink water. If you're going to indulge in an adult beverage, let's go ahead and do this. An adult beverage, make sure that you also drink plenty of water. I'm not your parents and you're all adults, but let's make sure that we're safe when we're outside at 109 degrees. Thank you very much for your day today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Breakfast will be served at 7:30. Oh, time out, Sarah.
Yeah.
Coleman will be officially recognized. I don't think we can ever recognize Coleman. All right, so with that, we're break for the day. Please make sure you have dinner plans with somebody and have a great night. We'll see everyone tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great job, Cole.